3. But there is still more present in this than only this appearance, namely, the cause acts on the passive substance and alters its determination, but this is positedness, there is nothing else in it to alter. The other determination, however, that it receives is causality. The passive substance therefore becomes cause, power, and activity. The effect is posited in it by the cause, but that which is posited by the cause is the cause itself, which, in actipage, is identical with itself. It is this that puts itself in the place of the passive substance. Similarly, with regard to the active substance, the action is the translation of the cause into the effect, into the other of the cause, into positedness, and the cause reveals itself in the effect as what it is. The effect is identical with the cause, is not an other dash, thus the cause in acting reveals the posited being as that which the cause essentially is. Each side, therefore, in both its identical and negative relation to the other becomes the opposite of itself, so that the other, and therefore also each, remains identical with itself. But the identical and the negative relations are both one and the same. Substance is self-identical only in its opposite, and this constitutes the absolute identity of the substances posited as a duality. Active substance, through the act of positing itself as the opposite of itself, an act which is at the same time the sublating of its presupposed otherness, of passive substance, is manifested as cause or originative substantiality. Conversely, through being acted on, posited being is manifested as posited, the negative as negative, and therefore passive substance as self-related negativity, the cause meeting in this other simply and solely with its own self. Through this positing, then, the presupposed or implicit originativeness becomes explicit or for itself, yet this being that is in and for itself is such only in so far as this positing is equally a sublating of what was presupposed. In other words, absolute substance has returned to itself and so become absolute, only out of and in its positedness. Hence this reciprocity is the appearance that again sublates itself, the revelation that the 580 illusory being of causality in which the cause appears as cause, is illusory being. This infinite reflection into self, namely, that being is in and for itself only in so far as it is posited, is the consummation of substance. But this consummation is no longer substance itself but something higher, the notion, the subject. The transition of the relation of substantiality takes place through its own immanent necessity and is nothing more than the manifestation of itself, that the notion is its truth, and that freedom is the truth of necessity. I have already mentioned in the second book of the Objective Logic 1 that the philosophy which adopts the standpoint of substance and stops there is the system of Spinoza. I also indicated there the defect of that system alike as to form and to matter. But the refutation of the system is another matter. With respect to the refutation of a philosophical system, I have elsewhere also made the general observation that one must get rid of the erroneous idea of regarding the system as out and out false, as if the true system by contrast were only opposed to the false. The context itself in which Spinoza's system here finds mention provides the true standpoint of the system and the question whether it is true or false. The relation of substance resulted from the nature of essence. This relation and its exposition as a developed totality in a system is, therefore, a necessary standpoint assumed by the Absolute. Such a standpoint, therefore, is not to be regarded as an opinion, a subjective, arbitrary way of thinking of an individual, as an aberration of speculation. On the contrary, speculative thinking in the course of its progress finds itself necessarily occupying that standpoint, and to that extent the system is perfectly true, but it is not the highest standpoint. Yet this does not mean that the system can be regarded as false, as requiring and being capable of refutation. On the contrary, the only thing about it to be considered false is its claim to be the highest standpoint. Consequently, the true system cannot have the relation to it of being merely opposed to it, for if this were so, the system, as this opposite, would itself be one-sided. On the contrary, the true system as the higher, must contain the subordinate system within itself. Further, the refutation must not come from outside, that is, it must not proceed from assumptions lying outside the system in question and inconsistent with it. The system need only refuse. 1p 536, Remark. 581. To recognize those assumptions, the defect is a defect only for him who starts from the requirements and demands based on those assumptions. Thus it has been said that for anyone who does not presuppose as an established fact the freedom and self-subsistence of the self-conscious subject, there cannot be any refutation of Spinozism. Besides, a standpoint so lofty and so intrinsically rich as the relation of substance, far from ignoring those assumptions even contains them. One of the attributes of Spinoza's substance is thinking. On the contrary, Spinozism knows how to resolve and assimilate the determinations in which these assumptions conflict with it, so that they appear in the system, but in the modifications appropriate to it. The nerve, therefore, of the external refutation consists solely in clinging stubbornly to the antitheses of these assumptions, for example, to the absolute self-subsistence of the thinking individual as against the form of thought posited in absolute substance as identical with extension. The genuine refutation must penetrate the opponent's stronghold and meet him on his own ground. No advantage is gained by attacking him somewhere else and defeating him where he is not. The only possible refutation of Spinozism must therefore consist, in the first place, in recognizing its standpoint as essential and necessary and then going on to raise that standpoint to the higher one through its own immanent dialectic. The relationship of substance considered simply and solely in its own intrinsic nature leads on to its opposite, to the notion. The exposition of substance which leads on to the notion is, therefore, the sole and genuine refutation of Spinozism. It is the unveiling of substance, and this is the genesis of the notion, the chief moments of which have been brought together above. The unity of substance is its relation of necessity, but this unity is only an inner necessity. In positing itself through the moment of absolute negativity it becomes a manifested or posited identity, and thereby the freedom which is the identity of the notion. The notion, the totality resulting from the reciprocal relation, is the unity of the two substances standing in that relation, but in this unity they are now free, for they no longer possess their identity as something blind, that is to say, as something merely inner. On the contrary, the substances now have essentially the status of an illusory being, of being moments of reflection, whereby each is no less immediately united with its other or its positedness, and each contains its positedness within itself, and consequently in its other is posited as simply and solely identical with itself. With the notion, therefore, we have entered the realm of freedom. Freedom belongs to the notion because that identity which, as absolutely determined, constitutes the necessity of substance, is now also sublated or is a positedness, and this positedness as self-related is simply that identity. The mutual opacity of the substances standing in the causal relationship has vanished and become a self-transparent clarity, for the originality of their self-subsistence has passed into a positedness. The original substance is original in that it is only the cause pf itself, and this is substance raised to the freedom of the notion. This at once provides us with a more precise determination of the notion. Because being that is in and for itself is immediately a positedness, the notion in its simple self-relation is an absolute determinateness which, however, as purely self-related is no less immediately a simple identity. But this self-relation of the determinateness as the union of itself with itself is equally the negation of the determinateness, and the notion as this equality with itself is the universal. But this identity has equally the determination of negativity, it is the negation or determinateness which is self-related, thus the notion is the individual. Each of them, the universal and the individual, is the totality, each contains within itself the determination of the other, and therefore these totalities are one and one only, just as this unity is the differentiation of itself into the free illuspondon of this duality of a duality which, in the difference of the individual and the universal, appears as a complete opposition, yet an opposition which is so entirely illusory that in thinking and enunciating the one, the other also is immediately thought and enunciated. The foregoing is to be regarded as the notion of the notion. It may seem to differ from what is elsewhere understood by notion, and in that case we might be asked to indicate how that which we have here found to be the notion is contained in other conceptions or explanations. On the one hand, however, there can be no question of a confirmation based on the authority of the ordinary understanding of the term. In the science of the notion, its content and character can be guaranteed solely by the immanent deduction which contains its genesis and which already lies behind us. On the other hand, the notion as here deduced must 583. Of course, be recognizable in principle in what is elsewhere presented as the concept of the notion. But it is not so easy to discover what others have said about the nature of the notion. For in the main they do not concern themselves at all with the question, presupposing that everyone who uses the word automatically knows what it means. Latterly one could have felt all the more relieved from any need to trouble about the notion, since, just as it was the fashion for a while to say everything bad about the imagination, and then the memory, so in philosophy it became the habit some time ago, a habit which in some measure still exists, to heap every kind of slander on the notion, on what is supreme in thought, while the incomprehensible and non-comprehension are, on the contrary, regarded as the pinnacle of science and morality. I will confine myself here to a remark which may help one to grasp the notions here developed and may make it easier to find one's bearings in them. The notion, when it has developed into a concrete existence that is itself free, is none other than the I or pure self-consciousness. True, I have notions, that is to say, determinate notions, but the I is the pure notion itself which, as notion, has come into existence. When, therefore, reference is made to the fundamental determinations which constitute the nature of the I, we may presuppose that the reference is to something familiar, that is, a commonplace of our ordinary thinking. But the I is, first, this pure self-related unity, and it is so not immediately but only as making abstraction from all determinateness and content and withdrawing into the freedom of unrestricted equality with itself. As such it is universality, a unity that is unity with itself only through its negative attitude, which appears as a process of abstraction, and that consequently contains all determinedness dissolved in it. Secondly, the I as self-related negativity is no less immediately individuality or is absolutely determined, opposing itself to all that is other and excluding it individual personality. This absolute universality, which is also immediately an absolute individualization, and an absolutely determined being, which is a pure positedness and is this absolutely determined being only through its unity with the positedness, this constitutes the nature of the I as well as of the notion. Neither the one nor the other can be truly comprehended unless the two indicated moments are grasped at the same time, both in their abstraction and also in their perfect unity. 584. When one speaks in the ordinary way of the understanding possessed by the I, one understands thereby a vacuity or property which stands in the same relation to the I as the property of a thing does to the thing itself, that is, to an indeterminate substrate that is not the genuine ground and the determinant of its property. According to this conception I possess notions and the notion, just as I also possess a coat, complexion, and other external properties. Now Kant went beyond this external relation of the understanding, as the faculty of notions and of the notion itself, to the I. It is one of the profoundest and truest insights to be found in the Critique of Pure Reason that the unity which constitutes the nature of the notion is recognized as the original synthetic unity of apperception, as unity of the I think, or of self-consciousness. This proposition constitutes the so-called transcendental deduction of the categories, but this has always been regarded as one of the most difficult parts of the Kantian philosophy, doubtless for no other reason than that it demands that we should go beyond the mere representation of the relation in which the I stands to the understanding, or notions stand to a thing and its properties and accidents, and advance to the thought of that relation. An object, says Kant, one is that in the notion of which the manifold of a given intuition is unified. But all unifying of representations demands a unity of consciousness in the synthesis of them. Consequently it is this unity of consciousness which alone constitutes the connection of the representations with the object and therewith their objective validity, and on which rests even the possibility of the understanding. Kant distinguishes this unity from the subjective unity of consciousness, the unity of representation whereby I am conscious of a manifold as either simultaneous or successive, this being dependent on empirical conditions. On the other hand, the principles of the objective determination of notions are, he says, to be derived solely from the principle of the transcendental unity of apperception. Through the categories which are these objective determinations, the manifold of given representations is so determined as to be brought into the unity of consciousness. According to this exposition, the unity of the notion is that whereby something is not a mere mode of feeling, an intuition, or even a mere representation, but is an object, and this objective unity is the unity of the ego with itself. In point of fact, the comprehension of an object consists in nothing else than that the ego makes it its own, pervades it and brings it into its own form, that is, into the universality that is immediately a determinateness, or a determinateness that is immediately universality. As intuited or even in ordinary conception, the object is still something external and alien. When it is comprehended, the being in and for self which it possesses in intuition and pictorial thought is transformed into a positedness, the I in thinking it pervades it. But it is only as it is in thought that the object is truly in and for itself, in intuition or ordinary conception it is only an appearance. Thought sublates the immediacy with which the object at first confronts us and thus converts the object into a positedness, but this its positedness is its being in and for self, or its objectivity. The object therefore has its objectivity in the notion, and this is the unity of self-consciousness into which it has been received. Consequently its objectivity, or the notion, is itself none other than the nature of self-consciousness, has no other moments or determinations than the I itself. Thus we are justified by a cardinal principle of the Kantian philosophy in referring to the nature of the I in order to learn what the notion is. But conversely, it is necessary for this purpose to have grasped the notion of the I as stated above. If we cling to the mere representation of the I as it floats before our ordinary consciousness, then the I is only the simple thing, also called soul, in which the notion inheres as a possession or property. This representation, which makes no attempt to comprehend either the I or the notion, cannot serve to facilitate or bring nearer the comprehension of the notion. The Kantian exposition cited above contains two other features which concern the notion and necessitate some further observations. In the first place, the stage of the understanding is supposed to be preceded by the stages of feeling and intuition, and it is an essential proposition of the Kantian transcendental philosophy that without intuitions notions are empty and are valid solely as relations of the manifold given by intuition. Secondly, the notion has been declared to be the objective element of knowledge, and as such, the truth. But on the other hand, the notion is taken as something merely subjective from which we cannot extract reality, by which is to be understood objectivity, since reality is contrasted with subjectivity, and, in general, the notion and the logical T**. 586. Element are declared to be something merely formal which, since it abstracts from the content, does not contain truth. Now, in the first place, as regards the relation of the understanding or the notion to the stages presupposed by it, the form of these stages is determined by the particular science under consideration. In our science, that of pure logic, these stages are being and essence. In psychology the antecedent stages are feeling and intuition, and then ideation generally. In the phenomenology of spirit, which is the doctrine of consciousness, the ascent to the understanding is through the stages of sensuous consciousness and then perception. Kant presupposes only feeling and intuition. How incomplete to begin with this scale of stages is revealed by the fact that he himself adds as an appendix to the transcendental logic or doctrine of the understanding a treatise on the concepts of reflection, a sphere lying between intuition and the understanding or being and the notion. About these stages themselves it must be remarked, first of all, that the forms of intuition, ideation, and the like belong to the self-conscious spirit which, as such, does not fall to be considered in the science of logic. It is true that the pure determinations of being, essence and the notion constitute the ground plan and the inner simple framework of the forms of the spirit, spirit as intuiting and also as sensuous consciousness is in the form of immediate being, and, similarly, spirit as ideating and as perceiving has risen from being to the stage of essence or reflection. But these concrete forms as little concern the science of logic as do the concrete forms assumed by the logical categories in nature, which would be space and time, then space and time self-filled with the content as inorganic nature, and lastly, organic nature. Similarly here, too, the notion is to be regarded not as the act of the self-conscious understanding, not as the subjective understanding, but as the notion in its own absolute character which constitutes a stage of nature as well as of spirit. Life, or organic nature, is the stage of nature at which the notion emerges, but as blind, as unaware of itself and unthinking, the notion that is self-conscious and thinks pertains solely to spirit. But the logical form of the notion is independent of its non-spiritual, and also of its spiritual, shapes. The necessary premonition on this point has already been given in the. It is a point that must not wait to be established within logic itself but must be cleared up before that science is begun. Now whatever may be the forms of the stages which precede the notion, we come secondly to the relation in which the notion is thought to these forms. The conception of this relation both in ordinary psychology and in the Kantian transcendental philosophy is that the empirical material, the manifold of intuition and representation, first exists on its own account, and that then the understanding approaches it, brings unity into it and by abstraction raises it to the form of universality. The understanding is in this way an intrinsically empty form which, on the one hand, obtains a reality through the set given content and, on the other hand, abstracts from that content, that is to say, lets it drop as something useless, but useless only for the notion. In both these actions the notion is not the independent factor, not the essential and true element of the prior given material, on the contrary, it is the material that is regarded as the absolute reality, which cannot be extracted from the notion. Now it must certainly be admitted that the notion as such is not yet complete, but must rise to the idea which alone is the unity of the notion and reality, and this must be shown in the sequel to be the spontaneous outcome of the nature of the notion itself. For the reality which the notion gives itself must not be received by it as something external but must, in accordance with the requirement of the science, be derived from the notion itself. But the truth is that it is not the material given by intuition and representation that ought to be vindicated as the real in contrast to the notion. People often say, it is only a notion, contrasting the notion not only with the idea but with sensuous, spatial, and temporal, palpable reality as something more excellent than the notion, and then the abstract is held to be of less account than the concrete because it lacks so much of this kind of material. In this view, to abstract means to select from the concrete object for our subjective purposes this or that mark without thereby detracting from the worth and status of the many other properties and features left out of account. On the contrary, these as real retain their validity completely unimpaired, only they are left yonder, on the other side. Thus it is only the inability of the understanding to assimilate such wealth that compels it to content itself with the impoverished abstraction. Now to regard the given material of intuition and the manifold of representation as the real in contrast to what is thought, to the notion, is a view, the abandonment of which is not only a condition of philosophizing but is already presupposed by religion, for how can there be any need for religion, how can religion have any meaning, if the fleeting and superficial phenomena of the world of sensuous particulars are still regarded as the truth? But philosophy gives a reasoned insight into the true state of the case with regard to the reality of sensuous being. It assumes the stages of feeling and intuition as precedent to the understanding in so far as they are conditions of its genesis, but only in the sense that it is conditioned by their reality. Abstract thinking, therefore, is not to be regarded as a mere setting aside of the sensuous material, the reality of which is not thereby impaired. Rather is it the sublating and reduction of that material as mere phenomenal appearance to the essential, which is manifested only in the notion. Of course, if what is taken up into the notion from the concrete phenomenon is to serve only as a mark or sign, it certainly may be any mere random sensuous particular determination of the object, selected from the others on the basis of any random external interest and of a similar kind and nature as the rest. A capital misunderstanding which prevails on this point is that the natural principle or the beginning which forms the starting point in the natural evolution or in the history of the developing individual, is regarded as the truth, and the first in the notion. Now in the order of nature, intuition or being are undoubtedly first, or are the condition for the notion, but they are not on that account the absolutely unconditioned. On the contrary, their reality is sublated in the notion and with it, too, the illusory show they possessed of being the conditioning reality. When it is a question, not of truth but merely of history, as in pictorial and phenomenal thinking, we need not of course go beyond merely narrating that we start with feelings and intuitions and that from the manifold of these the understanding extracts a universality or an abstraction and naturally requires for this purpose the said substrate of feelings and intuitions which, in this process of abstraction, remains for representation in the same complete reality with which it first presented itself. But philosophy is not meant to be a narration of happenings but a cognition of what is true in them, and further, on the basis of this cognition, to comprehend that which, in the narrative, appears as a mere happening. If the superficial conception of what the notion is, leaves all manifoldness outside, de the notion and attributes to the latter only the form of abstract universality or the empty identity of reflection, we can at once appeal to the fact that quite apart from the view here propounded, the statement or definition of a notion expressly includes not only the genus, which itself is, properly speaking, more than a purely abstract universality, but also the specific determinateness. If one would but reflect attentively on the meaning of this fact, one would see that differentiation must be regarded as an equally essential moment of the notion. Kant has introduced this consideration by the extremely important thought that there are synthetic judgments a priori. This original synthesis of apperception is one of the most profound principles for speculative development. It contains the beginning of a true apprehension of the nature of the notion and is completely opposed to that empty identity or abstract universality which is not within itself a synthesis. The further development, however, does not fulfill the promise of the beginning. The very expression synthesis easily recalls the conception of an external unity and a mere combination of entities that are intrinsically separate. Then, again, the Kantian philosophy has not got beyond the psychological reflex of the notion and has reverted once more to the assertion that the notion is permanently conditioned by a manifold of intuition. It has declared intellectual cognition and experience to be a phenomenal content, not because the categories themselves are only finite but, on the ground of a psychological idealism, because they are merely determinations originating in self-consciousness. It is in keeping with this standpoint, too, that the notion without the manifold of intuition is again declared to be empty and devoid of content despite the fact that it is a synthesis a priori. As such, it surely does contain determinateness and difference within itself. Moreover, since the determinateness is that of the notion and therefore absolute determinateness, individuality, the notion is the ground and source of all finite determinateness and manifoldness. The merely formal position that the notion holds as understanding is fully confirmed in the Kantian exposition of what reason is. In reason, the highest stage of thought, one ought to have expected the notion to lose the conditionedness in which it still appears at the stage of understanding and to attain to perfect truth. But this expectation is disappointed. For Kant defines the relation of reason to the categories as merely dialectical and, indeed, takes the result of this dialectic to be the infinite nothing. 59 degrees just that and nothing more. Consequently, the infinite unity of reason, too, is still deprived of the synthesis, and with it the beginning referred to above of a speculative, truly infinite notion. Reason becomes the familiar, wholly formal, merely regulative unity of the systematic employment of the understanding. It is declared to be an abuse when logic, which is supposed to be merely a canon of judgment, is regarded as an organon for the production of objective insights. The notions of reason in which we could not but have an intimation of a higher power and a profounder significance, no longer possess a constitutive character as do the categories. They are mere ideas. Certainly, we are quite at liberty to use them, but by these intelligible entities in which all truth should be completely revealed, we are to understand nothing more than hypotheses, and to ascribe absolute truth to them would be the height of caprice and foolhardiness, for they do not occur in any experience. Would one ever have thought that philosophy would deny truth to intelligible entities because they lack the spatial and temporal material of the sensuous world? Directly connected with this is the question of the point of view from which the notion and the character of logic generally are to be considered, a question on which the Kantian philosophy holds the same view as is commonly taken, that is to say, in what relation do he notion and the science of the notion stand to truth itself? We have already quoted from the Kantian deduction of the categories that according to it the object, as that in which the manifold of intuition is unified, is this unity solely through the unity of self-consciousness. Here, therefore, the objectivity of thought is specific ally enunciated, an identity of notion and thing, which is truth. In the same way, it is also commonly admitted that when thinking appropriates a given object, this thereby suffers an alteration and is changed from something sensuous to something thought, and yet that not only is the essential nature of the object not affected by this alteration but that it is only in its notion that it is in its truth, whereas in the immediacy in which it is given it is only appearance and a contingency, that the cognition that truly comprehends the object is the cognition of it as it is pound in and for itself, and that the notion is its very objectivity. But, on the other hand, it is equally maintained that we cannot after all, know things as they truly are in themselves and that truth is inaccessible to the cognitive powers of reason, that the aforesaid truth which consists in the 591 unity of the object and the notion is, after all, only appearance, and this time, again on the ground that the content is only the manifold of intuition. On this point we have already remarked that, on the contrary, it is precisely in the notion that this manifoldness, in so far as it pertains to intuition in contrast to the notion, is sublated and that through the notion the object is reduced to its non-contingent essential nature. The latter enters into the sphere of appearance and for that very reason the appearance is not devoid of essential being, but is a manifestation of essence. But the completely liberated manifestation of essence is the notion. These propositions of which we here remind the reader are not dogmatic assertions, for the reason that they are results that have issued from the entire immanent development of essence. The present standpoint to which this development has led is that the form of the absolute which is higher than being and essence is the notion. Regarded from this aspect, the notion has subjugated being and essence, which from other starting points include also feeling and intuition and representation, and which appeared as its antecedent conditions, and has proved itself to be their unconditioned ground. There now remains the second aspect, to the treatment of which this third book of the Logic is devoted, namely the exposition of how the notion builds up in and from itself the reality that has vanished in it. It has therefore been freely admitted that the cognition that stops short at the notion purely as such, is still incomplete and has only as yet arrived at abstract truth. But its incompleteness does not lie in its lack of that presumptive reality given in feeling and intuition but rather in the fact that the notion has not yet given itself a reality of its own, a reality produced from its own resources. The demonstrated absoluteness of the notion relatively to the material of experience and, more exactly, to the categories and concepts of reflection, consists in this, that this material as it appears apart from and prior to the notion has no truth, this it has solely in its ideality or its identity with the notion. The derivation of the real from it, if we want to call it derivation, consists in the first place essentially in this, that the notion in its formal abstraction reveals itself as incomplete and through its own immanent dialectic passes over into reality, but it does not fall back again onto a ready-made reality confronting it and take refuge in something which has shown itself to be the unessential element of appearance because, having looked around 592 for something better, it has failed to find it. On the contrary, it produces the reality from its own resources. It will always stand out as a marvel how the Kantian philosophy recognized the relation of thought to sensuous reality, beyond which it did not advance, as only a relative relation of mere appearance, and perfectly well recognized and enunciated a higher unity of both in the idea in general and, for example, in the idea of an intuitive understanding, and yet stopped short at this relative relation and the assertion that the notion is and remains utterly separate from reality, thus asserting as truth what it declared to be finite cognition, and denouncing as an unjustified extravagance and a figment of th.mght what it recognized as truth and of which it established the specific notion. Since it is primarily logic and not science generally with whose relation to truth we are here concerned, it must further be conceded that logic as the formal science cannot and should not contain that reality which is the content of the further parts of philosophy, namely, the philosophical sciences of nature and of spirit. These concrete sciences do, of course, present themselves in a more real form of the idea than logic does, but this is not by turning back again to the reality abandoned by the consciousness which has risen above its mode as appearance to the level of science, nor by reverting to the use of forms such as the categories and concepts of reflection, whose finitude and untruth have been demonstrated in the logic. On the contrary, logic exhibits the elevation of the idea to that level from which it becomes the creator of nature and passes over to the form of a concrete immediacy whose notion, however, breaks up this shape again in order to realize itself as concrete spirit. As contrasted with these concrete sciences, logic is of course a formal science, but it is the science of the absolute form which is within itself a totality and contains the pure idea of truth itself. This absolute form has in its own self its content or reality, the notion, not being a trivial, empty identity, possesses in its moment of negativity or of absolute determining, the differentiated determinations. The content is simply and solely these determinations of the absolute form and nothing else, a content posited by the absolute form itself and consequently also adequate to it. For this reason, this form is of quite another nature. 593. Then logical form is ordinarily taken to be. It is already on its own account truth, since this content is adequate to its form, or the reality to its notion, and it is the pure truth because the determinations of the content do not yet have the form of an absolute otherness or of absolute immediacy. When Kant, in connection with logic 1, comes to discuss the old and famous question, what is truth? He first of all presents to the reader as a triviality the explanation of the term as the agreement of cognition with its object, a definition of great, indeed of supreme, value. If we remember this definition in connection with the fundamental assertion of transcendental idealism, that reason as cognitive is incapable of apprehending things in themselves, that reality lies absolutely outside the notion, then it is at once evident that a reason such as this which is unable to put itself in agreement with its object, the things in themselves, and things in themselves that are not in agreement with the notion of reason, the notion that is not in agreement with reality, and a reality that does not agree with the notion, are untrue conceptions. If Kant had considered the idea of an intuitive understanding in the light of the above definition of truth, he would have treated that idea which expresses the required agreement, not as a figment of thought but rather as the truth. What we require to know, Kant goes on to say, is a universal and sure criterion of any cognition whatever. It would be such a criterion as would be valid for all cognitions without distinction of their objects, but since with such a criterion abstraction would be made from all content of the cognition and truth concerns precisely this content, it would be quite impossible and absurd to ask for a mark of the truth of this content of cognitions. Here, the usual conception of the formal function of logic is expressed very definitely and the argument adduced has a very convincing air. But first of all it is to be observed that it usually happens with such formal ratiocination that it forgets in its discourse the very point on which it has based its argument and of which it is speaking. It is alleged that it would be absurd to ask for the criterion of the truth of the content of cognition, but according to the definition it is not the content that constitutes the truth, but the agreement of the content with the notion. A content such as is here spoken of, without the notion, is something notionless, and one critique of pure reason, p. 83. 594. Hence without essential being, certainly we cannot ask for the criterion of the truth of such a content, but for the very opposite reason, not, that is, because the content, as something notionless, is not the required agreement, but simply because it cannot be anything more than a mere truthless opinion. Let us leave on one side the content which causes the confusion here, the confusion into which formalism falls whenever it sets out to explain something and which makes it say the opposite of what it intends, and let us stop at the abstract view that logic is only formal and, in fact, abstracts from all content. We then have a one-sided cognition which is not to contain any object, an empty, blank form which therefore is no more an agreement, for an agreement essentially requires two terms than it is truth. In the a priori synthesis of the notion, Kant possessed a higher principle in which a duality in a unity could be cognized, a cognition, therefore, of what is required for truth, but the material of sense, the manifold of intuition, was too strong for him, and he was unable to get away from it to a consideration of the notion and the categories in and for themselves, and to a speculative method of philosophizing. Logic being the science of the absolute form, this formal science, in order to be true, must possess in its own self a content adequate to its form, and all the more, since the formal element of logic is the pure form, and therefore the truth of logic must be the pure truth itself. Consequently, this formal science must be regarded as possessing richer determinations and a richer content, and as being infinitely more potent in its influence on the concrete than is usually supposed. The laws of logic by themselves are commonly restricted, apart from the law of contradiction, to some meager propositions concerning the conversion of judgments and the forms of syllogisms. Even here the forms which come up for treatment as well as their further modifications are only, as it were, historically taken up. They are not subjected to criticism to determine whether they are in and for themselves true. Thus, for example, the form of the positive judgment is accepted as something perfectly correct in itself, the question whether such a judgment is true depending solely on the content. Whether this form is in its own self a form of truth, whether the proposition it enunciates, the individual is a universal, is not inherently dialectical, is a question. 595. That no one thinks of investigating. It is straightway assumed that this judgment is, on its own account, capable of containing truth, and that the proposition enunciated by any positive judgment is true, although it is directly evident that it lacks what is required by the definition of truth, namely, the agreement of the notion and its object. If the predicate, which here is the universal, is taken as the notion, and the subject, which is the individual, is taken as the object, then the one does not agree with the other. But if the abstract universal which is the predicate falls short of constituting a notion, for a notion certainly implies something more, and if, too, a subject of this kind is not yet much more than a grammatical one, how should the judgment possibly contain truth, seeing that either its notion and object do not agree, or it lacks both notion and object? On the contrary, then, what is impossible and absurd is to attempt to grasp the truth in such forms as the positive judgment and the judgment generally. Just as the Kantian philosophy did not consider the categories in and for themselves but declared them to be finite determinations incapable of containing truth, on the wrong ground that they are subjective forms of self-consciousness, still less did that philosophy subject to criticism the forms of the notion which are the content of ordinary logic. On the contrary, it has adopted a portion of them, namely, the functions of judgment, for the determination of the categories, and accepted them as valid presuppositions. Even if we are to see in logical forms nothing more than formal functions of thought, they would for that very reason be worthy of investigation to ascertain how far, on their own account, they correspond to the truth. A logic that does not perform this task can at most claim the value of a descriptive natural history of the phenomena of thinking just as they occur. It is an infinite merit of Aristotle, one that must fill us with the highest admiration for the powers of that genius, that he was the first to undertake this description. It is necessary, however, to go further and to ascertain both the systematic connection of these forms and their value. Division. The foregoing consideration of the notion shows it to be the unity of being and essence. Essence is the first negation of being, which has thereby become illusory being. The notion is the second negation or the negation of this negation, and is therefore being once more, but being that has been restored as the infinite mediation and negativity of being within itself. Consequently, being and essence in the notion no longer have the same determination that they had as being and essence, nor are they merely in a unity such that each has an illusory being in the other. Therefore the notion does not differentiate itself into these determinations. It is the truth of the relationship of substance in which being and essence achieve the fulfillment of their self-subsistence and their determination through each other. The truth of substantiality proved to be the substantial identity, which is no less a positedness and only as such is substantial identity. The positedness is a determinate being and differentiation. Consequently, in the notion, being in and for itself has attained a true and adequate reality, for the positedness is itself being in and for itself. This positedness constitutes the difference of the notion within itself, because the positedness is immediately being in and for itself. The different moments of the notion are themselves the whole notion, universal in their determinateness and identical with their negation. This, now, is the very notion of the notion. But it is as yet only its notion, or, this notion is itself only the notion. Because it is equally being in and for self and also a positedness, or the absolute substance that manifests the necessity of distinct substances as an identity, this identity must itself posit what it is. The moments of the movement of the relationship of substantiality through which the notion has come to be and the reality thereby exhibited are still only in transition into the notion. This reality does not yet possess the determination of being the notion's own, self-evolved determination. It fell in the sphere of necessity, but the notion's own determination can only be the result of its free determining, a determinate being in which the notion is identical with itself, its moments also. Being notions and posited by the notion itself. At first, therefore, the notion is only in itself or implicitly the truth, because it is only something inner, it is equally only outer. 97. It is at first simply an immediate, and in this guise its moments have the form of immediate, fixed determinations. It appears as the determinate notion, as the sphere of the mere understanding. Because this form of immediacy is still inadequate to the nature of the notion, for this is free, being in relation only with itself, it is an external form in which the notion cannot count as a being in and for self, but only as something posited or subjective. The notion in the guise of immediacy constitutes the point of view for which the notion is a subjective thinking, a reflection external to the subject matter. This stage, therefore, constitutes subjectivity, or the formal notion. Its externality is manifested in the fixed being of its determinations, each of which appears independently as an isolated, qualitative something which is only externally related to its other. But the identity of the notion, which is precisely their inner or subjective essence, sets them dialectically in movement, with the result that their separatedness vanishes and with it the separation of the notion from the object, and there emerges as their truth the totality which is the objective notion. Secondly, the notion in its objectivity is the subject matter in and for itself. Through its necessary, progressive determination the formal notion makes itself its subject matter, and in this way is rid of the relation of subjectivity and externality to the object. Or, conversely, objectivity is the real notion that has emerged from its inwardness and passed over into determinate being. In this identity with the object, the notion thus has a free determinate being of its own. But this freedom is still only an immediate, not yet a negative, freedom. As one with the object, the notion is submerged in it, its distinct moments are objective existences in which it is itself again only the inner. As the soul of objective reality it must give itself form of subjectivity which, as formal notion, belonged to it immediately. Thus, in the form of the free notion, a form which in objectivity it still lacked, it opposes itself to that objectivity and in so doing makes the identity with it which, as objective notion it possesses in and for itself, also a posited identity. In this consummation in which it has the form of freedom even in its objectivity, the adequate notion is the idea. Reason, which is the sphere of the idea, is the self-revealed truth in which the notion possesses the realization that is wholly adequate to it, and is free, inasmuch as it cognizes this its objective world in its subjectivity and its subjectivity in its objective world. Section 1, Subjectivity. The notion is, in the first instance, formal, the notion in its beginning or the immediate notion. In the immediate unity, its difference or positedness is itself at first simple and only an illusory being, so that the moments of the difference are immediately the totality of the notion and are simply the notion as such. Secondly, however, because it is absolute negativity, it sunders itself and posits itself as the negative or as the other of itself, and further, because as yet it is only the immediate notion, this positing or differentiation is characterized by the fact that the moments become indifferent to one another and each becomes for itself. In this partition, its unity is still only an external connection. As such connection of its moments, which are posited as self-subsistent and indifferent, it is judgment. Thirdly, though the judgment does contain the unity of the notion that has vanished into its self-subsistent moments, yet this unity is not posited. It becomes so through the dialectical movement of the judgment, through which it has become the syllogism, the notion posited in its completeness, for in the syllogism there is posited not only the moments of the notion as self-subsistent extremes, but also their mediating unity. But since this unity itself as the unifying middle, and the moments as self-subsistent extremes, are in the first instance immediately opposed to one another, this contradictory relationship that occurs in the formal syllogism sublates itself, and the completeness of the notion passes over into the unity of the totality, the subjectivity of the notion into its objectivity. Chapter I. The notion. Understanding is the term usually employed to express the faculty of notions. As so used, it is distinguished from the efficuity of judgment and the faculty of syllogisms, of the formal reason. But it is with reason that it is especially contrasted. In that case, however, it does not signify the faculty of the notion in general, but of determinate notions, and the idea prevails that the notion is only a determinate notion. When the understanding in this signification is distinguished from the formal faculty of judgment and from the formal reason, it is to be taken as the faculty of the single determinate notion. For the judgment and the syllogism or reason are, as formal, only a product of the understanding, since they stand under the form of the abstract determinateness of the notion. Here, however, the notion emphatically does not rank as something merely abstractly determinate. Consequently, the understanding is to be distinguished from reason only in the sense that the former is merely the faculty of the notion in general. This universal notion, which we have now to consider here, contains the three moments: universality, particularity, and individuality. The difference and the determinations which the notion gives itself in its distinguishing, constitute the side which was previously called positedness. As this is identical in the notion with being in and for self, each of these moments is no less the whole notion than it is a determinate notion and a determination of the notion. In the first instance, it is the pure notion or the determination of universality. But the pure or universal notion is also only a determinate or particular notion, which takes its place alongside other notions. Because the notion is a totality, and therefore in its universality or pure identical self-relation is essentially a determining and a distinguishing, it therefore contains within itself the standard by which this form of its self-identity, in pervading and embracing all the moments, no less immediately determines itself to be only the universal over against the distinguishedness of the moments. Secondly, the notion is thereby posited as this particular or determinate notion, distinct from others. Thirdly, individuality is the notion reflecting itself out of the difference into absolute negativity. This is, at the same time, the moment in which it has passed out of its identity into its otherness, and becomes the judgment. A. The universal notion. The pure notion is the absolutely infinite, unconditioned and free. It is here, at the outset of the discussion which has the notion for its content, that we must look back once more at its genesis. Essence is the outcome of being, and the notion the outcome of essence, therefore also of being. But this becoming has the significance of a self-repulsion, so that it is rather the outcome which is the unconditioned and original. Being, in its transition into essence, has become an illusory being or a positedness, and becoming or transition into an other has become a positing, and conversely, the positing or reflection of essence has sublated itself and has restored itself as a being that is not posited, that is original. The notion is the interfusion of these moments, namely, qualitative and original being is such only as a positing, only as a return into self, and this pure reflection into self is a sheer becoming other or determinateness which, consequently, is no less an infinite, self-relating determinateness. Thus the notion is, in the first instance, the absolute self-identity that is such only as the negation of negation or as the infinite unity of the negativity with itself. This pure relation of the notion to itself, which is this relation by positing itself through the negativity, is the universality of the notion. As universality is the utterly simple determination, it does not seem capable of any explanation, for an explanation must concern itself with definitions and distinctions and must apply predicates to its object, and to do this to what is simple, would alter rather than explain it. But the simplicity which constitutes the very nature of the universal is such that, through absolute negativity, it contains within itself difference and determinateness in the highest degree. Being is simple as immediate being, for that reason it is only something meant or intended and we cannot say of it what it is, therefore, it is one with its other, with non-being. Its 602. Notion is just this, to be a simplicity that immediately vanishes in its opposite, it is becoming. The universal, on the contrary, is that simplicity which, because it is the notion, no less possesses within itself the richest content. First, therefore, it is the simple relation to itself, it is only within itself. Secondly, however, this identity is within itself absolute mediation, but it is not something mediated. The universal that is mediated, namely, the abstract universal that is opposed to the particular and the individual, this will be discussed later when we are dealing with the specific notion. Yet even the abstract universal involves this, that in order to obtain it we are required to leave out other determinations of the concrete. These determinations, simply as such, are negations, equally, too, the omitting of them is a negating. So that even with the abstraction, we have the negation of the negation. But this double negation is conceived of as though it were external to the abstraction, as though not only were the other omitted properties of the concrete distinct from the one retained, which is the content of the abstract universal, but also as though this operation of omitting the other properties and retaining the one were a process outside the properties themselves. To such an externality in face of that movement, the universal has not yet determined itself, it is still within itself that absolute mediation which is, precisely, the negation of the negation or absolute negativity. By virtue of this original unity it follows, in the first place, that the first negative, or the determination, is not a limitation for the universal which, on the contrary, maintains itself therein and is positively identical with itself. The categories of being were, as notions, essentially these identities of the determinations with themselves in their limitation or otherness, but this identity was only in itself the notion, it was not yet manifested. Consequently, the qualitative determination as such was lost in its other and had for its truth a determination distinct from itself. The universal, on the contrary, even when it posits itself in a determination, remains therein what it is. It is the soul of the concrete which it indwells, unimpeded and equal to itself in the manifoldness and diversity of the concrete. It is not dragged into the process of becoming, but continues itself through that process undisturbed and possesses the power of unalterable, undying self-preservation. But even so, it does not merely show, or have an illusory being. 603. In its other, like the determination of reflection, this, as a correlate, is not merely self-related but is a positive relating of itself to its other in which it manifests itself, but, in the first instance, it only shows in it, and this illusory being of each in the other, or their reciprocal determining, along with their self-dependence, has the form of an external act. The universal, on the contrary, is posited as the essential being of its determination, as the latter's own positive nature. For the determination that constitutes its negative is, in the notion, simply and solely oppositeness, in other words, it is, at the same time, essentially only the negative of the negative, and is only as this identity of the negative with itself, which is the universal. Thus the universal is also the substance of its determinations, but in such wise that what was a contingency for substance, is the notion's own self-mediation, its own immanent reflection. But this mediation which, in the first instance, raises contingency to necessity, is the manifested relation. The notion is not the abyss of formless substance, or necessity as the inner identity of things or states distinct from, and limiting, one another. On the contrary, as absolute negativity, it is the shaper and creator, and because the determination is not a limitation but is just as much utterly sublated, or posited, the illusory being is now manifestation, the manifestation of the identical. The universal is therefore free power, it is itself and takes its other within its embrace, but without doing violence to it. On the contrary, the universal is, in its other, in peaceful communion with itself. We have called it free power, but it could also be called free love and boundless blessedness, for it bears itself towards its other as towards its own self. In it, it has returned to itself. We have just mentioned determinateness, although the notion, being as yet only the universal and only self-identical, has not yet advanced to that stage. However, we cannot speak of the universal apart from determinateness, which to be more precise is particularity and individuality, for the universal, in its absolute negativity, contains determinateness in and for itself. The determinateness, therefore, is not introduced from outside when we speak of it in connection with the universal. As negativity in general or in accordance with the first, immediate negation, the universal contains determinateness generally as particularity, as the second negation, that is, as negation of the neg_ation, it is absolute determinateness or individuality and concreteness. The universal is thus the totality of 604. The notion, it is a concrete, and far from being empty, it has through its notion a content, and a content in which it not only maintains itself but one which is its own and immanent in it. We can, indeed, abstract from the content, but in that case we do not obtain the universal of the notion but only the abstract universal, which is an isolated, imperfect moment of the notion and has no truth. More precisely, the universal shows itself as this totality as follows. In so far as it contains determinateness, it is not merely the first negation, but also the reflection of this negation into itself. Taken expressly with this first negation, it is a particular, and it is as such that we are soon to consider it, but in this determinateness it is essentially still a universal. This side we have here still to consider. For determinateness, being in the notion, is the total reflection, the twofold illusory being which on the one hand has an illusory reference outwards, the reflection into other, and on the other hand has an illusory reference inwards, the reflection into self. The former reflection involves distinction from an other. From this standpoint, the universal possesses a particularity which has its resolution in a higher universal. Now even though it is merely a relative universal, it does not lose its character of universal, it preserves itself in its determinateness, not merely as though in its connection with the determinateness it remained indifferent to it, for then it would be merely compounded with it, but so that it is what we have just called the illusory reference inwards. The determinateness, as determinate notion, is bent back into itself out of the externality, it is the notion's own immanent character, which is an essential character by virtue of the fact that, in being taken up into the universality and pervaded by it, it equally pervades the universality, being of like compass and identical with it. It is the character that belongs to the genus as the determinateness that is not separated from the universal. Accordingly, the limitation is not outward going but positive, for the notion, through its universality, stands in free relation to itself. Thus even the determinate notion remains within itself infinitely free notion. But in regard to the other side, in which the genus is limited by its specific character, it has been observed that this, as a lower genus, has its resolution in a higher universal. The latter, in its turn, can also be grasped as genus but as a more abstract one, but 605 it always pertains only to that side of the determinate notion which has a reference outwards. The truly higher universal is that in which this outward-going side is taken back into the universal, the second negation, in which the determinateness is present simply as posited or as illusory being. Life, ego, spirit, absolute notion, are not universals merely in the sense of higher genera, but are concretes whose determinatenesses, too, are not species or lower genera but genera which, in their reality, are absolutely self-contained and self-fulfilled. In so far as life, ego, finite spirit are, as they certainly are, also only determinate notions, their absolute resolution is in that universal which as truly absolute notion is to be grasped as the idea of infinite spirit, whose posited being is infinite, transparent reality wherein it contemplates its creation, and in this creation its own self. The true, infinite universal which, in itself, is as much particularity as individuality, we have next to consider as particularity. It determines itself freely. The process by which it makes itself finite is not a transition, for this occurs only in the sphere of being. It is creative power as the absolute negativity which relates itself to its own self. As such, it differentiates itself internally, and this is a determining, because the differentiation is one with the universality. Accordingly, the universal is a process in which it posits the differences themselves as universal and self-related. They thereby become fixed, isolated differences. The isolated subsistence of the finite which earlier was determined as its being for self, and also as thinghood, as substance, is, in its truth universality, the form which the infinite notion clothes its differences, a form that is, in fact, one of its own differences. Herein consists the creative power of the notion, a power which is to be comprehended only in this, the notion's innermost core. b. The particular notion. Determinateness as such belongs to being and the qualitative sphere. As determinateness of the notion it is particularity. It is not a limit, as though it were related to an other beyond it. On the contrary, as we have just seen, it is the native, immanent moment of the universal, in particularity. Therefore, the universal is not in the presence of an other, but simply of itself. The particular contains universality, which constitutes its 606 substance. The genus is unaltered in its species, and the species are not different from the universal but only from one another. The particular has one and the same universality as the other particulars to which it is related. At the same time, by virtue of the identity of the particulars with the universal, their diversity is, as such, universal. It is totality. The particular, therefore, not only contains the universal but through its determinateness also exhibits it. Consequently, the universal constitutes a sphere that must exhaust the particular. This totality appears, in so far as the determinateness of the particular is taken as mere diversity, as completeness. In this respect, species are complete simply because there are no more of them. There is no inner standard or principle that could apply to them, simply because diversity is the difference without unity, in which the universality, which in its own self is absolute unity, is a merely external reflection and an unrestricted, contingent completeness. But diversity passes over into opposition, into an immanent relation of the diverse moments. Particularity, however, because it is universality, is this immanent relation, not through a transition, but in and for itself. It is in its own self-totality and simple determinateness, essentially a principle. It has no other determinateness than that posited by the universal itself and resulting from the universal in the following manner. The particular is the universal itself, but it is its difference or relation to an other, its illusory reference outwards, but there is no other present from which the particular could be distinguished, except the universal itself. The universal determines itself, and so is itself the particular. The determinateness is its difference, it is distinguished only from its own self. Therefore its species are only the universal itself, and the particular. The universal as the notion is itself and its opposite, and this again is the universal itself as its posited determinateness, it embraces its opposite and in it is in union with itself. Thus it is the totality and principle of its diversity, which is determined wholly and solely by the universal itself. Therefore there is no other true logical classification than this, that the notion sets itself on one side as immediate indeterminate universality. This very indeterminateness constitutes its determinateness or makes it a particular. Each of them is the particular and is therefore coordinate with the other. Each of them as a particular is also determinate as against the universal, and in so far can be said. 607. To be subordinate to it. But even this universal, as against which the particular is determined, is for that reason itself merely one of the opposed sides. For if we speak of two opposed sides, we must supplement this by saying that it is not merely together that they constitute the particular as if they were alike in being particulars only for external reflection, but rather that their determinateness over against one another is at the same time essentially only one determinateness, the negativity, which in the universal is simple. Difference, as it shows itself here, is in its notion and therefore in its truth. All previous difference has this unity in principle. As immediate difference in the sphere of being, it is limit of an other, in reflection it is relative and posited as essentially relating itself to its other. Here therefore the unity of the notion begins to be posited, but at first it is only illusory being in an other. The true meaning and resolution of these determinations is just this, that they attain to their notion, their truth, being, determinate being, something, or whole and parts, etc. Substance and accidents, cause and effect, are by themselves thought determinations, but they are grasped as determinate notions when each is cognized in unity with its other or opposite determination. Whole and parts, cause and effect, for example, are not as yet different terms determined as particulars relatively to each other, because although in themselves they constitute one notion, their unity has not yet reached the form of universality. Thus the difference, too, which is in these relationships, has not as yet the form of being one determinateness. Cause and effect, for example, are not two different notions, but only one determinate notion, and causality, like every notion, is a simple notion. With respect to completeness, we have seen that the determinate side of particularity is complete in the difference of the universal and the particular, and that these two alone constitute the particular species. In nature, of course, there are to be found more than two species in a genus, just as between these many species there cannot exist the relationship we have just indicated. This is the impotence of nature, that it cannot adhere to and exhibit the strictness of the notion and runs wild in this blind irrational multiplicity. We can wonder at nature's manifold genera and species and the endless diversity of her formations, for wonderment is unreasoning and its object the irrational. Nature, because it is. 608. The self externally of the notion, is free to indulge itself in this variety, just as spirit, too, even though it possesses the notion in the shape of the notion, engages in pictorial thinking and runs riot in its endless variety. The manifold natural genera or species must not be esteemed as anything more than the capricious fancies of spirit in its representations. Both indeed show traces and inklings of the notion on all sides, but do not present a faithful copy of it because they are the side of its free self externally. The notion is absolute power just because it can freely abandon its difference to the shape of self-subsistent diversity, outer necessity, contingency, caprice, opinion, which however must not be taken for more than the abstract aspect of nothingness. We have seen that the determinateness of the particular is simple as principle, but it is also simple as moment of the totality, as a determinateness opposed to the other determinateness. The notion, in determining or differentiating itself, is negatively directed against its unity and gives itself the form of one of its ideal moments, that of being. As a determinate notion, it has a determinate being in general. This being, however, no longer has the meaning of mere immediacy, but of universality, of an immediacy that is identical with itself through absolute mediation, an immediacy that equally contains within itself the other moment, namely, essential being or reflection. This universality with which the determinate moment is clothed is abstract universality. The particular has universality within it as its essential being, but insofar as the determinateness of the difference is posited and thereby as being, universality is a form assumed by the difference, and the determinateness as such is the content. The universality becomes form insofar as the difference is present as the essential moment, just as, on the contrary, in the pure universal it is present only as absolute negativity and not as difference posited as such. Now determinateness, it is true, is the abstract, as against the other, determinateness, but this other is only universality itself which is, therefore, also abstract, and the determinateness of the notion, or particularity, is again nothing more than a determinate universality. In this, the notion is outside itself, since it is the notion that is here outside itself. The abstract universal contains all the moments of the notion. It is universality, determinateness, the simple unity of both, but this unity is immediate, and therefore particularity is not present as totality. In itself it is. 609. Also this totality and mediation, it is essentially an exclusive relation to an other, or sublation of the negation, namely, of the other determinateness in other, however, that exists only in imagination, for it vanishes immediately and shows itself to be the same as its supposed other. Therefore, what makes this universality abstract is that the mediation is only a condition or is not posited in the universality itself. Because it is not posited, the unity of the abstract universality has the form of immediacy, and the content has the form of indifference to its universality, for the content is not present as the totality which is the universality of absolute negativity. Hence the abstract universal is, indeed, the notion, yet it is without the notion, it is the notion that is not posited as such. When people talk of the determinate notion, what is usually meant is merely such an abstract universal. Even by notion as such, what is generally understood is only this notion that is no notion, and the understanding denotes the faculty of such notions. Demonstration appertains to this understanding in so far as it progresses by notions, that is to say, merely by determinations. Such a progression by notions, therefore, does not get beyond finitude and necessity, for it, the highest is the negative infinite, the abstraction of the Supreme Being, which is itself the determinateness of indeterminateness. Absolute substance, too, though it is not this empty abstraction from the point of view of its content, it is rather the totality is nevertheless abstract because it lacks the absolute form. Its inmost truth is not constituted by the notion, true, it is the identity of universality and particularity, or of thought and asunderness, yet this identity is not the determinateness of the notion. On the contrary, outside substance there is an understanding, and just because it is outside it, a contingent understanding in which and for which substance is present in various attributes and modes. Moreover, abstraction is not empty as it is usually said to be, it is the determinate notion and has some determinateness or other for its content. Even the Supreme Being, the pure abstraction, has, as already remarked, the determinateness of indeterminateness, but indeterminateness is a determinateness, because it is supposed to stand opposed to the determinate. But the enunciation of what it is, itself sublates what it is supposed to be, it is enunciated as one with determinateness, and in this way, out of the abstraction is established its truth and the notion. But every determinate notion 610 is, of course, empty in so far as it does not contain the totality, but only a one-sided determinateness. Even when it has some other concrete content, for example man, the state, animal, etc., it still remains an empty notion, since its determinateness is not the principle of its differences. A principle contains the beginning and the essential nature of its development and realization. Any other determinateness of the notion, however, is sterile. To reproach the notion generally with being empty, is to misjudge that absolute determinateness of the notion which is the difference of the notion and the only true content in the element of the notion. Connected with the above is the reason why latterly the understanding has been so lightly esteemed and ranked as inferior to reason. It is the fixity which it imparts to determinatenesses and consequently to finite determinations. This fixity consists in the form of abstract universality which we have just considered. Through it they become unalterable. For qualitative determinateness and also the determinations of reflection are essentially limited, and through their limitation have a relation to their other, hence the necessity of transition and passing away. But the universality which they possess in the understanding gives them the form of reflection into self by which they are freed from the relation to other and have become imperishable. Now though in the pure notion this eternity belongs to its nature, yet its abstract determinations are eternal essentialities only in respect of their form, but their content is at variance with this form, therefore they are not truth, or imperishable. Their content is at variance with the form because it is not the determinateness itself as universal, that is not totality of the notion's difference, or is not itself the whole form, but the form of the limited understanding is itself the imperfect form, namely, abstract universality. But further, we must recognize the infinite force of the understanding in splitting the concrete into abstract determinatenesses and plumbing the depth of the difference, the force that at the same time is alone the power that affects their transition. 7. The concrete of intuition is a totality, but a sensuous one, a real material which has an indifferent, rendered existence in space and time, but surely this absence of unity in the manifold, where it is the content of intuition, ought not to be counted to it for merit and superiority over intellectual existence. The mutability that it exhibits in intuition already points to the universal, yet all that it brings to Iwanu is merely 6u. Another, equally mutable, material, therefore, only the same thing again, not the universal which should appear and take its place. But least of all in sciences such as geometry and arithmetic, should we count it as a merit that their material involves an intuitive element, or imagine that their propositions are established on it. On the contrary, it is on account of that element that the material of such sciences is of an inferior nature. The intuition of figures or numbers does not procure a scientific knowledge of them, only thinking about them can do this. But if by intuition we are to understand not merely the element of sense but the objective totality, then it is an intellectual intuition, that is to say, intuition has for its object not the external side of existence, but what existence holds of imperishable reality and truth reality, only in so far as it is essentially in the notion and determined by it, the idea, whose more precise nature has to reveal itself at a later stage. The advantage which intuition as such is supposed to have over the notion is external reality, the notionless element, which first receives a value through the notion. Since, therefore, understanding exhibits the infinite force which determines the universal, or conversely, imparts through the form of universality a fixity and subsistence to the determinateness that is in and for itself transitory, then it is not the fault of the understanding if no progress is made beyond this point. It is a subjective impotence of reason which adopts these determinatenesses in their fixity, and which is unable to bring them back to their unity through the dialectical force opposed to this abstract universality, in other words, through their own peculiar nature or through their notion. The understanding does indeed give them, so to speak, a rigidity of being such as they do not possess in the qualitative sphere and in the sphere of reflection, but at the same time it spiritually impregnates them and so sharpens them, that just at this extreme point alone they acquire the capability to dissolve themselves and to pass over into their opposite. The highest maturity, the highest stage, which anything can attain is that in which its downfall begins. The fixity of the determinateness into which the understanding seems to run, the form of the imperishable, is that of self-relating universality. But this belongs properly to the notion, and consequently in this universality is to be found expressed, and infinitely close at hand, the dissolution of the finite. This universality directly refutes the determinateness of 612. The finite and expresses its incongruity with the universality. Or rather we can say that the adequacy of the finite is already to hand, The abstract determinate is posited as one with the universality, and for that very reason is posited as not for itself, for then it would be only a determinate but only as unity of itself and the universal, that is, as notion. Therefore the usual practice of separating understanding and reason is, from every point of view, to be rejected. When the notion is regarded as irrational, this should be interpreted rather as an incapacity of reason to recognize itself in the notion. The determinate and abstract notion is the condition, or rather an essential moment of reason. It is form spiritually impregnated, in which the finite, through the universality in which it relates itself to itself, spontaneously catches fire, posits itself as dialectical, and thereby is the beginning of the manifestation of reason. In the foregoing, the determinate notion has been presented in its truth, and therefore it only remains to indicate what it is as already posited therein. Difference, which is an essential moment of the notion though not yet posited as such in the pure universal, receives its due in the determinate notion. Determinateness in the form of universality is linked with the universal to form a simple determination. This determinate universal is the self-related determinateness. It is the determinate determinateness or absolute negativity posited for itself. But the self-related determinateness is individuality. Just as universality is immediately in and for itself already particularity, so too particularity is immediately in and for itself also individuality. This individuality is, in the first instance, to be regarded as the third moment of the notion, in so far as we hold on to its opposition to the two other moments, but it is also to be considered as the absolute return of the notion into itself, and at the same time as the posited loss of itself. Remark. Universality, particularity, and individuality are, according to the foregoing exposition, the three determinate notions, that is, if one insists on counting them. We have already shown that number is an unsuitable form in which to hold notional determinations, but for the determinations of the notion itself it is unsuitable in the highest degree. Number, since it has the unit for its principle, converts them as counted into completely isolated and 613 mutually indifferent determinations. We have seen from the foregoing that the truth is that the different determinate notions, far from falling apart into number, are simply only one and the same notion. In the customary treatment of logic hitherto, various classifications and species of notions occur. We are at once struck by the inconsequential way in which the species of notions are introduced. There are, in respect of quantity, quality, etc., the following notions. There are, expresses no other justification than that we find such species already to hand and they present themselves empirically. In this way, we obtain an empirical logic in odd science, this, an irrational cognition of the rational. In proceeding thus, logic sets a very bad example of obedience to its own precepts. It permits itself for its own purpose to do the opposite of what it prescribes as a rule, namely that notions should be deduced, and scientific propositions should be proved. In this matter, the Kantian philosophy commits a further inconsequence. It borrows the categories, as so-called root notions, for the transcendental logic, from the subjective logic in which they were adopted empirically. Since it admits the latter fact, it is hard to see why transcendental logic resolves to borrow from such a science instead of directly resorting to experience. To cite some details of this, notions are mainly classified according to their clearness, into clear and obscure, distinct and indistinct, adequate and inadequate. To these we can also add complete, profuse, notions and such like superfluities. As regards the classification by clearness, it is readily seen that this standpoint and its related distinctions are taken from psychological, not from logical, determinations. The so-called clear notion is supposed to suffice for distinguishing one object from another, but this is not yet a notion, it is nothing more than a subjective representation. What an obscure notion is must be left to itself, for otherwise it would not be an obscure but a distinct notion. The distinct notion is supposed to be one whose marks can be indicated. As such it is, strictly speaking, the determinate notion. The mark, if it is taken in its correct meaning, is none other than the determinateness or the simple content of the notion, in so far as it is distinguished from the form of universality. But the mark, in the first instance, does not have quite this preciser meaning but is in 614. General merely a determination whereby a third something takes note of an object, or the notion. It can therefore be a very contingent circumstance. In general it expresses not so much the immanence and essential nature of the determination as its relation to an understanding external to it. If this is really an understanding, it has the notion before it and distinguishes this only and solely by what is in the notion. But if the mark is supposed to be distinct from the notion, then it is a sign or some other determination which belongs to the representation of the thing, not to its notion. What the indistinct notion may be, can be passed over as superfluous. But the adequate notion is something higher. What it really implies is the agreement of the notion with reality, which is not the notion as such but the idea. If the mark of the distinct notion were really supposed to be the determination of the notion itself, logic would find itself in difficulty over the simple notions which, according to another classification, are opposed to compound. For if a true, that is an immanent, mark of the simple notion were to be indicated, we should not be regarding it as simple, but in so far as no mark was given, it would not be a distinct notion. But here, now, the clear notion helps out. Unity, reality, and such like determinations are supposed to be simple notions, probably only because logicians were unable to discover their specific nature and contented themselves with having merely a clear notion of them, that is, no notion at all. Definition, that is, the statement of the notion, in general demands the statement of the genus and the specific difference. Therefore it presents the notion, not as something simple, but in two count-tab_le components. Yet surely no one will for that reason suppose such notion to be a compound. The simple notion seems to suggest abstract simplicity, a unity which does not contain within itself difference and determinateness and which therefore, too, is not the unity that belongs to the notion. In so far as an object is present in ordinary thinking, especially in memory, or even as an abstract thought determination, it can be quite simple. Even the object that is richest in content, such as, for example, spirit, nature, the world, even God, when uncomprehendingly taken up into the simple representation of the equally simple expression, spirit, nature, the world, God, is doubtless something simple at which consciousness can stop short without going on to pick out its peculiar determination or its mark. But the objects of conscious 615 ness should not remain simple, should not remain such representations or abstract thought determinations. On the contrary, they should be comprehended, that is to say, their simplicity should be determined with their inner difference. The compound notion, however, is a contradiction in terms. We can, of course, have a notion of something composite, but a compound notion would be something worse than materialism, which assumes only the substance of the soul to be composite, yet none the less takes thought to be simple. Uneducated reflection first stumbles on the idea of composition, because it is the completely external relation, the worst form in which anything can be considered. Even the lowest natures must be an inner unity. That the form of the untruest existence should be assigned, above all, to the ego, to the notion, that is something we should not have expected and that can only be described as inept and barbarous. Further, notions are divided mainly into contrary and contradictory. If, in our treatment of the notion, we are supposed to state what determinate notions there are, then we must adduce all possible determinations, for all determinations are notions. Consequently determinate notions and all the categories of being as well as all determinations of essence, would have to be adduced under the species of notions. Just as in the textbooks of logic to a greater or lesser degree, according to the whim of the author it is related that there are affirmative, negative, identical, conditional, necessary notions, and so on. As the nature of the notion itself has progressed beyond all such determinations and therefore these, if adduced in connection with the notion, occur out of their proper place, they only admit of superficial definitions and appear at this stage devoid of all interest. At the basis of contrary and contradictory notions, a distinction to which particular attention is paid here, lies the reflective determination of diversity and opposition. They are regarded as two particular species, that is, each as firmly fixed on its own account and indifferent to the other, without any thought of the dialectic and the inner nullity of these differences, as though what is contrary must not equally be determined as contradictory. The nature and the essential transition of the forms of reflection which they express have been considered in their proper place. In the notion, identity has developed into universality, difference into particularity, opposition, / withdraws into the ground, into in. 616. Individuality. In these forms, those categories of reflection are present as they are in their notion. The universal has proved itself to be not only the identical, but at the same time the different or contrary as against the particular and individual, and in addition, also to be opposed to them or contradictory. In this opposition, however, it is identical with them and is their true ground in which they are sublated. The same holds good of particularity and individuality, which are likewise the totality of the determinations of reflection. A further classification of notions is into subordinate and coordinate, a distinction which approaches more closely to the determination of the notion, namely, the relationship of universality and particularity, where these terms, too, have been mentioned in passing. Only it is customary to regard them likewise as completely rigid relationships, and from this point of view to put forward a number of sterile propositions about them. The most prolix discussion on this point concerns again the relation of contrariety and contradiction to subordination and coordination. Since the judgment is the relation of determinate notions, it is only at that stage that the true relationship will come to view. That fashion of comparing these determinations without a thought for their dialectic or for the progressive alteration of their determination, or rather for the conjunction of opposed determinations present in them, makes the whole consideration of what is concordant or not concordant in them as though the concord or discord were something separate and permanent into something merely sterile and meaningless. The great Euler, who displayed an infinitely fertile and acute mind in seizing and combining the deeper relations of algebraic magnitudes, the dry, prosaic Lambert in particular, and others, have attempted to construct a notation for this class of relation between determinations of the notion by lines, figures, and the like, the general intention being to elevate, or rather in fact to degrade, the logical modes of relation to a calculus. The utter futility of even attempting a notation is at once apparent when one compares the nature of the sign and what it is supposed to signify. The determinations of the notion, universality, particularity, and individuality, are certainly diverse, as are lines, or the letters of algebra. Further, they are also opposed, and to this extent would also admit of the signs plus and minus. But they themselves, and 617. Above all their relations, even if one stops at subsumption and inherence, are in their essential nature entirely different from letters and lines and their relationships, the equality or difference of magnitude, the plus and minus, or a superimposition of lines, or their joining to form angles and the dispositions of spaces enclosed by them. It is characteristic of such objects that, in contrast to determinations of the notion, they are mutually external, and have a fixed character. Now when notions are so taken that they correspond to such signs, they cease to be notions. Their determinations are not inert entities like numbers and lines whose relation does not itself belong to them, they are living movements. The distinguished determinateness of the one side is immediately internal to the other side too. What would be a complete contradiction in the case of numbers and lines is essential to the nature of the notion. Higher mathematics, which also goes on to the infinite and allows itself contradictions, can no longer employ its usual signs for representing such determinations. To denote the conception, which is still very far from being a notion of the infinite approximation of two ordinates, or in equating a curve with an infinite number of infinitesimal straight lines, all it does is to draw two straight lines apart from each other and to make the straight lines approach the curve but remain distinct from it. For the infinite, which is here the point of interest, it refers us to pictorial thinking. What has misled logicians into this attempt is primarily the quantitative relationship in which universality, particularity, and individuality are supposed to stand to one another. The universal means, more extensive than the particular and the individual, and the particular means, more extensive than the individual. The notion is the most concrete and richest determination because it is the ground and the totality of the preceding determinations, of the categories of being and of the determinations of reflection. These, therefore, are certainly also present in it. But its nature is completely misunderstood when they are retained in it in their former abstraction, when the wider extent of the universal is taken to mean that it is something more or a greater quantum than the particular and the individual. As absolute ground, it is the possibility of quantity, but equally so of quality, that is, its determinations are just as much qualitatively distinct, therefore they are taken in direct opposition to their truth when they are posited u*. 618. Under the form of quantity alone. Thus, too, the determination of reflection is a correlate in which its opposite has an illusory being, it is not in an external relationship like a quantum. But the notion is more than all this, its determinations are determinate notions, are themselves essentially the totality of all determinations. It is therefore quite inappropriate for the purpose of grasping such an inner totality, to seek to apply numerical and spatial relationships in which all determinations fall asunder. On the contrary, they are the last and worst medium which could be employed. Natural relationships such as renognitism, or color relations, would be infinitely higher and truer symbols for the purpose. Since man has in language a means of designation peculiar to reason, it is an idle fancy to search for a less perfect mode of representation to plague oneself with. It is essentially only spirit that can comprehend the notion as notion, for this is not merely the property of spirit but spirit's pure self. It is futile to seek to fix it by spatial figures and algebraic signs for the purpose of the outer eye and an uncomprehending, mechanical mode of treatment such as a calculus. In fact, anything else which might be supposed to serve as a symbol can at most, like symbols for the nature of God, evoke intimations and echoes of the notion. If, however, one should seriously propose to employ them for expressing and cognizing the notion, then the external nature of all symbols is inadequate to the task. The truth about the relationship is rather the converse, namely, that what in symbols is an echo of a higher determination, is only truly known through the notion and can be approximated to the notion only by separating off the sensuous, unessential part that was meant to express it. See the individual. Individuality, as we have seen, is already posited by particularity. This is determinate universality and therefore self-related determinateness, the determinate determinate. 1. In the first instance, therefore, individuality appears as the reflection of the notion out of its determinateness into itself. It is the self-mediation of the notion in so far as its otherness has made itself into an other again, whereby the notion has reinstated itself as self-identical, but in the determination of absolute negativity. The negative in the universal whereby this is a particular, was 619. Defined above as a twofold illusory being, in so far as the negative is an illusory being within the universal, the particular remains a universal. Through the reference of the illusory being outwards it is a determinate. The return of this side into the universal is twofold, either through abstraction which lets drop the particular and rises to the higher and the highest genus, or else through the individuality to which the universal in the determinateness itself descends. Here is where the false path branches off and abstraction strays from the highway of the notion and forsakes the truth. Its higher and highest universal to which it raises itself is only the surface, which becomes ever more destitute of content. The individuality it despises is the profundity in which the notion seizes itself and is posited as notion. Universality and particularity appeared, on the one hand, as moments of the becoming of individuality. But it has already been shown that they are in themselves the total notion, and consequently in individuality do not pass over into an other, but that in individuality there is only posited what they are in and for themselves. The universal is for itself because it is in its own self absolute mediation. self-reference only as absolute negativity. It is an abstract universal insofar as the sublating is an external act and so a dropping of the determinateness. This negativity, therefore, certainly attaches to the abstract universal, but remains outside as a mere condition of it. It is the abstractive activity itself, which holds its universal away and opposite it and which therefore does not have individuality within itself, and remains destitute of the notion. Life, spirit, God, the pure notion itself, are beyond the grasp of abstraction, because it deprives its products of singularity, of the principle of individuality and personality, and so arrives at nothing else but universalities devoid of life, spirit, color, and filling. Yet the unity of the notion is so indissoluble that even these products of abstraction, though they are supposed to drop individuality, are, on the contrary, individuals themselves. Abstraction raises the concrete into universality, in which, however, the universal is grasped only as a determinate universality, and this is precisely the individuality that has shown itself to be self-related determinateness. Abstraction, therefore, is a sundering of the concrete and an isolating of its determinations. Through it only SI.Engla properties and moments are seized, for its product must contain what it is itself. But the difference between this individu 620 ality of its products and the notion's individuality is that in the former the individual as content and the universal as form, are distinct from one another just because the former is not present as absolute form, as the notion itself, or the latter is not present as the totality of form. However, this more detailed consideration shows that the abstract product itself is a unity of the individual content and the abstract universality, and is therefore a concrete and the opposite of what it aims to be. For the same reason the particular, because it is only the determinate universal, is also an individual, and conversely the individual, because it is the determinate universal, is just as much a particular. If we stick to this abstract determinateness, then the notion has the three particular determinations, the universal, the particular, and the individual, whereas previously we had given only the universal and the particular as the species of the particular. Since individuality is the return of the notion, as negative, into itself, this very return from the abstraction which, strictly speaking, is sublated in the return, can be placed along with the others as an indifferent moment and counted with them. If individuality is reckoned as one of the particular determinations of the notion, then particularity is the totality which embraces them all. Precisely in being this totality it is the concretion of them or individuality itself. But it is also the concrete in accordance with its aspect, noted above, of determinate universality. As such it is the immediate unity in which none of these moments is posited as distinct or as the determinant, and in this form it will constitute the middle term of the formal syllogism. It is self-evident that each determination made in the preceding exposition of the notion has immediately dissolved itself and lost itself in its other. Each distinction is confounded in the very attempt to isolate and fix it. Only mere representational thinking, for which abstraction has isolated them, is capable of holding the universal, particular, and individual rigidly apart. In this way they can be counted, and for a further distinction such thinking holds to the completely external one of being, namely, quantity, which is nowhere less appropriate than here. In individuality, the TIUE relationship mentioned above, the inseparability of the notion's determinations is posited, for as negation of the negation it contains their opposition and at the same time contains it in its ground or unity, the affected coincidence of each with its other. As this 621. Reflection is in its very own nature universality. It is essentially the negativity of the notion's determinations, but not merely as if it were a third something distinct from them. On the contrary, it is now posited that posited being is being in and for itself, that is, that each of the determinations pertaining to the difference is itself the totality. The return of the determinate notion into itself means that it has the determination of being, in its determinateness, the whole notion. 2. But individuality is not only the return of the notion into itself, but immediately its loss. Through individuality, where the notion is internal to itself, it becomes external to itself and enters into actuality. Abstraction, which, as the soul of individuality is the relation of the negative to the negative, is, as we have shown, not something external to the universal and the particular but immanent in them, and through it they are a concrete, a content, an individual. But as this negativity, individuality is the determinateness, is differentiation as such, through this reflection of the difference into itself, the difference becomes fixed. It is only through individuality that the determining of the particular is effected, for individuality is that abstraction which, simply as individuality, is now posited abstraction. The individual, therefore, as self-related negativity is the immediate identity of the negative with itself, it is a being for self. Or it is the abstraction that determines the notion according to its ideal moment of being as an immediate. In this way, the individual is a qualitative one or a this. With this quality it is first, repulsion of itself from itself, whereby the many other ones are presupposed. Secondly, it is now a negative relation towards these presupposed others, and the individual is in so far exclusive. Universality, when related to these individuals as indifferent ones and related to them, it must be because it is a moment of the notion of individuality as merely their common element. When one understands by the universal, what is common to several individuals, one is starting from the indifferent subsistence of these individuals and confounding the immediacy of being with the determination of the notion. The lowest conception one can have of the universal in its connection with the individual is this external relation of it as merely a common element. The individual, which in the sphere of reflection exists as a this, does not have the exclusive relation to another one which belongs. 622. To qualitative being for self. This, as the one reflected into itself, is for itself and without repulsion, or repulsion in this reflection is one with abstraction and is the reflecting mediation which attaches to the this in such wise that the this is a posited immediacy pointed out by someone external to it. The this is, it is immediate, but it is only this in so far as it is pointed out. The pointing out is the reflecting movement which collects itself inwardly and posits immediacy, but as a self-external immediacy. Now the individual is certainly a this, as the immediate restored out of mediation, but it does not have the mediation outside it. It is itself a repelling separation, posited abstraction, yet in its very act of separating, it is a positive relation. This act of abstraction by the individual, being the reflection of the difference into itself, is first a positing of the differentiated moments as self-subsistent and reflected into self. They immediately are, but further, this sundering is reflection as such, the illusory being of the one in the other, thus they stand in essential relation. Further, the individuals are not merely inertly present in relation to one another, such plurality belongs to being. The individuality, in positing itself as determinate, posits itself not in an external difference but in the difference of the notion. It therefore excludes the universal from itself, yet since this is a moment ot individuality, the universal is equally essentially related to it. The notion, as this relation of its self-subsistent determinations, has lost itself, for as such it is no longer their posited unity, and they are no longer present as moments, as the illusory being, of the notion, but as subsistent in and for themselves. As individuality, the notion in its determinateness returns into itself, and therewith the determinate moment has itself become a totality. Its return into itself is therefore the absolute, original partition of itself, or, in other words, it is posited as judgment. Chapter 2. The judgment is the determinateness of the notion posited in the notion itself. The notion's determinations, or what we have seen to be the same thing, the determinate notions, have already been considered on their own, but this consideration was more a subjective reflection or subjective abstraction. But the notion is itself this abstractive process, the opposing of its determinations is its own determining activity. The judgment is this positing of the determinate notions by the notion itself. Judging is thus another function than comprehension, or rather it is the other function of the notion as the determining of the notion by itself, and the further progress of the judgment into the diversity of judgments is the progressive determination of the notion. What kinds of determinate notions there are, and how these determinations of the notion are arrived at, has to reveal itself in the judgment. The judgment can therefore be called the proximate realization of the notion, inasmuch as reality denotes in general entry into existence as a determinate being. More precisely, the nature of this realization has presented itself in such a manner that, on the one hand, the moments of the notion through its reflection into self or its individuality are self-subsistent totalities, while on the other hand the unity of the notion is their relation. The determinations reflected into themselves are determinate totalities, no less essentially in their indifferent and disconnected subsistence as through their reciprocal mediation with one another. The determining itself is only totality in that it contains these totalities and their connection. This totality is the judgment. It contains, therefore, first, the two self-subsistents which are called subject and predicate. What each is cannot yet really be said, they are still indeterminate, for it is only through the judgment that they are to be determined. The judgment, being the notion as determinate, the only distinction present is the general one that the judgment contains the determinate notion over against the still indeterminate notion. The subject can therefore, in the first 624 instance, be taken in relation to the predicate as the individual over against the universal, or even as the particular over against the universal, or as the individual over against the particular. So far, they confront each other only in general, as the more determinate and the more universal. It is therefore appropriate and necessary to have these names, subject and predicate for the determinations of the judgment. As names, they are something indeterminate that still awaits its determination, and are, therefore, no more than names. It is partly for this reason that the notion determinations themselves could not be used for the two sides of the judgment, but a stronger reason is because the nature of the notion determination is emphatically to be, not something abstract and fixed, but to have and to posit its opposite within it, since the sides of the judgment are themselves notions and therefore the totality of its determinations. Each side must run through all these determinations and exhibit them within itself, whether in abstract or concrete form. Now, in order to fix the sides of the judgment in a general way when their determination is altered, those names are most serviceable which remain the same throughout the alteration. The name, however, stands over against the matter in hand or the notion. This distinction presents itself in the judgment as such. Now the subject is in general the determinate, and is therefore more that which immediately is, whereas the predicate expresses the universal, the essential nature or the notion. Therefore the subject as such is, in the first instance, only a kind of name, for what it is first enunciated by the predicate which contains being in the sense of the notion. In the question, what is this? Or, what kind of a plant is this? What is often understood by the being inquired after, is merely the name, and when this is learned one is satisfied and now knows what the thing is. This is being in the sense of the subject. But the notion, or at least the essence and the universal in general, is first given by the predicate, and it is this that is asked for in the sense of the judgment. Consequently, God, spirit, nature, or whatever it may be, is as the subject of a judgment at first only the name. What such a subject is as regards its notion is first enunciated in the predicate. When inquiry is made as to the kind of predicate belonging to such subject, the act of judgment necessarily implies an underlying notion. But this notion is first enunciated by the predicate itself. Properly speaking, therefore, it is the mere general idea that constitutes the presupposed meaning of the subject and that leads to the naming of it, and in doing this it is contingent and a historical fact, what is, or is not, to be understood by a name. So many disputes about whether a predicate does or does not belong to a certain subject are therefore nothing more than verbal disputes, because they start from the form above mentioned. What lies at the base is so far nothing more than the name. We have now to examine, secondly, how the relation of subject and predicate in the judgment is determined and how subject and predicate themselves are at first determined through this very relation. The judgment has in general for its sides totalities which to begin with are essentially self-subsistent. The unity of the notion is, therefore, at first only a relation of self-subsistence, not as yet the concrete and pregnant unity that has returned into itself from this reality, but only a unity outside which the self-subsistent sides persist as extremes that are not sublated in it. Now consideration of the judgment can begin from the original unity of the notion, or from the self-subsistence of the extremes. The judgment is the self-diremption of the notion. This unity is, therefore, the ground from which the consideration of the judgment in accordance with its true objectivity begins. It is thus the original division of what is originally one, thus the word Urteil refers to what judgment is in and for itself. But regarded from the side of externality, the notion is present in the judgment as appearance, since its moments therein attain self-subsistence, and it is on this external side that ordinary thinking tends to fasten. From this subjective standpoint, then, subject and predicate are considered to be complete, each on its own account, apart from the other, the subject as an object that would exist even if it did not possess this predicate, the predicate as a universal determination that would exist even if it did not belong to the subject. From this standpoint, the act of judgment involves the reflection, whether this or that predicate which is in someone's head can and should be attached to the object which exists on its own account outside. The very act of judging consists in this, that only through it is a predicate combined with the subject, so that, if this combination did not take place, each on its own would still remain what it is, the 626. Latter an existent object, the former an idea in someone's head. The predicate which is attached to the subject should, however, also belong to it, that is, be in and for itself identical with it. Through this significance of attachment, the subjective meaning of judgment and the indifferent, outer subsistence of subject and predicate are sublated again. This action is good. The copula indicates that the predicate belongs to the being of the subject and is not merely externally combined with it. In the grammatical sense, that subjective relationship in which one starts from the indifferent externality of the subject and predicate has its complete validity, for it is words that are here externally combined. We may take this opportunity of remarking, too, that though a proposition has a subject and predicate in the grammatical sense, this does not make it a judgment. The latter requires that the predicate be related to the subject as one notion determination to another, and therefore as a universal to a particular or individual. If a statement about a particular subject only enunciates something individual, then this is a mere proposition. For example, Aristotle died at the age of 73, in the 4th year of the 115th Olympiad, is a mere proposition, not a judgment. It would partake of the nature of a judgment only if doubt had been thrown on one of the circumstances, the date of the death, or the age of that philosopher, and the given figures had been asserted on the strength of some reason or other. In that case, these figures would be taken as something universal, as time that still subsists apart from this particular content of the death of Aristotle, whether as time filled with some other content, or even as empty time. Similarly, the news that my friend N has died is a proposition, and it would be a judgment only if there were a question whether he was really dead or only in a state of catalepsy. In the usual way of defining the judgment we may indeed accept the indeterminate expression connection for the external copula, as also that the connected terms are at least supposed to be notions. But in other respects this definition is superficial in the extreme, not only, for example, that in the disjunctive judgment more than two so-called notions are connected, but rather that the definition is far better than its subject matter, for it is not notions at all that are meant, hardly determinations of the notion, but really only determinations of representational thought. It was remarked in connection with the notion in general and the deter. 627. Menate notion, that what is usually so named by no means deserves the name of notion. Where then should notions come from in the case of the judgment? Above all, in this definition the essential feature of the judgment, namely, the difference of its determinations, is passed over, still less does it take into account the relationship of the judgment to the notion. As regards the further determination of the subject and predicate, we have remarked that it is really in the judgment first that they have to receive their determination. Since the judgment is the posited determinateness of the notion, this determinateness possesses the said differences immediately and abstractly as individuality and universality. But in so far as the judgment is in general the determinate being or otherness of the notion which has not yet restored itself to the unity whereby it is as notion, there emerges also the determinateness which is notionless, the opposition of being and reflection or the in itself. But since the notion constitutes the essential ground of the judgment, these determinations are at least indifferent to the extent that when one belongs to the subject and the other to the predicate, the converse relationship equally holds good. The subject as the individual appears, in the first instance, as that which simply is or is for itself in accordance with the specific determinateness of the individual as an actual object, even though it be only an object in representational thought, as for example bravery, right, agreement, etc., on which judgment is being made. The predicate, on the other hand, as the universal, appears as this reflection on the object, or rather as the object's reflection into itself, which goes beyond that immediacy and sublates the determinatenesses in their form of mere being, that is, it is the object's in itself. In this way, one starts from the individual as the first, the immediate, and it is raised by the judgment into universality, just as, conversely, the universal that is only in itself descends in the individual into determinate being or becomes a being that is for itself. This signification of the judgment is to be taken as its objective meaning, and at the same time as the truth of the earlier forms of the transition. In the sphere of being, the object becomes an others itself, the finite perishes or goes under in the infinite. In the sphere of existence, the object issues from its ground into appearance and falls to the ground, the accident manifests the wealth of substance as 628. Well as its power, in being, there is transition into an other, in essence, reflected being in an other by which the necessary relation is revealed. This movement of transition and reflection has now passed over into the original partition of the notion which, while bringing back the individual to the in itself of its universality, equally determines the universal as something actual. These two acts are one and the same process in which individuality is posited in its reflection into self, and the universal as determinate. But now this objective signification equally implies that the said differences, in reappearing in the determinateness of the notion, are at the same time posited only as appearances, that is, that they are not anything fixed, but apply just as much to the one notion determination as to the other. The subject is, therefore, just as much to be taken as the in itself, and the predicate, on the other hand, as determinate being. The subject without predicate is what the thing without qualities, the thing in itself is in the sphere of appearance an empty, indeterminate ground. As such, it is the notion enclosed within itself, which only receives a differentiation and determinateness in the predicate. The predicate therefore constitutes the side of the determinate being of the subject. Through this determinate universality the subject stands in relation to an externality, is open to the influence of other things and thereby becomes actively opposed to them. What is there comes forth from its being within self and enters into the universal element of connection and relationship, into the negative connections and the interplay of actuality, which is a continuation of the individual into other individuals and therefore universality. The identity just demonstrated, namely, that the determination of the subject equally applies to the predicate and vice versa, is not, however, something only for us. It is not merely in itself, but is also posited in the judgment, for the judgment is the connection of the two. The copula expresses that the subject is the predicate. The subject is the specific determinateness, and the predicate is this posited determinateness of the subject. The subject is determined only in its predicate, or, only in the predicate is it a subject. In the predicate it has returned into itself and is therein the universal. Now insofar as the subject is the self-subsistent, this identity has the relationship that the predicate does not possess a self-subsistence of its own, but has its subsistence only in the subject. It 629. Inheres in the subject. Since the predicate is thus distinct from the subject, it is only an isolated determinateness of the latter, only one of its properties, while the subject itself is the concrete, the totality of manifold determinatenesses. Just as the predicate contains one, it is the universal. But on the other hand the predicate, too, is a self-subsistent universality and the subject, conversely, only a determination of it. Looked at this way, the predicate subsumes the subject. Individuality and particularity are not for themselves, but have their essence and substance in the universal. The predicate expresses the subject in its notion, the individual and the particular are contingent determinations in the subject, it is their absolute possibility. When in the case of subsumption one thinks of an external connection of subject and predicate and the subject is conceived of as a self-subsistent something, the subsumption refers to the subjective act of judgment above mentioned in which one starts from the self-subsistence of both subject and predicate. From this standpoint subsumption is only the application of the universal to a particular or an individual, which is placed under the universal in accordance with a vague idea that it is of inferior quality. When the identity of subject and predicate are so taken that at one time one notion determination applies to the former and the other to the latter, and at another time the converse equally holds good, then the identity is as yet still only an implicit one. On account of the self-subsistent diversity of the two sides of the judgment, they posited unity also has these two sides, in the first instance as different. But differenceless identity really constitutes the true relation of the subject to the predicate. The notion determination is itself essentially relation, for it is a universal, therefore the same determinations possessed by the subject and predicate are also possessed by their relation itself. The relation is universal, for it is the positive identity of the two, of subject and predicate, but it is also determinate, for the determinateness of the predicate is that of the subject. Further, it is also individual, for in it the self-subsistent extremes are sublated as in their negative unity. However, in the judgment this identity is not as yet posited, the copula is present as the still indeterminate relation of being as such, A is B, for in the judgment, the self-subsistence of the notion determinatenesses or the extremes, is the reality which the notion has within it. If these of the copula were already 630 posited as the above determinate and pregnant unity of subject and predicate, as their notion, it would already be the syllogism. To restore this identity of the notion, or rather to posit it, is the goal of the movement of the judgment. What is already present in the judgment is, on the one hand, the self-subsistence of subject and predicate, but also their mutually opposed determinateness, and on the other hand their none the less abstract relation. What the judgment enunciates to start with is that the subject is the predicate, but since the predicate is supposed not to be what the subject is, we are faced with a contradiction which must resolve itself, pass over into a result. Or rather, since subject and predicate are in and for themselves the totality of the notion, and the judgment is the reality of the notion, its forward movement is only a development, there is already present in it what comes forth from it, so that proof is merely an exposition, a reflection as a positing of that which is already present in the extremes of the judgment, but even this positing itself is already present, it is the relation of the extremes. The judgment in its immediacy is in the first instance the judgment of existence, its subject is immediately an abstract individual which simply is, and the predicate is an immediate determinateness or property of the subject, an abstract universal. This qualitative character of subject and predicate being sublated, the determination of the one is reflected, to begin with, in the other, the judgment is now, secondly, the judgment of reflection. But this more external conjunction passes over into the essential identity of a substantial, necessary connection, as such it is, thirdly, the judgment of necessity. Fourthly, since in this essential identity the difference of subject and predicate has become a form, the judgment becomes subjective, it contains the opposition of the notion and its reality and the equation of the two, it is the judgment of the notion. This emergence of the notion establishes the transition of the judgment into the syllogism. A. The judgment of existence. In the subjective judgment we want to see one and the same object double, first in its individual actuality, and then in its essence. 631. Tile identity, or in its notion, the individual raised into its universality, or, what is the same thing, the universal individualized into its actuality. In this way the judgment is truth, for it is the agreement of the notion and reality. But this is not the nature of the judgment at first, for at first it is immediate, since as yet no reflection and movement of the determinations has appeared in it. This immediacy makes the first judgment adjudgment of existence. It can also be called the qualitative judgment, but only in so far as quality does not apply only to the determinateness of being but also includes the abstract universality which, on account of its simplicity, likewise has the form of immediacy. The judgment of existence is also the judgment of inherence, because it is in the form of immediacy, and because the subject as distinguished from the predicate is the immediate, and consequently the primary and essential feature in a judgment of this kind. The predicate has the form of a non-self-subsistent determination that has its foundation in the subject. The positive judgment 1. The subject and predicate, as we have remarked, are in the first instance names, which only receive their actual determination through the course of the judgment. However, as sides of the judgment, which is the posited determinate notion, they have the determination of moments of the notion, but by virtue of their immediacy, the determination is still quite simple, for it is not enriched by mediation, and also, in accordance with the abstract opposition, it is determined as abstract individuality and universal ity. The predicate, to speak of this first, is the abstract universal, since this abstract is conditioned by the mediation in which the individual or particular is sublated. This mediation is so far only presupposition. In the sphere of the notion there can be no other immediacy than one in which mediation is essentially and explicitly a moment and which has come to be only through the sublating of that mediation, that is, the immediacy of the universal. Thus even qualitative being, too, is in its notion a universal, but as being, the immediacy is not yet so posited. It is only as universality that it is the notion determination in which is posited the fact that negativity essentially belongs to it. This relation is given in the judgment in which it is the predicate of a subject. Similarly, the subject is an abstract individual, or the immediate that is supposed. 632. To be as such, and therefore the individual as a something in general. Thus the subject constitutes the abstract side of the judgment according to which the notion has in it passed over into externality. As the two notion determinations are determined, so also is their relation, the is or copula. It too can only have the significance of an immediate, abstract being. On account of the relation which as yet contains no mediation or negation, this judgment is called the positive. 2. The immediate pure enunciation of the positive judgment is, therefore, the proposition, the individual is universal. This enunciation must not be put in the form, A is B, for A and B are entirely formless and consequently meaningless names. The judgment as such, however, and therefore even the judgment of existence, has notion determinations for its extremes. A is B can represent any mere proposition just as well as a judgment. But in every judgment, even in those with a more richly determined form, there is asserted the proposition having this specific content: the individual is universal, inasmuch, namely, as every judgment is also in general an abstract judgment. With the negative judgment, how far it likewise comes under this expression, we shall deal presently. If no heed is given to the fact that in every judgment, at least, to begin with, every positive judgment, the assertion is made that the individual is a universal, this is partly because the determinate form whereby subject and predicate are distinguished is overlooked, the judgment being supposed to be nothing but the relation of two notions, and partly, probably, because the rest of the content of the judgment, Gaius is learned, or the rose is red, floats before the mind which is busy with the representation of Gaius, etc., and does not reflect on the form, although such content, at least as the logical Gaius who has usually to be dragged in as an example, is a much less interesting content and, indeed, is expressly chosen as uninteresting in order not to divert attention from the form to itself. In its objective signification, the proposition that the individual is universal connotes, as we previously had occasion to remark, on the one hand the perishableness of individual things, and on the other hand their positive subsistence in the notion as such. The notion itself is imperishable, but that which comes forth from it in its partition is subject to alteration and to return into its universal nature. But conversely, the universal gives itself a 633 determinate being. Just as essence issues into a reflected being in its determinations, ground into the manifestation of existence, and substance into the revelation of itself, into its accidents, so the universal resolves itself into the individual, and the judgment is this explication of the universal, the development of the negativity which it already is in itself. The latter fact is enunciated by the converse proposition, the universal is individual, which is equally enunciated in the positive judgment. The subject, which in the first instance is the immediate individual, is related in the judgment itself to its other, namely, the universal, consequently it is posited as the concrete, in the sphere of being as a something of many qualities, or as the concrete of reflection, a thing of manifold properties, an actuality of manifold possibilities, a substance of such and such accidents. Since these manifold determinations here belong to the subject, the something or the thing, etc., is reflected into itself in its qualities, properties, or accidents, or it continues itself through them, maintaining itself in them and equally them in itself. The positedness or determinateness belongs to the being in and for self. The subject is, therefore, in its own self the universal. The predicate, on the other hand, as this universality which is not real or concrete but abstract, is, in contrast to the subject, the determinateness and contains only one moment of the subject's totality to the exclusion of the others. By virtue of this negativity which, as an extreme of the judgment, is at the same time self-related, the predicate is an abstract individual. For example, in the proposition, the rose is fragrant, the predicate enunciates only one of the many properties of the rose, it singles out this particular one which, in the subject, is a concrescence with the others, just as in the dissolution of the thing, the manifold properties which inhere in it, in acquiring self-subsistence as matters, become individualized. From this side, then, the proposition of the judgment runs thus, the universal is individual. In bringing together this reciprocal determination of subject and predicate in the judgment, we get a twofold result. First, that immediately the subject is, indeed, something that simply is, an individual, while the predicate is the universal. But because the judgment is the relation of the two, and the subject is determined by the predicate as a universal, the subject is the universal. Secondly, the predicate is determined in the subject, for it is not a 634 determination in general, but of the subject. In the Propo 1t10n, the rose is fragrant, this fragrance is not any indeterminate fragrance, but that of the rose, the predicate is therefore an individual. Now since subject and predicate stand in the relationship of the judgment, they have to remain mutually opposed as determinations of the notion, just as in the reciprocity of causality, before it attains its truth, the two sides have to retain their self-subsistence and mutual opposition in face of the sameness of their determination. When, therefore, the subject is determined as a universal, we must not take the predicate also in its determination of universally, else we should not have a judgment but only in its determination of individuality. Similarly, when the subject is determined as an individual, the predicate is to be taken as a universal. Reflection on the above mere identity yields the two identical propositions, the individual is individual, the universal is universal, in which the sides of the judgment would have fallen completely asunder and only their self-relation would be expressed, while their relation to one another would be dissolved and the judgment consequently sublated. Of the two original propositions, 1, the universal is individual, enunciates the judgment in respect of its content, which in the predicate is a singled-out determination, while in the subject it is the totality of them. The other, the individual is universal, enunciates the form which is stated immediately high the proposition itself. In the immediate positive judgment the extremes are still simple, form and content are, therefore, still united. In other words, it does not consist of two propositions. The twofold relation which we found in it directly constitutes the one positive judgment. For its extremes appear as self-subsistent, abstract sides of the judgment, and each side is determined by the other, by virtue of the copula connecting them. But for that very reason, the difference of form and content is implicit in it, as we have seen, to wit, what is implied in the first proposition, the individual is universal, pertains to the form, because it expresses the immediate determinateness of the judgment. On the other hand, the relationship expressed by the other proposition, the universal is individual, that is to say, that the subject is determined as universal, but the predicate as particular. 635. Or individual concerns the content, for the sides of the judgment arise only through the reflection into self whereby the immediate determinatenesses are sublated, with the result that the form converts itself into an identity that has withdrawn into itself and persists in opposition to the distinction of form, that is, it converts itself into content. 3. Now if the two propositions, the one of form and the other of content, subject predicate the individual is universal the universal is individual, were, because they are contained in the one positive judgment, to be united, so that both subject and predicate alike were determined as unity of individuality and universality, then both subject and predicate would be the particular, and this must be recognized as implicitly their inner determination. Only, on the one hand, this combination would only have been effected by an external reflection, and, on the other hand, the resultant proposition, the particular is the particular, would no longer be a judgment, but an empty identical proposition like those already derived from the positive judgment, namely, the individual is individual, and the universal is universal. Individuality and universality cannot yet be united into particularity, because in the positive judgment they are still posited as immediate. In other words, the judgment must still be distinguished in respect of its form and content, just because subject and predicate are still distinguished as immediacy and something mediated, or because the judgment, according to its relation, is both self-subsistence of the related sides and also their reciprocal determination or mediation. First, then, the judgment considered in respect of its form asserts that the individual is universal. But the truth is that such an immediate individual is not universal, its predicate is of wider scope and therefore does not correspond to it. The subject is an immediate being for self and therefore the opposite of that abstraction, of that universality posited through mediation, which was supposed to be predicated of it. Secondly, when the judgment is considered in respect of its content, or as the proposition, the universal is individual, the subject is a universal of qualities, a concrete that is infinitely determined. 636. And since its determinatenesses are as yet only qualities, properties, or accidents, its totality is the spuriously infinite plurality of them. Such a subject therefore is, on the contrary, not a single property such as its predicate enunciates. Both propositions, therefore, must be denied and the positive judgment must be posited rather as negative. The negative judgment X. We have already referred above to the prevalent idea that it depends merely on the content of the judgment whether it be true or not, since logical truth concerns only the form and demands only that the said content shall not contradict itself. The form of the judgment is taken to be nothing more than the relation of two notions. But we have seen that these two notions do not have merely the relationless character of a sum, but are related to one another as individual and universal. These determinations constitute the truly logical content, and, be it noted, constitute in this abstraction the content of the positive judgment. All other content that appears in a judgment does not concern the judgment as such, the judgment merely enunciates that the subject is predicate, or, more definitely, since these are only names, that the individual is universal and vice versa. By virtue of this purely logical content, the positive judgment is not true, but has its truth in the negative judgment. All that is demanded of the content is that it shall not contradict itself in the judgment, but as has been shown it does contradict itself in the above judgment. It is, however, a matter of complete indifference if the above logical content is also called form, and by content is understood merely the remaining empirical filling. In that case, the form does not imply merely an empty identity, the determinate content lying outside it. The positive judgment has, then, through its form as positive judgment no truth. Whoever gives the name of truth to the correctness of an intuition or perception, or to the agreement of the picture thought with the object, at any rate has no expression left for that which is the subject matter and aim of philosophy. We should at least have to call the latter the truth of reason, and it will surely be granted that judgments such as, Cicero was a great orator, and, it is day now, and so on, are not truths of reason. But they are not such not because they have, as it were contingently. 637. An empirical content, but because they are merely positive judgments that can have and are supposed to have no other content than an immediate individual and an abstract determination. The positive judgment has its proximate truth in the negative. The individual is not abstractly universal but on the contrary, the predicate of the individual, because it is such a predicate or taking it by itself apart from its relation to the subject because it is an abstract universal, is itself determinate. The individual is, therefore, in the first instance a particular. Further, in accordance with the other proposition contained in the positive judgment, the negative judgment asserts that the universal is not abstractly individual, but on the contrary, this predicate, just because it is a predicate, or because it stands in relation to a universal subject, is something wider than a mere individuality, and the universal is therefore likewise in the first instance a particular. Since this universal, as subject, is itself in the judgment determination of individuality, the two propositions reduce to one, the individual is a particular. We may remark that here the predicate proves to be in the determination of particularity of which we have already made mention, but here it is not posited by external reflection, but has arisen by means of the negative relation exhibited by the judgment. This determination here results only for the predicate. In the immediate judgment, the judgment of existence, the subject is the underlying basis, the determination seems therefore to run its course at first in the predicate. But as a matter of fact this first negation cannot as yet be a determination, or strictly speaking a positing of the individual, for the individual is the second negation, the negative of the negative. The individual is a particular, is the positive expression of the negative judgment. This expression is not itself a positive judgment, for the latter, by reason of its immediacy, has only abstractions for its extremes, while the particular, precisely through the positing of the relation of the judgment presents itself as the first mediated determination. But this determination is not to be taken only as moment of the extreme, but also as it really is in the first instance as determination of the relation. In other words, the judgment is to be regarded also as negative. This transition is based on the relationship of the extremes and their connection generally in the judgment. The positive judgment. 638. Is the relation of the immediately individual and universal, therefore the relation of things, one of which at the same time is not what the other is, the relation is, therefore, no less essentially separation or negative. That is why the positive judgment had to be posited as negative. It was, therefore, unnecessary for logicians to make such a fuss over the knot of the negative judgment being attached to the copula. In the judgment, what is determination of the extreme is no less a determinate relation. The judgment's determination, or the extreme, is not the purely qualitative determination of immediate being which is supposed to confront only an other outside it. Nor is it determination of reflection, which, in accordance with its general form, has a positive and negative bearing, each being posited as exclusive, and only implicitly identical with the other. The judgment's determination, as determination of the notion, is in its own self a universal, posited as continuing itself into its other determinations. Conversely, the relation of the judgment is the same determination as that possessed by the extremes, for it is just this universality and continuation of them into one another. In so far as these are distinguished, the relation also has negativity in it. The above stated transition from the form of the relation to the form of the determination has for its immediate consequence that the not of the copula must no less be attached to the predicate and the predicate determined as the not universal. But by an equally immediate consequence the not universal is the particular. If we stick to the negative in the completely abstract determination of immediate not being, then the predicate is only the completely indeterminate not universal. This determination is commonly treated in logic in connection with contradictory notions, and it is inculcated as a matter of importance that in the negative of a notion one is to stick to the negative only, and it is to be regarded as the merely indeterminate extent of the other of the positive notion. Thus the mere not white would be just as much red, yellow, blue, etc., as black. But white as such is a notionless determination of intuition. The not of white is then equally notionless not being, an abstraction that has been considered at the very beginning of the logic, where we learned that its proximate truth is becoming. To employ as examples, when treating of the terms of the judgment, such notionless contents drawn from intuition and pictorial thinking, and to take determinations of being and reflection for 639. Terms of the judgment, is the same uncritical procedure as the Kantian application of the notions of the understanding to the infinite idea of reason or the so-called thing in itself. The notion, which also includes the judgment that proceeds from it, is the veritable thing in itself or the rational. Those other determinations, however, are proper to being or essence and have not yet been developed into forms which exhibit them as they are in their truth, in the notion. If we stop at white and red as sensuous images, we are giving, as is commonly done, the name of notion to what is only a determination of pictorial thinking. In that case the not white and not red are of course not positive predicates, just as also the not triangular is something completely indeterminate, for a determination based on number and quantum is essentially indifferent and notionless. But this kind of sensuous content, like not being itself, must be conceptually grasped and must lose that indifference and abstract immediacy which it has in blind, static, pictorial thinking. Already in determinate being, the meaningless nothing becomes the limit, through which something does, after all, relate to an other outside it. But in reflection, it is the negative that essentially relates to a positive and hence is determinate. A negative is already no longer that indeterminate not being, it is posited as existing only in so far as the positive is its counterpart, the third member of the triad being their ground. The negative is thus confined within an enclosed sphere in which, what the one is not, is something determinate. But more than this, in the absolutely fluid continuity of the notion and its determinations the not is immediately a positive, and the negation is not merely a determinateness but is taken up into the universality and posited as identical with it. The not universal is therefore immediately the particular. 2. Since the negation affects the relation of the judgment, and we are dealing with the negative judgment still as such, it is in the first place still a judgment. Consequently we have here the relationship of subject and predicate, or of individuality and universality, and their relation, the form of the judgment. The subject as the immediate which forms the basis remains unaffected by the negation, it therefore retains its determination of having a predicate, or its relation to the universality. What is negated, therefore, is not the universality as such in the predicate, but the abstraction or determinateness of the latter which appeared as content in contrast to that universality. Thus the negative judge. 640. Meant is not total negation, the universal sphere which contains the predicate still subsists, and therefore the relation of the subject to the predicate is essentially still positive. The still remaining determination of the predicate is just as much a relation. If, for example, it is said that the rose is not red, it is only the determinateness of the predicate that is negated and separated from the universality which likewise belongs to it. The universal sphere, color, is preserved. In saying that the rose is not red, it is assumed that it has a color, but a different one. In respect of this universal sphere, the judgment is still positive. The individual is a particular. This positive form of the negative judgment enunciates immediately that the particular contains universality. But in addition, it also expresses that the predicate is not merely a universal but also a determinate universal. The negative form implies the same, for though, for example, the rose is not red, it must not merely retain the universal sphere of color for predicate but must also have some other specific color. Thus it is only the single determinateness of red that is negated, and not only is the universal sphere left but determinateness, too, is preserved, though converted into an indeterminate or general determinateness, that is, into particularity. 3. The particularity which we have found to be the positive determination of the negative judgment is the mediating term between individuality and universality. Thus the negative judgment is now, in general, the mediating term leading to the third step, to the reflection of the judgment of existence into itself. It is, in its objective significance, merely the moment of alteration of the accidents or, in the sphere of existence, of the isolated properties of the concrete. Through this alteration the complete determinateness of the predicate, or the concrete, emerges as posited. The individual is particular, according to the positive enunciation of the negative judgment. But the individual is also not a particular, for particularity is of wider extent than individuality. It is therefore a predicate that does not correspond to the subject, and in which, therefore, it does not yet possess its truth. The individual is only an individual, the negativity that relates not to an other whether positive or negative, but only to itself. The rose is not a thing of some color or other, but has only the specific color that is rose color. The individual is not an undetermined determinate, but the determined determinate. 641. Starting from this positive form of the negative judgment, this negation of it appears again as only a first negation. But it is not so. On the contrary, the negative judgment is already in and for itself the second negation or the negation of the negation, and what it is in and for itself must be posited. That is to say, it negates the determinateness of the predicate of the positive judgment, the predicate's abstract universality, or, regarded as content, the single quality which the predicate contains of the subject. But the negation of the determinateness is already the second negation, and therefore the infinite return of individuality into itself. With this, therefore, the restoration of the concrete totality has been achieved, or rather, the subject is now for the first time posited as an individual, for through negation and the sublating of the negation it is mediated with itself. The predicate, too, on its side, has herewith passed over from the first universality to absolute determinateness and has equated itself with the subject. Thus the judgment runs, the individual is individual. From the other side, inasmuch as the subject was equally to be taken as universal, and as the predicate widened itself in the negative judgment into particularity, and as now, further, the negation of this determinateness is no less the purification of the universality contained in the predicate, this judgment also runs, the universal is the universal. In these two judgments, which we had previously reached by external reflection, the predicate is already expressed in its positivity. But first, the negation of the negative judgment must itself appear in the form of a negative judgment. We saw that in it there still remained a positive relation of the subject to the predicate, and the universal sphere of the latter. From this side, therefore, the negative contained a universality more purged of limitation than the positive judgment, and for that reason must be all the more negated of the subject as an individual. In this manner, the whole extent of the predicate is negated and there is no longer any positive relation between it and the subject. This is the infinite judgment. The infinite judgment, the negative judgment, is as little a true judgment as the positive. But the infinite judgment which is supposed to be its truth is, x. 642. According to its negative expression, negatively infinite, a judgment in which even the form of judgment is set aside. But this is a nonsensical judgment. It is supposed to be a judgment, and consequently to contain a relation of subject and predicate, yet at the same time such a relation is supposed not to be in it. Though the name of the infinite judgment usually appears in the ordinary logics, it is not altogether clear what its nature really is. Examples of negatively infinite judgments are easily obtained. Determinations are negatively connected as subject and predicate, one of which not only does not include the determinateness of the other but does not even contain its universal sphere. Thus, for example, spirit is not red, yellow, etc., is not acid, not alkaline, etc., the rose is not an elephant, the understanding is not a table, and the like. These judgments are correct or true, as the expression goes, but in spite of such truth they are nonsensical and absurd. Or rather, they are not judgments at all. A more realistic example of the infinite judgment is the evil action. In civil litigation, something is negated only as the property of the other party, it being conceded that it should be theirs if they had the right to it, and it is only the title of right that is in dispute. The universal sphere of right is therefore recognized and maintained in that negative judgment. But crime is the infinite judgment which negates not merely the particular right, but the universal sphere as well, negates right as right. This infinite judgment does indeed possess correctness, since it is an actual deed, but it is nonsensical because it is related purely negatively to morality which constitutes its universal sphere. The positive moment of the infinite judgment, of the negation, is the reflection of individuality into itself, whereby it is posited for the first time as a determinate determinateness. According to that reflection, the expression of the judgment was, the individual is individual. In the judgment of existence, the subject appears as an immediate individual and consequently rather as a mere something in general. It is through the mediation of the negative and infinite judgments that it is for the first time posited as an individual. The individual is hereby posited as continuing itself into its predicate, which is identical with it. Consequently, too, the universality no longer appears as immediate but as a comprehension of distinct terms. The positively infinite judgment equally runs. 643. The universal is universal, and as such is equally posited as the return into itself. Now through this reflection of the terms of the judgment into themselves the judgment has sublated itself. In the negatively infinite judgment the difference is, so to speak, too great for it to remain a judgment. The subject and predicate have no positive relation whatever to each other. In the positively infinite judgment, on the contrary, only identity is present, and owing to the complete lack of difference it is no longer a judgment. More precisely, it is the judgment of existence that has sublated itself. Hereby there is posited what the copula of the judgment contains, namely, that the qualitative extremes are sublated in this their identity. Since however this unity is the notion, it is immediately sundered again into its extremes and appears as a judgment, whose terms however are no longer immediate but reflected into themselves. The judgment of existence has passed over into the judgment of reflection. b. The judgment of reflection. In the judgment that has now arisen, the subject is an individual as such, and similarly the universal is no longer an abstract universality or a single property, but is posited as a universal that has gathered itself together into a unity through the relation of distinct terms, or, regarding it from the point of view of the content of various determinations in general, as the taking together of various properties and existences. If examples are to be given of predicates of judgments of reflection, they must be of another kind than for judgments of existence. It is in the judgment of reflection that we first have, strictly speaking, a determinate content, that is, a content as such, for the content is the form determination which is reflected into identity as distinct from the form in so far as this is a distinct determinateness as it still is in the judgment. In the judgment of existence the content is merely an immediate, or abstract, indeterminate content. The following may therefore serve as examples of judgments of reflection: man is mortal, things are perishable, this thing is useful, harmful, hardness, elasticity of bodies, happiness, etc. are predicates of this peculiar kind. They express an essential determination, but one which is in a relationship or is a unifying universality. 644. This universality, which will further determine itself in the movement of the judgment of reflection, is still distinct from the universality of the notion as such. True, it is no longer the abstract universality of the qualitative judgment, but it still possesses a relation to the immediate from which it proceeds and has the latter as the basis of its negativity. The notion determines the existent, in the first instance, to determinations of relation, to self-continuity ties in the diverse multiplicity of concrete existence, yet in such a manner that the genuine universal, though it is the inner essence of that multiplicity, is still in the sphere of appearance, and this relative nature or even the mark of this multiplicity is still not the moment of being in and for self of the latter. It may suggest itself to define the judgment of reflection as a judgment of quantity, just as the judgment of existence was also defined as qualitative judgment. But just as immediacy in the latter was not merely an immediacy which simply is, but one which was essentially also mediated and abstract, so here, too, that sublated immediacy is not merely sublated quality, and therefore not merely quantity. On the contrary, just as quality is the most external immediacy, so is quantity, in the same way, the most external determination belonging to mediation. Further, as regards the determination as it appears in its movement in the judgment of reflection, it should be remarked that in the judgment of existence the movement of the determination showed itself in the predicate, because this judgment was in the determination of immediacy and the subject consequently appeared as the basis. For a similar reason, in the judgment of reflection, the onward movement of determining runs its course in the subject, because this judgment has for its determination the reflected in itself. Here therefore the essential element is the universal or the predicate, hence it constitutes the basis by which, and in accordance with which, the subject is to be measured and determined. However, the predicate also receives a further determination through the further development of the form of the subject, but this occurs indirectly, whereas the development of the subject is, for the reason stated, a direct advance. As regards the objective signification of the judgment, the individual, through its universality, enters into existence, but in an essential determination of relationship, in an essentiality which maintains itself throughout the multiplicity of the world of appear. 645. Hence, the subject is supposed to be determinate in and for itself, this determinateness it possesses in its predicate. The individual, on the other hand, is reflected into this its predicate which is its universal essence. The subject is in so far a concrete existence in the world of appearance. The predicate in this judgment no longer inheres in the subject, it is rather the implicit being under which this individual is subsumed as an accidental. If the judgments of existence may also be defined as judgments of inherence, judgments of reflection are, on the contrary, judgments of subsumption. The singular judgment, now the immediate judgment of reflection, is again, the individual is universal but with subject and predicate in the stated signification, it can therefore be more precisely expressed as this is an essential universal. But this is not an essential universal. This judgment which, as regards its general form, is simply positive, must be taken negatively. But since the judgment of reflection is not merely a positive one, the negation does not directly affect the predicate, which does not inhere but is the in itself. It is the subject rather that is alterable and awaits determination. Here, therefore, the negative judgment must be understood as asserting not this is a universal of reflection and in itself of this kind has a more universal existence than merely in this. Accordingly, the singular judgment has its proximate truth in the particular judgment. The particular judgment, the non-individuality of the subject, which must be posited instead of its individuality in the first judgment of reflection, is particularity. But individuality is determined in the judgment of reflection as essential individuality. Particularity cannot therefore be a simple, abstract determination, in which the individual would be sublated and the concrete existent destroyed, but must be merely an extension of the individual in external reflection. The subject is, therefore, these or a particular number of individuals. This judgment, that some individuals are a universal of reflection, appears at first as a positive judgment, but it is negative as well, for some ontens universality. In this respect it may be 646. Regarded as comprehensive, but in so far as it is particularity, it is no less inadequate to that universality. The negative determination which the subject has received through the transition of the singular judgment is, as we have shown above, also a determination of the relation, of the copula. The judgment, some men are happy, involves the immediate consequence that some men are not happy. If some things are useful, then for this very reason some things are not useful. The positive and negative judgments no longer fall apart, but the particular judgment immediately contains both at the same time, just because it is a judgment of reflection. But the particular judgment is, for this reason, indeterminate. If, in the example of such a judgment, we examine further the subject, some men, animals, etc., we find that it contains besides the particular form determination some, the content determination man, etc. The subject of the singular judgment could be expressed by this man, a single individual, which really pertains to an external pointing. It might therefore be better expressed, say, by Gaius. But the subject of the particular judgment can no longer be, some Gai, for Gaius is supposed to be an individual as such. To the sum is therefore added a more universal content, say, men, animals, etc. This is not merely an empirical content, but one determined by the form of the judgment, that is to say, it is a universal, because some contains universality and this must at the same time be separated from the individuals, since reflected individuality forms the basis. More precisely, this universality is also the universal nature or genus man, animal, that universality which is the result of the judgment of reflection, anticipated, just as the positive judgment, in having the individual for subject, anticipated the determination which is the result of the judgment of existence. Thus the subject that contains the individuals, their relation to particularity and the universal nature, is already posited as the totality of the determinations of the notion. But this is really an external reflection. What is, in the first instance, already posited in the subject by its form, in respect of the mutual relation of these determinations, is the extension of the this to particularity, but this generalization is not adequate to the this is something completely determined, but some is indeterminate. The extension must be appropriate to the this and therefore, in conformity with it, be completely determined. Such an extension is totality, or, in the first instance, universality. 647. This universality has the this as its basis, for the individual here is the individual reflected into its LF, its further determinations, therefore, run their course in it externally, and just as particularity for this reason determined itself as some, so the universality which the subject has attained is allness, and the particular judgment has passed over into the universal. The universal judgment universality, as it appears in the subject of the universal judgment, is the external universality of reflection, allness. All means all individuals, and in it the individual remains unchanged. This universality is, therefore, only a taking together of independently existing individuals. It is the community of a property which only belongs to them in comparison. It is this community that is usually the first thing that occurs to subjective, unphilosophical thinking when universality is mentioned. It is given as the obvious reason why a determination is to be regarded as universal that it belongs to a number of things. It is mainly this concept of universality, too, that analysis has in mind when, for example, it takes the development of a function in a polynomial to be more universal than its development in a binomial, because the polynomial presents more individual terms than the binomial. The demand that the function should be presented in its universality requires, strictly speaking, a pantinomial, the exhausted infinity, but here the limitation of this demand becomes apparent, and the representation of the infinite number of terms has to content itself with its ought, and therefore also with the polynomial. But in fact the binomial is already the pantinomial in those cases where the method or rule affects only the dependence of one term on another, and the dependence of several terms on their predecessors does not particularize itself, but one and the same function remains the base. The method or rule is to be regarded as the genuine universal. In the progress of the development or in the development of a polynomial, the rule is merely repeated, so that it gains nothing in universality through the increased number of the terms. We have already in an earlier chapter spoken of the spurious infinity and its illusory nature. The universality of the notion is the reached beyond, the spurious infinity remains afflicted with the beyond as an unattainable goal, for it remains the mere progress to infinity. When universality is pictured merely as allness, a. 648 Hegel's Science of Logic universality, which is supposed to be exhausted in the individuals as individuals, then this is a relapse into that spurious infinity, or else mere plurality is taken for allness. Plurality, however, no matter how great, remains unalterably mere plurality, and I.S. not allness. Illut there is, here, a vague awareness of the true universality of the notion. It is the notion that forces its way beyond the stubborn individuality to which unphilosophical thinking clings and beyond the externality of its reflection, substituting allness as totality, or rather that being which is categorically in and for itself. This is apparent, too, in allness, which is in general the empirical universality. Inasmuch as the individual as an immediate is presupposed and therefore already given and externally adopted, the reflection which gathers it into allness is equally external. But because the individual as this, is absolutely indifferent to this reflection, the universality and an individual of this kind cannot combine to form a unity. For this reason, this empirical allness remains a task, something which ought to be done and which cannot therefore be represented as being. Now an empirically universal proposition, for nevertheless such are advanced, rests on the tacit agreement that if only no contrary instance can be adduced, the plurality of cases shall count as allness, or, that subjective allness, namely, those cases which have come to our knowledge, may be taken for an objective allness. Now a closer examination of the universal judgment now before us, reveals that the subject, which, as previously remarked, contains the true universality as presupposed, now also contains it as posited in it. All men expresses first, the genus man, secondly this genus as sundered into individuals, but so that the individuals are at the same time extended to the universality of the genus. Conversely, the universality through this connection with individuality is just as completely determined as the individuality, thus the posited universality has been equated with the presupposed. Strictly speaking, however, we should not anticipate what is presupposed, but should consider the result in the form determination on its own. Individuality, through this extension of itself to allness, is posited as negativity, which is identical self-relation. It has not therefore remained that first individuality, that for example of Gaius, but is the determination that is identical with universality, or is the absolutely determined being of the 649. Universal. That first individuality of the individual judgment was not the immediate one of the positive judgment, but came into being through the dialectical movement of the judgment of existence as such. It was already determined as the negative identity of the terms of that judgment. This is the true presupposition in the judgment of reflection, in contrast to the positing which runs its course in that judgment. That first determinateness of individuality was the latter's in itself. Thus, what individuality is in itself, is now, through the movement of the judgment of reflection, posited, namely, individuality as identical self-relation of the determinate. Therefore this reflection, which extends individuality to allness, is not external to it. On the contrary, this reflection merely makes explicit what it already is in itself. Hence the result is in truth objective universality. The subject has thus stripped off the form determination of the judgment of reflection which passed from this through some to allness. Instead of all men we have now to say man. The universality which has hereby come into being is the genus, the universality which is in its own self a concrete. The genus does not inhere in the subject, it is not a single property, or a property at all, of the subject. It contains all the single determinatenesses dissolved in its substantial solidity. In virtue of the fact that it is posited as this negative identity with itself, it is essentially a subject, but it is no longer subsumed in its predicate. In consequence, the nature of the judgment of reflection is altogether changed. That judgment was essentially a judgment of subsumption. The predicate was determined, in contrast to its subject, as the implicit universal. According to its content, it could be taken as an essential determination of relation, or also as a marqué determination which makes the subject merely an essential appearance. But when the predicate is determined to objective universality, it ceases to be subsumed under such a determination of relation, or comprehensive reflection. On the contrary, such a predicate in contrast to this universality is a particular. The relationship of subject and predicate has therefore become inverted, and hence the judgment has, first of all, sublated itself. This sublation of the judgment coincides with the advance in the determination of the copula, which we have still to consider. The sublation of the terms of the judgment is the same thing as their x*. 650. Transition into the copula. In other words, the subject, in raising itself to universality has, in this determination become equated with the predicate, which as reflected universality also contains particularity within itself. Subject and predicate are therefore identical, that is, they have coalesced into the copula. This identity is the genus or absolute nature of a thing. Insofar, therefore, as this identity again sunders itself into a judgment, it is the inner nature through which subject and predicate are related to one another, a relation of necessity in which these terms of the judgment are only unessential differences. What belongs to all the individuals of a genus belongs to the genus by its nature, is an immediate consequence and the expression of what we have seen, that the subject, for example all men, strips off its form determination, and man is to take its place. This intrinsic and explicit connection constitutes the basis of a new judgment, the judgment of necessity. See the judgment of necessity. The determination to which universality has advanced is, as we have seen, the universality which is in and for itself or objective, to which in the sphere of essence substantiality corresponds. It is distinguished from the latter in that it belongs to the notion and is therefore not merely the inner but also the posited necessity of its determinations, or, in other words, the difference is immanent in it, whereas substance has its difference only in its accidents, but not as principle within itself. Now in the judgment, this objective universality is posited, first, therefore, with this its essential determinateness as immanent in it, secondly, with its determinateness distinguished from it as particularity, of which this universality constitutes the substantial basis. In this way it is determined as genus and species. The categorical judgment, the genus essentially sunders itself, or repels itself into species. It is genus only in so far as it comprehends species under itself. The species is species only in so far as on the one hand it exists in the individuals, and on the other hand is in the genus a higher universality. Now the categorical judgment has such a universality for its predicate, a predicate in which the subject possesses its immanent nature. But the categorical judgment is itself the first or. 651. Immediate judgment of necessity. Accordingly the determinateness of the subject whereby it is a particular or individual over against the genus or species, so far belongs to the immediacy of external existence. But objective universality, too, has here as yet only its immediate particularization, hence it is on the one hand itself a determinate universality in contrast to which there are higher genera, on the other hand, it is not exactly the proximate genus, that is, its determinateness is not exactly the principle of the specific particularity of the subject. But what is necessary in it is the substantial identity of the subject and predicate, contrasted with which that property of the subject which distinguishes it from the predicate is only an unessential positedness, or even merely a name. The subject is reflected in its predicate into its being in and for self. A predicate of this kind should not be classed with the predicates of the preceding judgments. To throw, for example, the judgments the rose is red, the rose is a plant, or this ring is yellow, it is gold, into the one class, and to regard such an external property as the color of a flower as a predicate on the same level as its vegetable nature, is to overlook a difference which must strike the meanest intelligence. The categorical judgment must therefore be definitely distinguished from the positive and negative judgments. In the latter, what is predicated of the subject is a single contingent content; in the former, the content is the totality of the form reflected into itself. Here therefore the copula has the meaning of necessity, whereas in the others it merely signifies abstract, immediate being. The determinateness of the subject, which makes it a particular in contrast to the predicate, is in the first instance something contingent. Subject and predicate are not necessarily related by the form or determinateness. The necessity is, therefore, still an inner necessity. But the subject is subject only as a particular, and in so far as it possesses objective universality it must possess it essentially in accordance with that primarily immediate determinateness. The objective universal in determining itself, that is in positing itself in the judgment, is essentially in an identical 652 relation with this expelled determinateness as such, that is, it is essential that the determinateness is not posited as a mere contingency. It is only through this necessity of its immediate being that the categorical judgment conforms to its objective universality, and in this way it has passed over into the hypothetical judgment. The hypothetical judgment: if A is, then B is, or, the being of A is not its own being, but the being of another, of B. What is posited in this judgment is the necessary connection of immediate determinatenesses, a connection which is not yet posited in the categorical judgment. There are here two immediate existences or external contingencies, of which in the categorical judgment there is at first only one, the subject, but since one is external to the other, this other is also external to the first. In accordance with this immediacy, the content of the two sides is still mutually indifferent, hence this judgment is in the first instance a proposition of empty form. Now in the first place the immediacy is indeed as such a self-subsistent, concrete being, but secondly, the relation of this being is the essential point, therefore this being is just as much a mere possibility. The hypothetical judgment involves, not that A is or that B is, but only that if one is, then the other is. Only the connection of the extremes is posited as being, not the extremes themselves. On the contrary, in this necessity each extreme is posited as equally the being of an other. The principle of identity affirms that A is only A, not B, and that B is only B, not A. In the hypothetical judgment, on the contrary, the being of finite things is posited by the notion in accordance with their formal truth, namely that the finite is its own being, but equally is not its own being, but that of an other. In the sphere of being, the finite alters and becomes an other; in the sphere of essence it is appearance, and being is posited as consisting in the reflection of an other in it, and necessity is the inner relation, not yet posited as such. But the notion is the positing of this identity, so that what is not an abstract self-identity but a concrete identity, and is immediately in its own self the being of an other. By employing reflective relationships, the hypothetical judgment can be more precisely characterized as a relationship of ground and consequent, condition and conditioned, causality, etc. 653. Just as in the categorical judgment substantiality appeared in the form of its notion, so, too, does the nexus of causality in the hypothetical judgment. This and the other relationships all come under the hypothetical judgment, but here they are no longer relationships of self-subsistent sides, but these sides are essentially only moments of one and the same identity. However, in the hypothetical judgment they are not yet opposed as notion determinations, as individual or particular to universal, but at first only as moments in general. Thus the hypothetical judgment has rather the shape of a proposition, just as the particular judgment has an indeterminate content, so the hypothetical is indeterminate in form, since its content is not determined as a relationship of subject to predicate. Yet since the being is the being of an other, for that very reason it is in itself a unity of itself and its other, and consequently universality; at the same time it is, strictly speaking, only a particular, for it is a determinate and in its determinateness is not purely self-related. But it is not the simple, abstract particularity that is posited, on the contrary, through the immediacy which the determinatenesses possess, the moments of the particularity are distinguished, at the same time, through the unity of the moments which constitutes their relation, the particularity is also their totality. What therefore is truly posited in this judgment is universality as the concrete identity of the notion, whose determinations have no subsistence of their own but are only particularities posited in that identity. As such, it is the disjunctive judgment. The disjunctive judgment in the categorical judgment, the notion is objective universality and an external individuality. In the hypothetical judgment, the notion in its negative identity emerges in this externality. Through this identity, its moments receive the same determinateness, now posited in the disjunctive judgment, that they possess immediately in the hypothetical judgment. Hence the disjunctive judgment is objective universality posited at the same time in union with the form. It therefore contains first concrete universality or the genus in simple form as the subject, and secondly the same universality but as totality of its distinct determinations. A is either B or C. This is the necessity of the notion, in which first the identity of the two extremes is one and the same extent, content, and universality. 654. Secondly, they are distinguished according to the form of the notion determinations, but in such a manner that, by reason of that identity, this distinction is a mere form. Thirdly, the identical objective universality appears for that reason as the determination that is reflected into itself in contrast to the unessential form, that is, as the content, but a content which possesses within itself the determinateness of form, once as the simple determinateness of the genus, and again, this same determinateness developed into its difference in which way it is the particularity of the species and their totality, the universality of the genus. The particularity in its development constitutes the predicate, for it is the more universal in so far as it embraces the entire universal sphere of the subject, and this too in its detailed particularization. A closer examination of this particularization shows first of all that the genus constitutes the substantial universality of the species, the subject is therefore both B and C, this both and denotes the positive identity of the particular with the universal. This objective universal completely maintains itself in its particularity. Secondly, the species mutually exclude one another, A is either B or C, for they are the specific difference of the universal sphere. This either or is their negative relation. Yet in this they are just as identical as in their positive relation, the genus is their unity as determinate particulars. If the genus were an abstract universality as in the judgments of existence, the species would also have to be taken as only depoundverse and mutually indifferent, but it is not that external universality which results merely from comparison and omission but is the immanent and concrete universality of the species. An empirical disjunctive judgment lacks necessity, A is either B or C or D, etc., because the species B, C, and D, etc., have already been given. Strictly speaking, this cannot give us an either or, for species of this kind constitute, as it were, a merely subjective completeness. True, one species excludes the other, but either or excludes every further species and shuts off within itself a total sphere. This totality has its necessity in the negative unity of the objective universal, which dissolves individuality within itself and possesses it as a simple principle of difference immanent in it by which the species are determined and related. Empirical species, on the contrary, have their differences in some contingency or other which is an external principle and therefore not their principle, and consequently also not the immanent determinateness of the 655 genus. For this reason they are also not related to one another according to their determinateness. But it is through the relation of their determinateness that the species constitute the universality of the predicate. It is here really that the so-called contrary and contradictory notions should first find their place, for in the disjunctive judgment is posited the essential difference of the notion, but in it they at the same time also possess their truth, namely, that the contrary and contradictory themselves are each distinguished as contrary and contradictory. Species are contrary insofar as they are merely diverse, that is to say insofar as they possess through the genus as their objective nature an existence that is in and for itself, they are contradictory insofar as they exclude one another. But each of these determinations by itself is one-sided and lacks truth. In the either-or of the disjunctive judgment their unity is posited as their truth, in accordance with which the species' self-subsistent existence as concrete universality is itself also the principle of the negative unity whereby they mutually exclude one another. By the just demonstrated identity of subject and predicate in accordance with the negative unity, the genus in the disjunctive judgment is determined as the proximate genus. This expression indicates in the first place, a mere quantitative difference of more or less determinations possessed by a universal in relation to a particularity coming under it. From this point of view, it remains contingent what is properly the proximate genus. In so far, however, as the genus is taken as a universal formed merely by the omission of determinations, it cannot really form a disjunctive judgment, for it is contingent whether it has retained the determinateness which constitutes the principle of the either-or. The genus would not be exhibited at all in the species according to its determinateness, and the species could only possess a contingent completeness. In the categorical judgment, the genus is at first only in this abstract form over against the subject, and therefore not necessarily the proximate genus to it and is so far external. But when the genus is a concrete, essentially determinate universality, then it is, as a simple determinateness, the unity of the moments of the notion, which in this simplicity are only sublated, but have their real difference in the species. Accordingly, a genus is the proximate genus of a species in so far as the latter has its specific difference in the essential determinateness of the genus. 656. And the species as a whole are differentiated by a principle that lies in the nature of the genus. The aspect just considered constitutes the identity of subject and predicate from the aspect of their determinedness in general, an aspect which has been posited by the hypothetical judgment, whose necessity is an identity of immediate and diverse things and therefore essentially a negative unity. It is this negative unity in general that separates subject and predicate, but now it is itself posited as differentiated in the subject as a simple determinateness, in the predicate as totality. This separation of subject and predicate is the difference of the notion, and thus the totality of the species in the predicate cannot be any other difference. The reciprocal determination of the disjunctive terms is therefore given by this. It reduces to the difference of the notion, for it is this alone that disjoins itself and in its determination reveals its negative unity. However, the species is considered here only in respect of its simple notion determinateness, not in respect of the shape in which it has come forth from the idea into a further self-subsistent reality. This latter is indeed dropped in the simple principle of the genus, but the essential distinction must be a moment of the notion. In the judgment here considered, it is really the notion's own progressive determination that now posits its disjunction, the same thing that we found, when considering the notion, to be its essential and explicit determination, its differentiation into determinate notions. Now because the notion is the universal, both the positive and the negative totality of the particulars, it is itself for that very reason also immediately one of its disjunctive members. The other, however, is this universality resolved into its particularity, or the determinateness of the notion as determinateness, that determinateness in which the universality exhibits itself as totality. If the disjunction of a genus into species has not yet attained this form, this is a proof that it has not risen to the determinateness of the notion and has not proceeded from the notion. Color is either violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange or red. Even the empirical confusion and impurity of such a disjunction is at once apparent. Just from this aspect alone it must be termed barbarous. When color has been grasped as the concrete unity of light and dark, then this genus contains within it the determinateness which constitutes the principle of its particularization into species. But of these species, 657. One must be the utterly simple color which contains the opposition in equipoise and confined and negated in the color's intensity. Over against this there must be presented the opposition of the relationship between light and dark, to which must be added, since a natural phenomenon is involved, the indifferent neutrality of the opposition. When mixtures such as violet and orange, and differences of degree, such as blue and light blue, are taken for species, this can only result from a completely thoughtless procedure that shows too little reflection even for empiricism. But this is not the place to discuss what further distinct and more precisely determined forms disjunction may have, according as they occur in the element of nature or of spirit. In the first instance, the disjunctive judgment has the members of the disjunction in its predicate, but it is itself no less disjoint. Its subject and predicate are the members of the disjunction. They are the moments of the notion, posited in their determinateness but at the same time as identical in the objective universality which, in the subject is the simple genus, and in the predicate is the universal sphere and the totality of the moments of the notion, and in the negative unity, in the developed connex ion of necessity, in accordance with which the simple determinateness in the subject is sundered into the difference of the species, and in this very difference is their essential relation and self-identity. This unity, the copula of this judgment into which the extremes have coalesced through their identity, is therefore the notion itself, and the notion, too, as posited, the mere judgment of necessity has thereby risen into the judgment of the notion. D. The judgment of the notion. The ability to form judgments of existence such as the rose is red, snow is white, and so forth, will hardly count as evidence of great powers of judgment. The judgments of reflection are rather propositions. In the judgment of necessity the object appears, it is true, in its objective universality, but it is only in the judgment now to be considered that its relation to the notion is found. In this judgment the notion is laid down as the basis, and since it is in relation to the object, it is an ought to be to which the reality may or may not be adequate. Therefore it is only a judgment of this kind that contains a true appreciation, the predicates good, bad. 658. True, beautiful, correct, etc. express that the thing is measured against its universal notion as the simply presupposed ought to be and is, or is not, in agreement with it. The judgment of the notion has been called the judgment of modality, and it has been regarded as containing that form of the relationship between subject and predicate which is found in an external understanding, and to be concerned with the value of the copula only in relation to thinking. According to this view, the problematical judgment is one where the affirmation or denial is taken as optional or possible, the assertoric, where it is taken as true, that is as actual, and the apodeictic, where it is taken as necessary. It is easy to see why it is so natural in the case of this judgment to step out of the sphere of judgment itself and to regard its determination as something merely subjective. For here it is the notion, or the subjective, that reappears in the judgment and stands in relationship to an external actuality. But this subjectivity is not to be confused with external reflection, which of course is also something subjective, but in a different sense from the notion itself. On the contrary, the notion that re-emerges from the disjunctive judgment is the opposite of a mere contingent mode. The earlier judgments are in this sense merely subjective, for they are based on an abstraction and one-sidedness in which the notion is lost. The judgment of the notion, on the contrary, is objective and the truth as against those earlier judgments, just because it has for its basis the notion, not the notion in external reflection or in relation to a subjective, that is contingent, thinking, but the notion in its determinateness as notion. In the disjunctive judgment the notion was posited as identity of the universal nature with its particularization, consequently the relation of the judgment was cancelled. This concretion of universality and particularization is, at first, a simple result. It has now to develop itself further into totality, since the moments which it contains are at first swallowed up in it and as yet do not confront one another in determinate self-subsistence. The defect of the result may also be more definitely expressed by saying that in the disjunctive judgment, although objective universality has completed itself in its particularization, yet the negative unity of the latter merely returns into the former and has not yet determined itself to the third moment, that of individuality. Yet in so far as the 659 result itself is negative unity, it is indeed already this individuality, but as such it is only this one determinateness, which has now to posit its negativity, sunder itself into the extremes and in this way finally develop into the syllogism. The proximate diremption of this unity is judgment, in which it is posited first as subject, as an immediate individual, and then as predicate, as the determinate relation of its moments. The assertoric judgment, the judgment of the notion, is at first immediate, as such it is the assertoric judgment. The subject is a concrete individual in general, and the predicate expresses the same as the relation of its actuality, determinateness, or constitution to its notion. More precisely, therefore, it involves that the subject ought to be something. Its universal nature has posited itself as the self-subsistent notion, and particularity which, not only on account of its immediacy but also on account of its express differentiation from its self-subsistent universal nature, appears as an external existence with such and such a constitution. This, on its side, because of the notion's self-subsistence, is also indifferent to the universal and may or may not conform to it. This constitution is the individuality, which lies beyond the necessary determination of the universal in the disjunctive judgment, a determination which only appears as the particularization of the species and as the negative principle of the genus. Thus the concrete universality which has emerged from the disjunctive judgment is sundered in the assertoric judgment into the form of extremes, to which the notion itself as the posited unity that relates them is still lacking. For this reason the judgment is so far merely assertoric, the verification is a subjective assurance. The fact that something is good or bad, correct, suitable or not, is connected with an external third factor. But the fact that the connection is externally posited means that it is, at first, only implicit or internal. When therefore something is good or bad, etc., no one will suppose that it is, say, good only in subjective consciousness but perhaps bad in itself, or that good and bad, correct, suitable, etc., are not predicates of the objects themselves. The merely subjective element in the assertion of this judgment consists therefore in the fact that the implicit connection of subject and predicate is not yet posited, or, what is 660. The same thing, that it is only external, the copula is still an immediate, abstract being. Accordingly, the assurance of the assertoric judgment is confronted with equal right by its contradictory. When one is assured that this action is good, then the opposite assurance that this action is bad, is equally justified. Or, considering the judgment in itself, because the subject of the judgment is an immediate individual, in this abstraction it does not as yet possess posited within it the determinateness that should contain its relation to the universal notion, thus the subject is still something contingent which may or may not conform to the notion. The judgment is therefore essentially problematic. The problematic judgment is the assertoric insofar as the latter must be taken both positively and negatively. From this qualitative side, the particular judgment is likewise a problematic one, for it is equally valid positively and negatively. Similarly, in the hypothetical judgment, the being of the subject and predicate is problematic. Also, it is posited by the particular and hypothetical judgments that the individual and the categorical judgments are as yet merely subjective. But in the problematic judgment as such this positing is more imminent than in the judgments just mentioned, because in it the content of the predicate is the relation of the subject to the notion, and here, therefore, the determination of the immediate as something contingent is itself given. At first, it appears only problematic whether the predicate is to be coupled with a certain subject or not, and so far the indeterminateness falls in the copula. From this, no determination can emerge for the predicate, for this is already the objective, concrete universality. The problematic element, therefore, concerns the immediacy of the subject which is hereby determined as a contingency. But further, we must not for that reason abstract from the individuality of the subject. If this latter were purged of its individuality altogether, it would be merely a universal. The predicate contains just this, that the notion of the subject is to be posited in relation to its individuality. We cannot say, the house or a house is good, but, according to its constitution. The problematic element in the subject itself constitutes its moment. 661. Of contingency, the subjectivity of the thing over against its objective nature or its notion, its merely contingent mode or its constitution. Hence the subject itself is differentiated into its universality or objective nature, what it ought to be, and the particular constitution of its existence. Thus it contains the ground of its being or not being what it ought to be. In this way, it is equated with the predicate. The negativity of the problematic element, in so far as it is directed against the immediacy of the subject, accordingly means only this original partition of the subject which is already in itself the unity of the universal and particular, into these its moments a partition which is the judgment itself. It may further be remarked that each of the two sides of the subject, its notion and its constitution, could be called its subjectivity. The notion is the universal essence of a thing or a fact withdrawn into itself, its negative unity with itself, this constitutes its subjectivity. But a thing is also essentially contingent and has an external constitution, this may equally be called the mere subjectivity of the thing in contrast to the other side, its objectivity. The thing itself is just this, that its notion, as the negative of itself, negates its universality and projects itself into the externality of individuality. The subject of the judgment is here posited as this duality, those opposite significations of subjectivity are, in accordance with their truth, brought into a unity. The signification of the subjective element has itself become problematic by reason of its having lost the immediate determinateness which it possessed in the immediate judgment, and its determinate opposition to the predicate. This opposite signification of subjective which occurs even in the ratiocination of ordinary reflection might of itself at least draw attention to the fact that subjectivity in one of these significations alone, has no truth. The twofold signification is the manifestation of this truth that each by itself is one-sided. When the problematic element is thus posited as the problematic element of the thing, as the thing with its constitution, then the judgment itself is no longer problematic, but apodeictic. The apodeictic judgment, the subject of the apodeictic judgment has within it, first, the universal, what it ought to be, and secondly, 662. Its constitution, this latter contains the ground why a predicate of the notion judgment applies or does not apply to the whole subject, that is, whether the subject corresponds to its notion or not. This judgment, then, is truly objective, or it is the truth of the judgment in general. Subject and predicate correspond to each other and have the same content, and this content is itself the posited concrete universality, it contains, namely, the two moments, the objective universal or the genus, and the individualized universal. Here, therefore, we have the universal which is itself and continues itself through its opposite and is a universal only as unity with this opposite. A universal of this kind, such as the predicate good, suitable, correct, etc., is based on an ought to be and at the same time contains the correspondence of existence to that ought to be. It is not this ought to be or the genus by itself, but this correspondence that is the universally which constitutes the predicate of the apodeictic judgment. The subject likewise contains these two moments in immediate unity as the fact. But it is the truth of the fact that it is internally split into what it ought to be and what it is, this is the absolute judgment on all actuality. It is because this original partition, which is the omnipotence of the notion, is just as much a return into its unity and an absolute relation of the ought to be and being to each other that makes what is actual into a fact, its inner relation, this concrete identity, constitutes the soul of the fact. The transition from the immediate simplicity of the fact to the correspondence which is the determinate relation of its ought to be and its being or the copula is now seen, on closer examination, to lie in the particular determinateness of the fact. The genus is the universal in and for itself, which as such appears as the unrelated, while the determinateness is that which in that universal is reflected into itself, yet at the same time is reflected into another. The judgment therefore has its ground in the constitution of the subject and thereby is apodeictic. Hence we now have before us the determinate and fulfilled copula, which formerly consisted in the abstract is, but has now further developed itself into ground in general. It appears at first as an immediate determinateness in the subject, but it is no less the relation to the predicate which has no other content than this very correspondence, or the relation of the subject to the universality. 663. Thus the form of the judgment has perished, first because subject and predicate are in themselves the same content, secondly because the subject through its determinateness points beyond itself and relates itself to the predicate, but also, thirdly, this relating has passed over into the predicate, alone constitutes its content, and is thus the posited relation, or the judgment itself. Thus the concrete identity of the notion which was the result of the disjunctive judgment and which constitutes the inner basis of the notion judgment, which identity was at first posited only in the predicate, is now restored in the whole. If we examine the positive element of this result which affects the transition of the judgment into another form, we find, as we have seen, that subject and predicate in the apodeictic judgment are each the whole notion. The unity of the notion as the determinateness constituting the copula that relates them, is at the same time distinct from them. At first, it stands only on the other side of the subject as the latter's immediate constitution. But since it is essentially that which relates subject and predicate, it is not merely such immediate constitution but the universal that permeates both subject and predicate. While subject and predicate have the same content, the form relation, on the other hand, is posited through this determinateness as a universal or particularity. Thus it contains within itself the two form determinations of the extremes and is the determinate relation of subject and predicate. It is the fulfilled copula of the judgment, the copula pregnant with content, the unity of the notion that has re-emerged from the judgment in which it was lost in the extremes. Through this impregnation of the copula the judgment has become the sy/logi-sm. Chapter 3. The Syllogism. We have found the syllogism to be the restoration of the not on in the judgment, and consequently the unity and truth of both. The notion as such holds its moments sublated in unity. In the judgment this unity is internal or, what is the same thing, external, and the moments, although related, are posited as self-subsistent extremes. In the syllogism the notion determinations are like the extremes of the judgment, and at the same time their determinate unity is posited. Thus the syllogism is the completely posited notion, it is therefore the rational. The understanding is regarded as the faculty of the determinate notion which is held fast in isolation by abstraction and the form of universality. But in reason the determinate notions are posited in their totality and unity. Therefore, not only is the syllogism rational, but everything rational is a syllogism. The syllogistic process has for a long time been ascribed to reason, yet on the other hand reason in and for itself, rational principles and laws, are spoken of in such a way that it is not clear what is the connection between the former reason which syllogizes and the latter reason which is the source of laws and other eternal truths and absolute thoughts. If the former is supposed to be merely formal reason, while the latter is supposed to be creative of content, then according to this distinction it is precisely the form of reason, the syllogism, that must not be lacking in the latter. Nevertheless, to such a degree are the two commonly held apart, and not mentioned together, that it seems as though the reason of absolute thoughts was ashamed of the reason of the syllogism and as though it was only in deference to tradition that the syllogism was also adduced as an activity of reason. Yet it is obvious, as we have just remarked, that the logical reason, if it is regarded as formal reason, must essentially be recognizable also in the reason that is concerned with the content. The fact is that no content can be rational except through the rational form. In this matter we cannot look for any help in the common chatter about reason, for this refrains from stating what is to be understood by reason. This 665. Supposedly rational cognition is mostly so busy with its objects that it forgets to cognize reason itself and only distinguishes and characterizes it by the objects that it possesses. If reason is supposed to be the cognition that knows about God, freedom, right, and duty, the infinite, unconditioned, supersensuous, or even gives only ideas and feelings of these objects, then for one thing these latter are only negative objects, and for another thing the first question still remains, what it is in all these objects that makes them rational. It is this, that the infinitude of these objects is not the empty abstraction from the finite, not the universality that lacks content and determinateness, but the universality that is fulfilled or realized, the notion that is determinate and possesses its determinateness in this true way, namely, that it differentiates itself within itself and is the unity of these fixed and determinate differences. It is only thus that reason rises above the finite, conditioned, sensuous, call it what you will, and in this negativity is essentially pregnant with content, for it is the unity of determinate extremes. As such, however, the rational is nothing but the syllogism. Now the syllogism, like the judgment, is in the first instance immediate, hence its determinations are simple, abstract determinatenesses. In this form it is the syllogism of the understanding. If we stop short at this form of the syllogism, then the rationality in it, although undoubtedly present and posited, is not apparent. The essential feature of the syllogism is the unity of the extremes, the middle term which unites them, and the ground which supports them. Abstraction, in holding rigidly to the self-subsistence of the extremes, opposes this unity to them as a determinateness which likewise is fixed and self-subsistent, and in this way apprehends it rather as non-unity than as unity. The X-Zion middle term is taken from spatial representation and contributes its share to the stopping short at the mutual externality of the terms. Now if the syllogism consists in the unity of the extremes being posited in it, and if, all the same, this unity is simply taken on the one hand as a particular on its own, and on the other hand as a merely external relation, and non-unity is made the essential relationship of the syllogism, then the reason which constitutes the syllogism contributes nothing to rationality. First, the syllogism of existence in which the terms are thus immediately and abstractly determined, demonstrates in itself that they are not. 666. In fact such abstract terms, but that each contains the relation to the other and that the middle term is not only particularity as opposed to the determinations of the extremes but contains these terms posited in it. Through this its dialectic it is converted into the syllogism of reflection, into the second syllogism. The terms of this are such that each essentially shows in, or is reflected into, the other, in other words they are posited as mediated, which they are supposed to be in accordance with the nature of the syllogism in general. Thirdly, in that this reflecting or mediatedness of the extremes is reflected into itself, the syllogism is determined as the syllogism of necessity, in which the mediating element is the objective nature of the thing. As this syllogism determines the extremes of the notion equally as totalities, the syllogism has attained to the correspondence of its notion or the middle term, and its existence or the differences of the extremes, that is, it has attained to its truth and in so doing has passed out of subjectivity into objectivity. A. The syllogism of existence. 1. The syllogism in its immediate form has for its moments the determinations of the notion as immediate. Hence they are the abstract determinatenesses of form, which are not yet developed by mediation into concretion, but are only single determinatenesses. The first syllogism is, therefore, strictly the formal syllogism. The formalism of the syllogizing process consists in stopping short at the determination of this first syllogism. The notion, differentiated into its abstract moments, has individuality and universality for its extremes, and appears itself as the particularity standing between them. On account of their immediacy they are merely self-related determinatenesses, and one and all a single content. Particularity constitutes the middle term in the first instance since it unites immediately within itself the two moments of individuality and universality. On account of its determinateness it is on the one hand subsumed under the universal, while on the other hand the individual, as against which it possesses universality, is subsumed under it. But this concretion is in the first instance merely a duality of aspect, on account of the immediacy in which the middle term presents itself in the immediate syllogism. It appears as a simple determinateness, and the mediation which it constitutes is not. 667. Yet posited. Now the dialectical movement of the syllogism of existence consists in the positing in its moments of the mediation that alone constitutes the syllogism. First figure of the syllogism 1pu is the general schema of the determinate syllogism. Individuality unites with universality through particularity. The individual is not universal immediately, but through the medium of particularity, and conversely the universal similarly is not immediately individual but descends to individuality through particularity. These determinations confront each other as extremes and are united in a different third term. Each is determinateness, in this they are identical, this their general determinateness is particularity. But they are no less extremes against this particularity than against each other, because each is present in its immediate determinateness. The general significance of this syllogism is that the individual, which as such is infinite self-relation and therefore would be merely inward, emerges by means of particularity into existence as into universality, in which it no longer belongs merely to itself but stands in an external relationship. Conversely the individual, in separating itself into its determinateness as a particularity, is in this separation a concrete individual and, as the relation of the determinateness to itself, a universal, self-related individual, and consequently is also truly an individual. In the extreme of universality it has withdrawn from externality into itself. In the first syllogism, the syllogism's objective significance is only superficially present, since in it the determinations are not yet posited as the unity which constitutes the essence of the syllogism. It is still subjective in so far as the abstract significance possessed by its terms is not thus isolated in and for itself but only in subjective consciousness. Moreover, the relationship of individuality, particularity, and universality is, as we have seen, the necessary and essential form relationship of the determinations of the syllogism. The defect consists not in this determinateness of the form, but in the fact that under this form each single determination is not at the same time richer. Aristotle has confined himself rather to the mere relationship of inherence, in stating the nature of the syllogism as follows: when three terms are related to one another in such a manner that one extreme is in the whole of the middle term and this 668 middle term is in the whole of the other extreme, then these two extremes are necessarily united in a conclusion. What is expressed here is more the mere repetition of the like relationship of inherence between one extreme to the middle term, and again between the middle term and the other extreme, than the determinateness of the three terms to one another. Now since the syllogism rests on the stated relative determinateness of the terms, it is immediately evident that other relationships of the terms which are given by the other figures can only have validity as syllogisms of the understanding in so far as they can be reduced to that original relationship. They are not different species of figures which stand alongside the first. On the contrary, on the one hand, in so far as they purport to be correct syllogisms, they rest solely on the essential form of the syllogism in general, which is the first figure. On the other hand, in so far as they deviate from it they are transformations into which that first abstract form necessarily passes, thereby further determining itself and advancing to totality. We shall presently see what this process is. 1pu is thus the general schema of the syllogism in its determinateness. The individual is subsumed under the particular, and the latter under the universal, therefore the individual too is subsumed under the universal. Or the particular inheres in the individual and the universal in the particular, therefore the universal also inheres in the individual. From one aspect, namely, in relation to the universal, the particular is subject, in relation to the individual it is predicate, or, in relation to the former it is an individual, in relation to the latter it is a universal. Because the two determinatenesses are united in it, the extremes are linked together by this their unity. The therefore appears as the conclusion that has taken place in the subject, a conclusion deduced from subjective insight into the relationship between the two immediate premises. As subjective reflection enunciates the two relations of the middle term to the extremes as particular and indeed immediate judgments or propositions, the conclusion as the mediated relation is also, of course, a particular proposition, and the consequently or therefore is the expression of the fact that it is the mediated one. But this therefore is not to be regarded as an external determination in this proposition, as if it had its ground and seat only in subjective reflection. On the contrary, it is grounded in the nature of the extremes themselves. 669. Whose relation again is expressed as a mere judgment or proposition only for the purpose of, and by means of, abstractive reflection, but whose true relation is posited as the middle term. That therefore I is you is a judgment, is a merely subjective circumstance. The very meaning of the syllogism is that this is not merely a judgment, that is, not a relation affected by the mere copula or the empty is, but one affected by the determinate middle term which is pregnant with content. Consequently, to regard the syllogism merely as consisting of three judgments, is a formal view that ignores the relationship of the terms on which hinges the sole interest of the syllogism. It is altogether a merely subjective reflection that splits the relation of the terms into separate premises and a conclusion distinct from them. All men are mortal, Gaius is a man, therefore he is mortal. At the approach of this kind of syllogism we are at once seized with a feeling of boredom. This stems from that unprofitable form which by means of the separate propositions presents a semblance of difference that immediately dissolves in the fact itself. It is mainly this subjective shape that gives the syllogistic process the appearance of a subjective makeshift, to which reason or understanding resorts when it cannot cognize immediately. The nature of things, the rational element, certainly does not set to work by first framing for itself a major premise, the relation of a particularity to a subsistent universal, and then secondly, picking up a separate relation of an individuality to the particular, out of which thirdly and lastly a new proposition comes to light. This syllogistic process that advances by means of separate propositions is nothing but a subjective form. The nature of the fact is that the differentiated notion determinations of the fact are united in the essential unity. This rationality is not a makeshift, on the contrary, in contrast to the pound immediacy of relation that still obtains in third-judgment, it is the objective element, and the former immediacy of cognition is rather the merely subjective element, whereas the syllogism is the truth of the judgment. Everything is a syllogism, a universal that through particularity is united with individuality, but it is certainly not a whole consisting of three propositions. 670. 2. In the immediate syllogism of the understanding the terms have the form of immediate determinations. It is now to be considered from this aspect according to which they are a content. It may thus be regarded as the qualitative syllogism, just as the judgment of existence has the same aspect of qualitative determination. Accordingly the terms of the syllogism, like the terms of that judgment, are individual determinatenesses, the determinateness through its self-relation being posited as indifferent to the form and hence as content. The individual is any immediate concrete object, particularity a single one of its determinatenesses, properties, or relationships, universality again a still more abstract, more individual determinateness in the particular. Since the subject as immediately determined is not yet posited in its notion, its concretion is not reduced to the essential notion determinations, its self-related determinateness is, therefore, an indeterminate, infinite multiplicity. In this immediacy the individual possesses an infinite number of determinatenesses which belong to its particularity, each of which therefore may constitute a middle term for it in a syllogism. But through any other middle term it is united with another universal, through each of its properties it stands in a different connection and context of existence. Further, the middle term is also a concrete in comparison with the universal, it contains several predicates itself, and the individual in turn can be united through the same middle term with several universals. In general, therefore, it is completely contingent and arbitrary which of the many properties is adopted for the purpose of connecting it with a predicate. Other middle terms are transitions to other predicates, and even the same middle term may by itself be a transition to various predicates, for as a particular against the universal it contains several determinations. But not only is an indefinite number of syllogisms equally possible for one subject, and not only is any single syllogism contingent in respect of its content, but these syllogisms that concern the same subject must also pass over into contradiction. For difference in general, which in the first instance is an indifferent diversity, is no less essentially opposition. The concrete is no longer something belonging merely to the sphere of appearance, but is concrete through the unity in the notion of the opposites that have become determined as moments of the notion. Now, 671. When, in accordance with the qualitative nature of the terms in the formal syllogism, the concrete is grasped in respect of a single one of the determinations belonging to it, the syllogism assigns to it the predicate corresponding to this middle term, but as from another side the opposite determinateness is inferred, this shows the former conclusion to be false, although its premises by themselves and equally its inference are quite correct. If from the middle term, that a wall has been painted blue, it is inferred that therefore the wall is blue, this is a correct inference, yet in spite of the syllogism the wall can be green if it has also been painted over yellow, from which latter circumstance taken by itself it would follow that it was yellow. If from the middle term of sense nature it is inferred that man is neither good nor evil, because neither the one nor the other can be predicated of sense, the syllogism is correct but the conclusion is false, because as man is a concrete being, the middle term of spirituality is equally valid. From the middle term of the gravitation of the planets, satellites, and comets towards the sun, it correctly follows that these bodies fall into the sun, but they do not fall into it, because each is no less its own center of gravity, or, as it is said, they are impelled by centrifugal force. Similarly, from the middle term of sociality we can deduce the community of goods among citizens, but from the middle term of individuality, if it is pursued with equal abstractness, there follows the dissolution of the state, as has happened for example in the Holy Roman Empire from holding to the latter middle term. It is justly held that there is nothing so inadequate as a formal syllogism of this kind, since it is a matter of chance or caprice which middle term is employed. No matter how elegantly a deduction of this kind has run its course through syllogisms, however fully its correctness may be conceded, it still leads to nothing of the slightest consequence, for the fact always remains that there are still other middle terms from which the exact opposite can be deduced with equal correctness. The Kantian antinomies of reason amount to nothing more than that from a notion first one of its determinations is laid down as basis, and then with equal necessity, the other. In these cases this inadequacy and contingency of a syllogism must not merely be shifted onto the content, as though these defects were independent of the form and the latter alone were the concern of logic. On the contrary, it lies in the form of the formal syllogism that the content is such a 672 Hegel's science of logic one-sided quality, it is determined to this one-sidedness by the said abstract form. It is, namely, one single quality of the many qualities or determinations of a concrete object or notion because according to the form it is not supposed to be anything more than such an immediate, single determinateness. The extreme of individuality, as abstract individuality, is the immediate concrete, consequently the infinite or interminable manifold, the middle term is the equally abstract particularity, consequently a single one of these manifold qualities, and similarly the other extreme is the abstract universal. Therefore it is essentially on account of its form that the formal syllogism is wholly contingent as regards its content, and contingent, not in the sense that it is contingent for the syllogism whether this or another object be submitted to it. Logic abstracts from this content, but in so far as a subject forms the basis it is contingent what kind of content determinations the syllogism shall infer from it. 3. The determinations of the syllogism are determinations of content in so far as they are immediate, abstract, and reflected into themselves. But their essential nature, on the contrary, is that they are not such mutually indifferent, intro-reflected determinations, but determinations of form, as such they are essentially relations. These relations are first, those of the extremes to the middle term relations that are immediate, the propositiones primacy, and, to name them, the propositio major, the relation of the particular to the universal, and the propositio minor, the relation of the individual to the particular. Secondly, we have the relation of the extremes to one another, which is the mediated relation, conclusio. The immediate relations, the premises, are propositions or judgments in general, and contradict the nature of the syllogism according to which the different notion determinations are not related immediately, but their unity should also be posited. The truth of the judgment is the syllogism. All the less can the premises remain immediate relations, since their content consists of immediately distinguished determinations, and they are therefore not immediately identical in and for themselves unless they are pure, identical propositions, that is, empty tautologies that lead to nothing. Accordingly, it is commonly demanded of the premises that they shall be proved, that is, that they likewise shall be presented as conclusions. Consequently, the two premises yield two further. 673. Syllogisms. But these two new syllogisms in turn yield between them four premises which demand four new syllogisms. These have 8 premises whose 8 syllogisms in turn yield for their 16 premises 16 syllogisms, and so on in a geometrical progression to infinity. Thus there here comes to view again the progress to infinity which appeared before in the lowlier sphere of being, but which was no longer to be expected in the domain of the notion, of the absolute reflection into self out of the finite, in the region of free infinitude and truth. It was shown in the sphere of being that whenever we find the spurious infinite that runs away into a progression, we are faced with the contradiction of a qualitative being and an impotent ought to be that goes out and away beyond it. The progression itself is the repetition of the demand for unity in opposition to the qualitative, and of the persistent relapse into the limitation which is inadequate to that demand. Now in the formal syllogism the immediate relation or the qualitative judgment is the basis, and the mediation of the syllogism that which is posited as the higher truth over against it. The unending process of proving the premises does not resolve this contradiction but only perpetually renews it and is the repetition of one and the same original defect. The truth of the infinite progression consists, on the contrary, in the sublation of the progression itself and the form which is already determined by it as defective. This form is that of mediation as 1pu. The two relations 1p and pu are to be mediated relations. If this is effected in the same way, the defective form 1pu will merely be duplicated, and so on to infinity. P has to I also the form determination of a universal, and to u the form determination of an individual, because these relations are, in general, judgments. Therefore they require mediation, but mediation in the form just mentioned only results in the reappearance of the relationship that was to have been sublated. The mediation must therefore be effected in another manner. For the mediation of pu, we have I, accordingly the mediation must take the form p1u. To mediate 1p, we have u, this mediation therefore becomes the syllogism 1up. When we examine this transition in the light of its notion, we find in the first place that the mediation of the formal syllogism is, as has been shown, contingent in respect of its content. The y. 674. Immediate individual has in its determinatenesses an interminable number of middle terms, and these in turn have a similar number of determinatenesses in general, so that it depends entirely on an external caprice or simply on some external circumstance and contingent determination, with what kind of a universal the subject of the syllogism shall be united. As regards content, therefore, the mediation is not anything necessary or universal, it is not grounded in the notion of the fact. On the contrary, the ground of the syllogism is something external to it, that is, something immediate, but among the notion determinations the immediate is the individual. As regards the form, the mediation likewise has for its presupposition the immediacy of the relation, therefore the mediation is itself mediated, and mediated by the immediate, that is, the individual. More precisely, through the conclusion of the first syllogism, the individual has become the mediating factor. The conclusion is 1u, the individual is thereby posited as a universal. In one premise, the minor 1p, it is already present as a particular, hence it is that in which these two determinations are united. Or we may say that the conclusion in and for itself enunciates the individual as a universal, and that too not in an immediate manner but through mediation, consequently as a necessary relation. The simple particularity was the middle term. In the conclusion this particularity is posited in its developed form as the relation of the individual and universality. but the universal is still a qualitative determinateness, a predicate of the individual in being determined as a universal is posited as the universality of the extremes or as the middle term. By itself it is the extreme of individuality, but because it is now determined as a universal it is at the same time the unity of the two extremes. The second figure, P1U1. The truth of the first qualitative syllogism is that something is united with a qualitative determinateness as a universal, not in and for itself but through a contingency or in an individuality. In such a quality, the subject of the syllogism has not returned into its notion, but is apprehended only in its externality. Immediacy constitutes the ground of the relation and consequently the mediation, thus the individual is in truth the middle term. But further, the syllogistic relation is the sublation of the immediacy, the conclusion is not an immediate relation but rela 6. 75. By means of a third term, it contains therefore a negative unity, consequently the mediation is now determined as possessing within itself a negative moment. In this second syllogism the premisses are, P1 and 1U, only the first of these premisses is still immediate, the second, 1U, is already mediated, namely by the first syllogism. The second syllogism therefore presupposes the first, just as conversely the first presupposes the second. Here the two extremes are distinguished as particular and universal, thus the latter still keeps its place, it is predicate. But the particular has changed places, it is subject, or posited in the determination of the extreme of individuality, just as the individual is posited in the determination of middle term, or of particularity. Both are therefore no longer the abstract immediacies that they were in the first syllogism. However, they are not yet posited as concretes, in standing in the place of the other, each is posited in its own determination and at the same time, though only externally, in the determination of the other. The specific and objective meaning of the syllogism is that the universal is not in and for itself a determinate particular, for on the contrary it is the totality of its particulars but is one such of its species through the medium of individuality, the rest of its species are excluded from it by the immediate externality. On the other hand the particular likewise is not immediately and in and for itself the universal, but the negative unity strips it of its determinateness and thereby raises it into universality. The individuality stands in a negative relationship to the particular in so far as it is supposed to be its predicate, it is not predicate of the particular. 2. But in the first instance the terms are still immediate determinatenesses, they have not of themselves developed into any objective significance, the altered position which two of them occupy is the form, which is as yet only external to them. Therefore they are still, as in the first syllogism, simply a mutually indifferent content two qualities that are connected, not in and for themselves, but by means of a contingent individuality. The syllogism of the first figure was the immediate syllogism or, otherwise expressed, the syllogism in its notion as abstract form which has not yet realized itself in its determinations. The transition of this pure form into another figure is on the one hand the beginning of the realization of the notion, in that the negative moment of mediation, and thereby a further determinateness of 676. Form, is posited in the initially immediate qualitative determinateness of the terms. But this is at the same time an alteration of the pure form of the syllogism, the latter no longer completely corresponds to its pure form, and the determinateness posited in its terms differs from the original form determination. Regarded merely as a subjective syllogism proceeding in an external reflection, it counts as a species of syllogism which ought to correspond to the genus, namely to the general schema 1pu. But to begin with it does not correspond to this, its two premises are p1, or 1p, and 1u, hence the middle term is in both cases subsumed or in both cases the subject, in which accordingly the two other terms inhere. It is therefore not a middle term, for this should on the one hand subsume or be predicate, and on the other hand be subsumed or be subject, or one of the terms should inhere in it while it itself inheres in the other. The true meaning of the fact that the syllogism does not correspond to the general form of the syllogism, is that the general form has passed over into the syllogism, since the truth of that form consists in its being a subjective and contingent connecting of the terms. If the conclusion in the second figure is correct, then it is so because it is so on its own account, not because it is the conclusion of the syllogism. But the same is the case with the conclusion of the first figure. It is this, its truth, that is posited by the second figure. In the view that holds the second figure to be merely one species, the necessary transition of the first into this second form is overlooked and the former is adhered to as the true form. Consequently, if in the second figure we are likewise supposed to have a syllogism correct in this subjective sense, then it would have to be conformable to the first. Hence, since one premise 1u has the relationship of the subsumption of the middle term under one extreme, then it would have to be possible to give the other premise, P1, the opposite relation to that which it has and to subsume P under I. But such a relation would be the sublation of the determinate judgment I is P, and could only occur in an indeterminate, in a particular judgment. Consequently the conclusion in this figure can only be particular. The particular judgment, however, as remarked above, is both positive and negative 677. A conclusion to which for that very reason no great value can be attached. Since too the particular and universal are the extremes, and are immediate, mutually indifferent determinatenesses, their relationship is itself indifferent, either can be taken at choice as major or minor term, and therefore, 2, either premise can be taken as major or minor. 3. The conclusion, being positive as well as negative, is thus a relation indifferent to these determinatenesses and hence a universal relation. More precisely, the mediation of the first syllogism was in itself a contingent one. In the second syllogism this contingency is posited. Hence it is the self-sublating mediation. The mediation has the determination of individuality and immediacy. What is united by the syllogism must on the contrary be in itself and immediately identical, for this middle term, immediate individuality, is determined in an infinitely manifold and external manner. In it, therefore, is rather posited the self-external mediation. But the externality of the individuality is universality. The above mediation by means of the immediate individual points beyond itself to its other form, and the mediation is therefore effected by the universal. In other words, what is to be united by the second syllogism must be conjoined immediately. The immediacy on which the syllogism is based cannot bring about a definite conclusion. The immediacy to which it points is the opposite to its own, the sublated first immediacy of being, therefore the universal that is reflected into itself, or the implicit, abstract universal. From the point of view we have just considered, the transition of the syllogism was an alteration-like transition in the sphere of being, because the qualitative element, that of immediate individuality, lies at its base. But according to the notion, individuality unites the particular and universal in so far as it sub/8s the determinateness of the particular, and this presents itself as the contingency of the syllogism. The extremes are not united by their determinate relation which they have for a middle term. This term is therefore not their determinate unity, and the positive unity which still attaches to the middle term is only abstract universality. But with the positing of the middle term in this determination, which is its truth, we have another form of the syllogism. The third figure, 1up1. This third syllogism no longer has any immediate premise. The 678. Relation IU has been mediated by the first syllogism, the relation PU by the second. Hence it presupposes the first two syllogisms, but conversely, they both presuppose it, and in general each presupposes the other two. In this figure, therefore, the determination of the syllogism is in general completed. What this reciprocal mediation precisely contains is this, that each syllogism, although by itself mediation, is nonetheless not in its own self the totality of the mediation but contains an immediacy whose mediation lies outside it. The syllogism IUP, regarded in itself, is the truth of the formal syllogism. It expresses that the mediation of the formal syllogism is the abstractly universal mediation, and that the extremes are not contained in the middle term according to their essential determinateness but only according to their universality, and that therefore what was supposed to be mediated in it is precisely what is not brought into unity. Here then is made explicit in what the formalism of the syllogism consists. Its terms have an immediate content which is indifferent to the form, or, what is the same thing, they are determinations of form which have not yet reflected themselves into determinations of content. 2. The middle term of the syllogism is indeed the unity of the extremes, but a unity in which abstraction is made from their determinateness. It is the indeterminate universal. But since this universal is at the same time distinguished as abstract from the extremes as determinate, it is itself still a determinate relatively to them, and the whole is a syllogism whose relation to its notion has now to be considered. The middle term, as the universal, is the subsuming term or predicate to both its extremes, and does not occur once as subsumed or as subject. In so far, therefore, as it is supposed to correspond, as a species of syllogism, to the syllogism, it can do so only on condition that when one relation IU already possesses the proper relationship, the other relation UP also possesses it. This occurs in a judgment in which the relationship of subject and predicate is indifferent, in a negative judgment. In this way the syllogism becomes legitimate, but the conclusion necessarily negative. Thus it is now also indifferent which of the two determinations of this proposition is taken as predicate and which as subject, and in the syllogism, whether it is taken as extreme of in one individuality or of particularity, therefore as minor or major term. Since on the 679 common assumption it depends on this which of the premises is to be major and which minor, this too has become a matter of indifference. This is the ground of the ordinary fourth figure of the syllogism, a figure unknown to Aristotle and which in any case is concerned with a wholly empty and pointless distinction. In it the immediate position of the terms is the reverse of their position in the first figure. Since subject and predicate of the negative conclusion in the formal treatment of the judgment do not have the definite relationship of subject and predicate, but either can take the place of the other, it is indifferent which term is taken as subject and which as predicate, therefore equally indifferent which premise is taken as major and which as minor. This indifference, aided as it is by the determination of particularity, makes this fourth figure a sheer futility. 3. The objective significance of the syllogism in which the universal is the middle term, is that the mediating element, as unity of the extremes, is essentially a universal. But since the universality is in the first instance only qualitative or abstract universality, it does not contain the determinateness of the extremes. Their conjunction, if it is to be effected, must similarly have its ground in a mediation lying outside the syllogism and is in respect of this latter just as contingent as in the case of the preceding forms of the syllogism. But now since the universal is determined as the middle term, and the determinateness of the extremes is not contained in it, this middle term is posited as a wholly indifferent and external one. As the immediate result of this bare abstraction, we obtain, of course, a fourth figure of the syllogism, namely that of the relation-less syllogism UUU, which abstracts from the qualitative difference of the terms and consequently has for its determination their merely external unity, namely their equality. The fourth figure, UUU, or the mathematical syllogism 1. The mathematical syllogism runs, if two things or determinations are equal to a third, they are equal to each other. Here the relationship of inherence or subsumption of the terms is extinguished. The mediating factor is a third in general, but it has absolutely no determination whatever as against its extremes. Each of the 683 can therefore equally well be the third, mediating term. Which one is to be used for this purpose, and which of the three relations, therefore, are to be taken as immediate and which as mediated, depends on external circumstances and other conditions, namely on which two of them are the immediately given terms. But this determination does not concern the syllogism itself and is completely external. 2. The mathematical syllogism ranks as an axiom in mathematics, as an absolutely self-evident, primordial, proposition, that neither admits nor requires any proof, that is any mediation, and neither presupposes anything else nor can be deduced from anything else. If its prerogative of being immediately self-evident is looked at more closely, it will be seen that it lies in the formalism of the syllogism, which abstracts from all qualitative distinction of the terms and only takes up their quantitative equality or inequality. But for this very reason it is not without presupposition or unmediated. The quantitative determination, which is the only thing in it taken into account, is only through abstraction from qualitative difference and from the determinations of the notion. Lines, figures, posited as equal to one another, are understood only in terms of their magnitude. A triangle is affirmed to be equal to a square, but not as triangle to square, but only in regard to magnitude, etc. Similarly, the notion and its determinations do not enter into the syllogizing. There is no comprehending at all immediacy of individuality, but on the immediacy which is in and for itself, the universal immediacy. The fundamental character of induction is that it is a syllogism, if individuality is taken as the essential, but universality as only the external, determination of the middle term, then the middle term would fall asunder into two unconnected parts and we should not have a syllogism. This externality belongs rather to the extremes. It is only as immediately identical with universality that individuality can be the middle term. Such universality is properly objective universality, the genus. This may also be looked at in this way: universality is external but essential in the determination of individuality that forms the basis of the middle term of induction, but such an external is no less immediately its opposite, the internal. The truth of the syllogism of induction is, therefore, a syllogism that has 692. Its middle term an individuality that is immediately in its own self-universality. This is the syllogism of analogy. The syllogism of analogy I. This syllogism has for its abstract schema the third figure of the immediate syllogism 1 up. But its middle term is no longer just any single quality, but universality that is the reflection into self of a concrete, and hence its nature, and conversely, because it is thus the universality of a concrete, it is at the same time in its own self this concrete. Here, then, the middle term is an individual, but an individual taken in its universal nature. Further, another individual forms an extreme possessing the same universal nature with the former. For example, the earth is inhabited. The moon is an earth. Therefore the moon is inhabited. To analogy is the more superficial, the more the universal in which the two individuals are one, and according to which one individual becomes the predicate of the other, is a mere quality, or some mark or other, when the identity of the two therein is taken as a mere similarity. Superficiality of this kind, however, to which a form of understanding or reason is reduced by being degraded to the sphere of mere representation, should not find a place in logic at all. Also it is improper to represent the major premise of the syllogism as though it should run: that which resembles an object in some characteristics resembles it in others also. By so doing, the form of the syllogism is expressed in the shape of a content, while the empirical content, the content properly so called, is relegated to the minor premise. In this way the whole form, for example, of the first syllogism, could be expressed as its major premise: that which is subsumed under some other thing in which a third inheres, has also that third inherent in it, now, and so forth. But the importance of the syllogism itself does not depend on the empirical content, and to convert its own form into the content of a major premise is no less a matter of indifference than to take any other empirical content for that purpose. But in so far as the importance of the syllogism of analogy does not depend on the former content, which the syllogism 693 contains nothing but the form peculiar to the syllogism, then the importance of the first syllogism would not depend on it either, that is to say, would not depend on that which makes the syllogism a syllogism. The main point always is the form of the syllogism, whether it have the form itself or something else for its empirical content. Thus the syllogism of analogy is a peculiar form, and it is quite futile not to regard it as such on the ground that its form can be converted into the content or matter of a major premise, whereas logic is not concerned with the matter. What may lead to this misunderstanding in the case of the syllogism of analogy and perhaps also in the case of the syllogism of induction, is that in them the middle term and the extremes, too, are further determined than in the merely formal syllogism, and therefore the form determination, because it is no longer simple and abstract, must appear also as a determination of content. But the fact that the form determines itself to content in this way is in the first place a necessary advance of the formal element and therefore essentially concerns the nature of the syllogism, and therefore, secondly, a content determination of this kind cannot be regarded in the same way as any other empirical content, nor can abstraction be made from it. When we consider the form of the syllogism of analogy in the above expression of its major premise, which states that if two objects agree in one or more properties, then a property which one possesses also belongs to the other, it may seem that the syllogism contains four terms, the quaternio terminorum a circumstance which entails the difficulty of bringing analogy into the form of a formal syllogism. There are two individuals, thirdly, a property immediately assumed as common, and fourthly the other property which one individual immediately possesses but which the other first obtains through the syllogism. This arises from the fact that, as we have seen, in the analogical syllogism the middle term is posited as individuality, but immediately also as the true universality of the latter. In induction, the middle term is, apart from the two extremes, an interminable number of individuals. In this syllogism therefore an infinite number of terms ought to be enumerated. In the syllogism of allness the universality in the middle term is so far merely the external form determination of allness. In the syllogism of analogy, on the contrary, it is essential universality. In the above example the middle term, the earth, 694, is taken as a concrete that in its truth is as much a universal nature or genus as an individual. From this aspect, the quaternio terminorum would not render analogy an imperfect syllogism. Yet it does so from another aspect, for although one subject has the same universal nature as the other, it is undetermined whether the determinateness which is inferred for the second subject belongs to the first by virtue of its nature or by virtue of its particularity, whether for example the earth is inhabited as a heavenly body in general, or only as this particular heavenly body. Analogy is still a syllogism of reflection inasmuch as individuality and universality are immediately united in its middle term. On account of this immediacy, the externality of the unity of reflection is still with us, the individual is only implicitly the genus, it is not posited in that negativity by which its determinateness would be the determinateness proper to the genus itself. For this reason the predicate which belongs to the individual of the middle term is not already predicate of the other individual although both belong to the one genus. 1p is the conclusion, but one premise is likewise 1p, inasmuch as 1p is supposed to be a conclusion it involves the demand that the said premise shall be one also. Hence this syllogism is in its own self the demand for itself to counter the immediacy which it contains, in other words it presupposes its conclusion. A syllogism of existence has its presupposition in the other syllogisms of existence. In the case of the syllogisms just considered the presupposition has been placed within them, because they are syllogisms of reflection. Since then the syllogism of analogy is the demand for its own mediation against the immediacy with which its mediation is burdened, it is the moment of individuality whose sublation it demands. Thus there remains for middle term the objective universal, the genus, purged of immediacy. In the syllogism of analogy the genus was a moment of the middle term only as an immediate presupposition, since the syllogism itself demands the sublation of the presupposed immediacy, the negation of the individuality, and consequently the universal, is no longer immediate, but posited. The syllogism of reflection contained only the first negation of immediacy, now the second has appeared, and with it the external universality of reflection is determined into univerality in and for itself. Regarded from the positive side the con 695 conclusion shows itself to be identical with the premise, the mediation as having coincided with its presupposition, thus there is an identity of the universality of reflection by which it has become a higher universality. Looking over the course of the syllogisms of reflection, we see that the mediation is in general the posited or concrete unity of the form determinations of the extremes. The reflection consists in this positing of one determination in the other, thus the mediating element is allness. But individuality appears as the essential ground of allness and universality only as an external determination in it, as completeness. But universality is essential to the individual if it is to be a middle term that unites. The individual is therefore to be taken as in itself a universal. But the individual is not united with universality in this merely positive manner but is sublated in it and a negative moment, thus the universal is that whose essential being has become actual, the posited genus, and the individual as immediate is rather the externality of the genus, or it is an extreme. The syllogism of reflection taken in general comes under the schema P1U, in which the individual is still as such the essential determination of the middle term, but in that its immediacy has sublated itself, and the middle term has determined itself as the universality that is in and for itself. The syllogism has entered under the formal schema 1UP, and the syllogism of reflection has passed over into the syllogism of necessity. See the syllogism of necessity. The mediating element has now determined itself as simple determinate universality, like the particularity in the syllogism of existence, but as objective universality, that is to say, universality which contains the entire determinateness of the distinguished extremes like the allness of the syllogism of reflection, a fulfilled yet simple universality, the universal nature of the fact, the genus. This syllogism is pregnant with content, because the abstract middle term of the syllogism of existence posited itself as determinate difference to become the middle term of the syllogism of reflection, while this difference has reflected itself into simple identity again. This syllogism is therefore the syllogism of necessity, for its middle term is not some alien immediate content, but the reflection into self of the determinateness of the extremes. 696. These possess in the middle term their inner identity, the determinations of whose content are the form determinations of the extremes. Consequently, that which differentiates the terms appears as an external and unessential form, and the terms themselves as moments of a necessary existence. In the first instance the syllogism is immediate, and thus formal in so far as the connection of the terms is the essential nature as content, and this content is present in the distinguished terms in only a diverse form, and the extremes by themselves are merely an unessential subsistence. The realization of the syllogism has so to determine it that the extremes also shall be posited as this totality which initially the middle term is, and that the necessity of the relation which is at first only the substantial content, shall be a relation of the posited form. The categorical syllogism 1. The categorical syllogism has the categorical judgment for one or both of its premises. Here, with this syllogism, as with the judgment, is associated the more specific significance that its middle term is objective universality. Superficially the categorical syllogism too is taken for nothing more than a mere syllogism of inherence. The categorical syllogism in its substantial significance is the first syllogism of necessity, in which a subject is united with a predicate through its substance. But substance raised into the sphere of the notion is the universal, posited as being in and for itself in such a manner that it has for the form or mode of its being, not accidentality, which is the relationship peculiar to substance, but the notion determination. Its differences are therefore the extremes of the syllogism and, precisely, universality and individuality. The former, in contrast to the genus, which is the precise determination of the middle term, is abstract universality or universal determinateness, the accidentality of substance gathered into simple determinateness, which however is its essential difference, specific difference. But individuality is the actual, in itself the concrete unity of genus and determinateness. Here, however, in the immediate syllogism it appears at first as immediate individuality, accidentally gathered into the form of a subsistence on its own. The relation of this extreme to the middle term constitutes a categorical judgment, but since the other extreme, too, according 697 to the above stated determination, expresses the specific difference of the genus or its determinate principle, this other premise is also categorical. 2. This syllogism, as the first and therefore immediate syllogism of necessity, comes in the first instance under the schema of the first formal syllogism 1 pu. But as the middle term is the essential nature of the individual and not just any of its determinatenesses or properties, and as, similarly, the extreme of universality is not just any abstract universal nor again merely a single quality, but the universal determinateness, the specific principle of difference, the subject is no longer contingently united through the syllogism with any quality through any middle term. Consequently, as the relations too of the extremes to the middle term have not that external immediacy which they had in the syllogism of existence, the demand for proof, which occurred in the latter and led to the infinite progress, does not arise. Further, this syllogism does not, as does a syllogism of reflection, presuppose its conclusion for its premises. The terms, in keeping with their substantial content, stand in a relation to one another which is in and for itself identical. We have here one essential nature pervading the three terms, a nature in which the determinations of individuality, particularity, and universality are merely formal moments. To this extent therefore the categorical syllogism is no longer subjective. In the above identity, objectivity begins. The middle term is the pregnant identity of its extremes which are contained therein in their self-subsistence, for their self-subsistence is the above substantial universality, the genus. The subjective element of the syllogism consists in the indifferent subsistence of the extremes relatively to the notion or middle term. 3. But this syllogism still continues to be subjective, in that the said identity is still the substantial identity or content, but is still not at the same time identity of form. Consequently, the identity of the notion is still an inner bond of union, and therefore as relation is still necessity. The universality of the middle term is substantial, positive identity, but is not equally the negativity of its extremes. More precisely, the immediacy of the syllogism, which immediacy is not yet posited as that which it is in itself, is present in the following manner. What is really immediate in the syllogism? 698 Hegel 1's Science of Logic is the individual. This is subsumed under its genus as middle term, but under the same genus come also an indefinite number of other individuals. It is therefore contingent that only this individual is posited as subsumed under it. But further, this contingency does not merely belong to the external reflection which finds the individual posited in the syllogism to be contingent by comparison with others. On the contrary, it is because the individual itself is related to the middle term as to its objective universality that it is posited as contingent, as a subjective actuality. On the other hand, in that the subject is an immediate individual, it contains determinations which are not contained in the middle term as the universal nature, therefore it also has a specific nature of its own indifferent to the middle term and possessing a content peculiar to itself. Hence, conversely, this other term also has an indifferent immediacy and an existence distinct from the former. The same relationship also obtains between the middle term and the other extreme, for this likewise has the determination of immediacy and hence of a being that is contingent relatively to its middle term. Accordingly, what is posited in the categorical syllogism is on the one hand extremes standing in such a relationship to the middle term that they possess in themselves objective universality or a self-subsistent nature, and at the same time appear as immediate terms and therefore as mutually indifferent actualities. But on the other hand they are equally determined as contingent, that is to say, their immediacy is sublated in their identity. But by reason of the said self-subsistence and totality of the actuality, this identity is only formal and inner. The syllogism of necessity has hereby determined itself to the hypothetical syllogism. The hypothetical syllogism I. The hypothetical judgment contains only the necessary relation without the immediacy of the related terms. If A is, then bis, or, the being of A is equally the being of another, of B, so far, it is not stated either that A is, or that B is. The hypothetical syllogism adds this immediacy of being. If A is, then B is. But A is. Therefore B is. 699. The minor premise by itself enunciates the immediate being of A. But it is not only this that is added to the judgment. The syllogism contains the relation of subject and predicate, not as the abstract copula, but as the pregnant mediating unity. Accordingly, the being of A is to be taken not as a mere immediacy, but essentially as the middle term of the syllogism. This is to be examined more closely. 2. In the first place, the relation of the hypothetical judgment is necessity or inner substantial identity associated with external diversity of existence, or mutual indifference of being in the sphere of appearance, an identical content which forms the internal basis. The two sides of the judgment therefore do not appear as an immediate being but as a being held within the necessity and thus at the same time as sublated being or being only in the sphere of appearance. Further, as sides of the judgment they stand to one another as universality and individuality. One of them, therefore, is the above content as totality of conditions, the other as actuality. It is, however, indifferent which side is taken as univerality and which as individuality. That is to say, in so far as the conditions are still the inner, abstract side of an actuality, they are the universal, and it is through their being gathered together into an individuality that they enter into actuality. Conversely, the conditions are a separated, scattered appearance which only in actuality obtains unity and significance and a universally valid existence. The precise relation between the two sides that has here been assumed as the relation of condition and conditioned, may however also be taken as that of cause and effect, of ground and consequent. Here this is indifferent, but the relation of condition corresponds more closely to the relation that obtains in the hypothetical judgment and syllogism, inasmuch as condition appears essentially as an indifferent existence, whereas ground and cause are spontaneously transitive. Also condition is a more universal determination in that it comprehends both sides of the above relations, since effect, consequent, etc., is just as much condition of the cause, ground, etc., as the latter are of the former. Now A is the mediating being in so far as first it is an immediate being, an indifferent actuality, and secondly, in so far as it is no 700 less an intrinsically contingent, self-sublating being. What translates the conditions into the actuality of the new shape whose conditions they are is the fact that they are not being in its abstract immediacy, but being in its notion, in the first instance, becoming, but as the notion is no longer transition they are more specifically individuality as self-related negative unity. The conditions are a scattered material that waits and demands to be used. This negativity is the mediating element, the free unity of the notion. It determines itself as activity, since this middle term is the contradiction of the objective universality or the totality of the identical content, and the indifferent immediacy. This middle term is therefore no longer merely an inner necessity, but a necessity that is, the objective universality contains self-relation as a simple immediacy, as being, in the categorical syllogism this moment is in the first instance a determination of the extremes, but as against the objective universality of the middle term it determines itself as Kantian in C, consequently, as something only posited and also sublated, that is, as something withdrawn into the notion or into the middle term as unity, which middle term itself in its objectivity is now also being. The conclusion, therefore bis, expresses the same contradiction, that B is in the form of immediate being, but equally has its being through an other, or is mediated. In respect of its form, therefore, it is the same notion that the middle term is, distinguished from necessity only as the necessary in the wholly superficial form of individuality as against universality. The absolute content of A and B is the same, they are only two different names for the same underlying fact for ordinary thinking which clings to the appearance of the diversified shape of determinate being and distinguishes between the necessary and its necessity, but in so far as this necessity were to be separated from B, B would not be the necessary. Thus we have here the identity of the mediating and the mediated. 3. The hypothetical syllogism in the first instance exhibits necessary relation as connection through the form or negative unity, just as the categorical syllogism exhibits through the positive unity, substantial content, objective universality. But necessity collapses into the necessary, the form activity of translating the conditioning into the conditioned actuality is in itself the unity in which the determinatenesses of the opposition, that previously 701 were liberated into an indifferent determinate existence, are sublated, and the difference of A and B is an empty name. Thus it is a unity reflected into itself, hence an identical content, and it is so not merely implicitly but it is also posited as such through the syllogism, in that the being of A is also not its own but B's, and vice versa, and in general the being of one is the being of the other, and in the conclusion the immediate being or indifferent determinateness appears specifically as mediated. The externality of the determinatenesses has therefore sublated itself, and their unity into which they have withdrawn is posited. The mediation of the syllogism has hereby determined itself as individuality, immediacy, and as self-related negativity, or as an identity that differentiates itself and gathers itself into itself out of that difference as absolute form, and for that very reason as objective universality, a content that is identical with itself. The syllogism in this determination is the disjunctive syllogism. The disjunctive syllogism, as the hypothetical syllogism in general, comes under the schema of the second figure of the formal syllogism, U1p, so the disjunctive syllogism comes under the schema of the third figure, 1up. But the middle term is the universality that is pregnant with form. It has determined itself as totality, as developed objective universality. Consequently the middle term is not only universality but also particularity and individuality. As universality it is first the substantial identity of the genus, but secondly an identity that embraces within itself particularity, but a particularity coextensive with this identity of the genus. It is therefore the universal sphere that contains its total particularization, the genus disjoined into its species, A, that is B and C and D. But particularization is differentiation, and as such is just as much the either or of B, C, and D, the negative unity, the reciprocal exclusion of the terms. Further, this exclusion is not merely a reciprocal exclusion, or the determination merely a relative one, but it is just as essentially a self-related determination, the particular as individuality to the exclusion of the others. A is either B or C or D, but A is B, therefore A is neither C nor D. 702. Or again, A is either B or C or D, but A is neither C nor D. Therefore A is B. A is subject not only in the two premises but also in the conclusion. In the first premise it is a universal, and in its predicate, the universal sphere particularized into the totality of its species. In the second premise it appears as determinate or as a species. In the conclusion it is posited as the exclusive, individual determinateness. Or again, it already appears in the minor premise as exclusive individuality and is positively posited in the conclusion as the determinate which it is. Hence what appears in general as mediated is the universality of A with individuality. But the mediating factor is this A, which is the universal sphere of its particularizations and is determined as an individual. Consequently the truth of the hypothetical syllogism, namely the unity of the mediating and the mediated, is posited in the disjunctive syllogism, which for this reason is equally no longer a syllogism at all. For the middle term, which is posited in it as the totality of the notion, contains itself the two extremes in their complete determinateness. The extremes, in distinction from this middle term, appear only as a positedness which no longer possesses any determinateness peculiar to itself as against the middle term. Considering this point further with more particular reference to the hypothetical syllogism, we see that in the latter we had a substantial identity as the inner bond of necessity, and a negative unity distinguished therefrom, namely, the activity or form which translated one existence into another. The disjunctive syllogism is in general in the determination of universality. Its middle term is the A as genus and as perfectly determinate. Through this unity, that content which previously was inner is also posited, and, conversely, the positedness or form is not the external, negative unity over against an indifferent existence, but is identical with the said substantial content. The whole form determination of the notion is posited in its determinate difference and at the same time in the simple identity of the notion. In this way then the formalism of the syllogistic process, and with it the subjectivity of the syllogism and of the notion in general, 7°3, has sublated itself. This formal or subjective side consisted in the fact that the mediating factor of the extremes is the notion as an abstract determination, and this latter is distinct from the extremes whose unity it is. In the consummation of the syllogism, on the other hand, where objective universality is no less posited as totality of the form determinations, the distinction of mediating and mediated has disappeared. That which is mediated is itself an essential moment of what mediates it, and each moment appears as the totality of what is mediated. The figures of the syllogism exhibit each determinateness of the notion individually as the middle term, which at the same time is the notion as an ought to be, a demand that the mediating factor shall be the notion's totality. But the different genera of the syllogism exhibit the stages of impregnation or concretion of the middle term. In the formal syllogism the middle term is only posited as totality by all the determinatenesses, though each singly, functioning as the mediating factor. In the syllogisms of reflection the middle term appears as the unity that gathers together externally the determinations of the extremes. In the syllogism of necessity it has likewise determined itself to the unity that is no less developed and total than simple, and the form of the syllogism which consisted in the difference of the middle term from its extremes has thereby sublated itself. Thus the notion as such has been realized, more exactly, it has obtained a reality that is objectivity. The first reality was that the notion, as within itself negative unity, sunders itself, and as judgment posits its determinations in a determinate and indifferent difference, and in the syllogism sets itself in opposition to them. In this way it is still the inwardness of this its externality, but the outcome of the course of the syllogisms is that this externality is equated with the inner unity. The various determinations return into this unity through the mediation in which at first they are united only in a third term, and thus the externality exhibits in its own self the notion, which therefore is no longer distinguished from it as an inner unity. However, this determination of the notion which has been considered as reality, is, conversely, equally a positedness. For it is not only in this result that the truth of the notion has exhibited itself as the identity of its inwardness and externality, already in the judgment the moments of the notion remain, even in their 7°4 mutual indifference, determinations that have their significance only in their relation. The syllogism is mediation, the complete notion in its positedness. Its movement is the sublating of this mediation, in which nothing is in and for itself, but each term is only by means of an other. The result is therefore an immediacy which has issued from the sublating of the mediation, a being which is no less identical with the mediation, and which is the notion that has restored itself out of, and in, its otherness. This being is therefore a/act that is in and or itself objectivity. Section 2, Objectivity. In Book 1 of the Objective Logic, abstract being was exhibited as passing over into determinate being, but equally as withdrawing into essence. In Book 2, essence reveals itself as determining itself into ground, thereby entering into existence and realizing itself as substance, but again withdrawing into the notion. Of the notion, now, we have shown to begin with that it determines itself into objectivity. It is self-evident that this latter transition is identical in character with what formerly appeared in metaphysics as the inference from the notion, namely, the notion of God, to his existence, or as the so-called ontological proof of the existence of God. It is equally well known that Descartes' sublimist thought, that God is that whose notion includes within itself its being, after being degraded into the defective form of the formal syllogism, that is, into the form of the said proof, finally succumb to the critique of reason and to the thought that existence cannot be extracted from the notion. Some points connected with this proof have already been elucidated. In Volume I, pages 86 SQQ, where being has vanished in its immediate opposite, non-being, and becoming has shown itself as the truth of both, attention was drawn to the confusion that arises when, in the case of a particular determinate being, what is fixed on is not the being of that determinate being but its determinate content. Then, comparing this determinate content, for example $100, with another determinate content, for example, with the context of my perception or the state of my finances, it is found that it makes a difference whether the former content is added to the latter or not, and it is imagined that what has been discussed is the difference between being and non-being, or even the difference between being and the notion. Further, in the same volume, pr 12 and volume 2, p.442, we elucidated a determination that occurs in the ontological proof, that of a sum total of all realities. But the essential subject matter of that proof, the connection of the notion and determinate being, is the concern of our consideration of the notion just concluded, and the entire course through which the notion determines itself into objectivity. The notion, as absolutely self-identical negativity, is self-determining. We have remarked that the notion, in determining itself into judgment in individuality, is already positing z. 706. Itself as something real, something that is. This still abstract reality completes itself in objectivity. Now, though it might seem that the transition from the notion into objectivity is not the same thing as the transition from the notion of God to his existence, it should be borne in mind on the one hand that the determinate content, God, makes no difference in the logical process, and the ontological proof is merely an application of this logical process to the said content. On the other hand, however, it is essential to bear in mind the remark made above that the subject only obtains determinateness and content in its predicate. Until then, no matter what it may be for feeling, intuition, and pictorial thinking, for rational cognition it is only a name, but in the predicate with its determinateness there begins, at the same time, realization in general. The predicates, however, must be grasped as themselves still included within the notion, hence as something subjective, which so far has not emerged into existence. To this extent we must admit on the one hand that the realization of the notion in the judgment is still not complete. On the other hand, however, the mere determination of an object by predicates, when that determination is not at the same time the realization and objectifying of the notion, also remains something so subjective that it is not even the genuine cognition and determination of the notion of the object subjective in the sense of abstract reflection and uncomprehended pictorial thinking. God, as the living God, and still more as absolute spirit, is known only in his activity. Man was early instructed to recognize God in his works, only from these can proceed the determinations, which are called his properties, and in which, too, his being is contained. Thus the philosophical cognition of his activity, that is, of himself, grasps the notion of God in his being and his being in his notion. Being merely as such, or even determinate being, is such a meager and restricted determination, that the difficulty of finding it in the notion may well be the result of not having considered what being or determinate being itself is. Being as the wholly abstract, immediate relation to self, is nothing else than the abstract moment of the notion, which moment is abstract universality. This universality also affects what one demands of being, namely, to be outside the notion, for though this universality is moment of the notion, it is equally the difference, or abstract judgment, of the notion in which it opposes itself to itself. 7°7 The notion, even as formal, already immediately contains being in a truer and richer form, in that, as self-related negativity, it is individuality. But of course the difficulty of finding being in the notion as such and equally in the notion of God, becomes insuperable when the being is supposed to be that which obtains in the context of outer experience or in the form of sensuous perception, like the $100 in my finances, something to be grasped with the hand, not with the mind, something visible essentially to the outer, not to the inner eye. In other words, when that being which things possess as sensuous, temporal and perishable, is given the name of reality or truth. A philosophizing that in its view a being does not rise above sense, naturally stops short at merely abstract thought. 2. In its view of the notion, such thought stands opposed to being. The custom of regarding the notion merely as something one-sided, such as abstract thought is, will already hinder the acceptance of what was suggested above, namely, to regard the transition from the notion of God to his being, as an application of the logical course of objectification of the notion presented above. Yet if it is granted, as it commonly is, that the logical element as the formal element constitutes the form for the cognition of every determinate content, then the above relation must at least be conceded, unless in this opposition between notion and objectivity, one stops short at the untrue notion and an equally untrue reality, as something ultimate. But in the exposition of the pure notion, it was further made clear that this is the absolute, divine notion itself, so that in truth the relationship of our application would not obtain, and the logical process in question would in fact be the immediate exposition of God's self-determination to being. But on this point it is to be remarked that if the notion is to be presented as the notion of God, it is to be apprehended as it is when taken up into the idea. This pure notion passes through the finite forms of the judgment and syllogism because it is not yet posited as in its own nature explicitly one with objectivity but is grasped only in process of becoming it. Similarly this objectivity, too, is not yet the divine existence, is not yet the reality that is reflected in the divine idea. Yet objectivity is just that much richer and higher than the being or existence of the ontological proof, as the pure notion is richer and higher than that metaphysical void of the sum total of all reality. But I reserve for another occasion the more 708 detailed elucidation of the manifold misunderstanding that has been brought by logical formalism into the ontological, as well as the other, so-called proofs of God's existence, as also the Kantian criticism of them, and by establishing their true significance, to restore the fundamental thoughts of these proofs to their worth and dignity. As previously remarked, we have already met with several forms of immediacy, though in different determinations. In the sphere of being immediacy is being itself and determinate being, in the sphere of essence it is existence, and then actuality and substantiality, in the sphere of the notion, besides immediacy as abstract universality, there is now objectivity. When the exactitude of philosophical distinctions of the notion is not involved, these expressions may be used as synonymous, but the determinations mentioned have issued from the necessity of the notion. Being is in general the first immediacy, and determinate being is the same plus the first determinateness. Existence, along with things, is the immediacy that issues from the ground from the self-sublating mediation of the simple reflection of essence. But actuality and substantiality is the immediacy that has issued from the sublated difference of the still unessential existence as appearance and its essentiality. Finally, objectivity is the immediacy to which the notion determines itself by the sublation of its abstraction and mediation. Philosophy has the right to select from the language of common life which is made for the world of pictorial thinking, such expressions as seem to approximate to the determinations of the notion. There cannot be any question of demonstrating for a word selected from the language of common life that in common life, too, one associates with it the same notion for which philosophy employs it, for common life has no notions, but only pictorial thoughts and general ideas, and to recognize the notion in what is else a mere general idea is philosophy itself. It must suffice therefore if pictorial thinking, in the use of its expressions that are employed for philosophical determinations, has before it some vague idea of their distinctive meaning, just as it may be the case that in these expressions one recognizes nuances of pictorial thought that are more closely related to the corresponding notions. One will be less ready, perhaps, to admit that something can be without existing, but at least, one will hardly use being as copula of the judgment as interchangeable with the expression 7-9 to exist and say, this article exists dear, suitable, etc., gold exists a metal or metallic, instead of this article is dear, suitable, etc., gold is a metal or metallic. 1. And surely it is usual to distinguish between bes ng and appearing, appearance and actuahty, as well as to distinguish mere bes ng from actuality, and still more all these expressions from objectivity. However, even should they be employed synonymously, philosophy will in any case be free to utilize such empty superfluity of language for its distinctions. When treating of the apodeictic judgment, the consummation of the judgment where the subject loses its determinateness as against the predicate, we referred to the twofold meaning of subjectivity originating therefrom, namely, the subjectivity of the notion, and equally of the externality and contingency opposed to the notion. A similar twofold meaning also appears for objectivity, which stands opposed to the self-subsistent notion, yet is also the bes ng that is in and for itself. In the former sense, the object stands opposed to the I equals I, which in subjective idealism is enunciated as the absolutely true. In that case it is the manifold world in its immediate existence with which the ego or the notion only engages in never-ending struggle, in order, by the negation of the intrinsic nullity of this other, to give to the first certainty of self the actual truth of its equality with itself. In a less specific sense it denotes an object in general for any interest or activity of the subject. But in the opposite sense, objectivity signifies that which is in and for itself, and free from limitation and opposition. Rational principles, perfect works of art, etc., are called objective in so far as they are free and above all contingency. Although rational, theoretical, or ethical principles belong only to subjectivity, to consciousness, yet that element in the latter that is in and for itself is called objective. The cognition of truth is placed in cognizing the object as object, free from anything added by subjective reflection, and right conduct in the obedience to objective laws that are not subjective in origin and admit no caprice and no treatment that might overthrow their necessity. At the present standpoint of our exposition, objectivity signifies, 1. In a French report where the officer in command states that he was waiting for the wind, which usually rose near the island towards morning, to steer to shore, the expression occurs, l'évent ayant longtemps sans exister. Here the distinction has arisen merely from the other common idiom, for example, tu ayant longtemps sans one/l'écrire. 710. In the first instance, the absolute being of the notion, that is, the notion that has sublated the mediation posited in its self-determination and converted it into immediate relation to self. Consequently this immediacy is itself immediately and wholly pervaded by the notion, just as the notion's totality is immediately identical with its being. But since, further, the notion has equally to restore the free being for self of its subjectivity, there arises a relationship between the notion as end and objectivity. In this relationship the immediacy of the objectivity becomes the negative element over against the end, an element to be determined by the activity of the end. This immediacy thus acquires the other significance, that of being in and for itself null in so far as it stands opposed to the notion. First, then, objectivity is an immediacy whose moments, by virtue of the totality of all the moments, exist in a self-subsistent indifference as objects outside to one another, and in their relationship possess the subjective unity of the notion only as an inner or an outer unity. This is mechanism. But secondly, this unity reveals itself as the immanent law of the objects themselves, and thus their relationship becomes their peculiar specific difference founded on their law. It becomes a relation in which their determinate self-subsistence sublates itself. This is chemism. Thirdly, this essential unity of the objects is thereby posited as distinct from their self-subsistence. It is the subjective notion, but posited as in and for itself related to objectivity, as end. This is teleology. Since the end is the notion that is posited as in its own self relating itself to objectivity and as sublating by its own act its defect of being subjective, the purposiveness which is at first external becomes, through the realization of the end, internal and the idea. Chapter I. As objectivity is the totality of the notion withdrawn into its unity, an immediate is thereby posited that is in and for itself this totality, and is also posited as such, although in it the negative unity of the notion has not as yet detached itself from the immediacy of totality. In other words, objectivity is not yet posited as judgment. In so far as it has the notion immanent in it, it contains the difference of the notion, but on account of the objective totality, the differentiated moments are complete and self-subsistent objects which consequently, even in their relation, stand to one another only as self-subsistent things and remain external to one another in every combination. This is what constitutes the character of mechanism, namely, that whatever relation obtains between the things combined, this relation is one extraneous to them that does not concern their nature at all, and even if it is accompanied by a semblance of unity it remains nothing more than composition, mixture, aggregation, and the like. Spiritual mechanism also, like material, consists in this, that the things related in the spirit remain external to one another and to spirit itself. A mechanical style of thinking, a mechanical memory, habit, a mechanical way of acting, signify that the peculiar pervasion and presence of spirit is lacking in what spirit apprehends or does. Although its theoretical or practical mechanism cannot take place without its self-activity, without an impulse and consciousness, yet there is lacking in it the freedom of individuality, and because this freedom is not manifest in it such action appears as a merely external one. A. The mechanical object. The object is, as we have seen, the syllogism, whose mediation has been sublated and has therefore become an immediate identity. It is therefore in and for itself a universal univerality, not in the sense of a community of properties, but a universality that pervades the particularity, and in it is immediate individuality. 712. 1. In the first place, therefore, the object does not differentiate itself into matter and form, a matter as the self-subsistent universal side of the object and a form as the particular and individual side. Such an abstract difference of individuality and universality is excluded by the notion of object. If it is regarded as matter, it must be taken as in principle formed matter. Similarly, it may be defined as a thing with properties, as a whole consisting of parts, as a substance with accidents, or in terms of other relationships of reflection, but these relationships have been altogether superseded already in the notion. The object therefore has neither properties nor accidents, for these are separable from the thing or the substance, whereas in the object the particularity is absolutely reflected into the totality. In the parts of a whole, there is indeed present that self-subsistence which belongs to the differences of the object, but these differences are themselves directly and essentially objects, totalities, that are not, like parts, determined as such in contrast to the whole. The object is therefore in the first instance indeterminate, in so far as it has no determinate opposition in it, for it is the mediation that has collapsed into immediate identity. In so far as the notion is essentially determinate, the object possesses determinateness as a manifoldness which, though complete, is otherwise indeterminate, that is, contains no relationships, and which constitutes a totality that at first is similarly no further determined. Sides or parts that may be distinguished in it belong to an external reflection. This quite indeterminate difference therefore means only that there are a number of objects, each of which only contains its determinateness reflected into its universality and does not reflect itself outwards. Because this indeterminate determinateness is essential to the object, the latter is within itself a plurality of this kind, and must therefore be regarded as a composite or aggregate. It does not, however, consist of atoms, for these are not objects because they are not totalities. The Leibnizian monad would be more of an object since it is a total representation of the world, but confined within its intensive subjectivity it is supposed at least to be essentially one within itself. Nevertheless, the monad determined as an exclusive one is only a principle that reflection assumes. Yet the monad is an object, partly in that the ground of its manifold representations of the developed, that is, the posited determinations of its merely implicit totality lies outside it, and partly also in that it is indifferent to the monad that it constitutes an object along with others. It is thus in fact not exclusive or determined for itself. 2. As the object, then, in its determined being is a totality, and yet on account of its indeterminateness and immediacy is not the negative unity of that determined being, it is indifferent to the determinations as individual, as determined in and for themselves, just as these latter are themselves indifferent to one another. These, therefore, are not comprehensible from it nor from one another. Its totality is the form of general reflectedness of its manifoldness into individuality in general, which is in its own self indeterminate. The determinatenesses, therefore, that it contains, do indeed belong to it, but the form that constitutes their difference and combines them into a unity is an external, indifferent one, whether it be a mixture, or again an order, a certain arrangement of parts and sides, all these are combinations that are indifferent to what is so related. Thus the object, like any determinate being in general, has the determinateness of its totality outside it in other objects, and these in turn have theirs outside them, and so on to infinity. The return into self of this progression to infinity must indeed likewise be assumed and represented as a totality, a world, but that world is nothing but the universality that is confined within itself by indeterminate individuality, that is, a universe, the object, therefore, being in its determinateness equally indifferent to it, it is the object's own nature that points it outside and beyond itself to other objects for its determination, but to these others, their determinant function is similarly a matter of indifference. Consequently, a principle of self-determination is nowhere to be found, determinism the standpoint occupied by cognition when it takes the object, just as we have found it here, to be the truth assigns for each determination of the object that of another object, but this other is likewise indifferent both to its being determined and to its active determining. For this reason determinism itself is also indeterminate in the sense that it involves the progression to infinity. It can halt and be satisfied at any point at will, because the object it has reached in its progress, being a formal totality, is shut up within itself and indifferent to its being determined by another. Consequently, the explanation of the determination of an object and the progressive determining of the object made for the z*. 714. Purpose of the explanation, is only an empty word, since in the other object to which it advances there resides no self-determination. 3. Now as the determinateness of an object lies in an other, no determinate difference is to be found between them, the determinateness is merely doubled, once in one object and again in the other, something utterly identical, so that the explanation or comprehension is tautological. This tautology is an external feudal seesaw, since the determinateness obtains from the objects which are indifferent to it no peculiar distinctiveness and is therefore only identical. There is before us only one determinateness, and its being doubled expresses just this externality and nullity of a difference. But at the same time the objects are self-subsistent in regard to one another, therefore in the identity above mentioned they remain absolutely external to one another. Here, then, we have the manifest contradiction between the complete mutual indifference of the objects and the identity of their determinateness, or the contradiction of their complete externality in the identity of their determinateness. This contradiction is, therefore, the negative unity of a number of objects which, in that unity, simply repel one another. This is the mechanical process. b. The mechanical process. If objects are regarded merely as self-enclosed totalities, they cannot act on one another. In this determination they are the same thing as the monads, which for this very reason were thought of as exercising no influence whatever on one another. But the concept of a monad is, just for this reason, a defective reflection. For first it is a determinate conception of the monad's merely implicit totality, as a certain degree of the development and positedness of its representation of the world. It is determinate. Now while it is a self-enclosed totality, it is also indifferent to this determinateness, therefore the determinateness is not its own, but one that is posited by another object. Secondly, it is an immediate in general, in so far as it is supposed to be merely a mirroring entity. Its relation to itself is therefore abstract universality, hence it is a determinate being open to others. To gain the freedom of substance it is not sufficient to represent it as a totality that is complete within itself and has nothing to receive from without. On the contrary. 715. The mechanical, merely mirrored relation to itself is precisely a passivity towards another. Similarly determinateness, whether taken as the determinateness of something that is or of a mirroring entity, that is a degree of the monad's own spontaneous development, is something external. The degree that the development reaches has its limit in an other. To shift the reciprocity of substances onto a predetermined harmony means nothing more than to convert it into a presupposition, that is, to withdraw it from the notion. The need to avoid the interaction of substances was based on the moment of absolute self-subsistence and originality, which was made a fundamental assumption. But since the positedness, the degree of development, does not correspond to this in itself, it has for that very reason its ground in an other. When treating of the relationship of substantiality, we showed that it passes over into the causal relationship. But here what is, no longer has the determination of a substance, but of an object. The causal relationship has been superseded in the notion, the originality of one substance in relation to the other has shown itself to be illusory, its action to be transition into the opposed substance. This relationship therefore has no objectivity. Hence in so far as the one object is posited in the form of subjective unity as active cause, this no longer counts as an original determination but as something mediated. The active object has this its determination only by means of another object. Mechanism, since it belongs to the sphere of the notion, has that posited within it which proved to be the truth of the causal relationship, namely that the cause, which is supposed to be the original and self-subsistent factor is essentially effect, positedness, as well. In mechanism therefore the causality of the object is immediately a non-originality, it is indifferent to this its determination, therefore its being cause is for it something contingent. To this extent, one might indeed say that the causality of substances is only a subjective conception. But this causality as thus represented is precisely mechanism, for mechanism is this, that causality as identical determinateness of different substances and hence as the extinction of their self-subsistence in this identity, is a mere positedness, the objects are indifferent to this unity and maintain themselves in face of it. But, no less is this their indifferent self-subsistence also a mere positedness, they are therefore capable of mixing and aggregating and of becoming, as an aggregate, one object. Through this indifference. 716. Both to their transition and to their self-subsistence, substances are objects. The formal mechanical process. The mechanical process is the positing of what is contained in the notion of mechanism, and therefore, in the first instance, of a contradiction. 1. It follows from the notion just indicated that the interaction of objects takes the form of the positing of the identical relation of the objects. This consists merely in giving to the determinateness that is determined, the form of universality. This is communication, which does not involve transition into an opposite. Spiritual communication, which moreover takes place in that element which is the universal in the form of universality, is explicitly an ideal relation in which a determinateness continues itself from one person into another unimpaired, and universalizes itself without any alteration whatever as assent freely spreads in the unresisting atmosphere. But even in communication between material objects, their determinateness spreads, so to speak, in a similarly ideal manner. Personality is an infinitely more intense impenetrability than objects possess. The formal totality of the object in general, which is indifferent to the determinateness and hence is not a self-determination, makes it undistinguished from the other object and thus renders the interaction primarily an unimpeded continuation of the determinateness of the one in the other. Now in the spiritual sphere there is an infinitely manifold content that is communicable, for being taken up into intelligence it receives this form of universality in which it becomes communicable. But the universal that is such not merely through the form but in and for itself, is the objective as such, both in the spiritual and in the material sphere, as against which the individuality of outer objects as well as of persons is an unessential element that can offer it no resistance. Laws, morals, rational conceptions in general, are in the spiritual sphere such communicable entities which penetrate individuals in an unconscious manner and exert their influence on them. In the material sphere the communicable entities are motion, heat, magnetism, electricity, and the like which, even if people insist on representing them as stuffs or matters, must be characterized as imponderable agents. 717. Agents lacking that element of materiality which is the foundation of matter's individualized existence. 2. Now if in the interaction of objects their identical universality is first posited, it is equally necessary to posit the other moment of the notion, particularity. Objects accordingly demonstrate also their self-subsistence, maintain themselves as mutually external and establish an individuality in that universality. This establishing is reaction in general. To begin with, reaction is not to be conceived as a mere suspension of the action and of the communicated determinateness. What is communicated is, as a universal, positive in the particular objects and only particularizes itself in their diversity. So far, then, what is communicated remains what it is, it merely distributes itself to the objects or is determined by their particularity. The cause gets lost in its other, the effect, the activity of the causal substance in its action, but the active object only becomes a universal. Its action is primarily not a loss of its determinateness but a particularization, whereby the object which at first was the whole of that individual determinateness in it, is now a species of it, and through this the determinateness is posited for the first time as a universal. The two processes, the raising of the individual determinateness into universality in communication, and the particularization of it, or the reduction of what was solely a one to a species, in distribution, are one and the same. Now reaction is equal to action. The manner in which this first appears, is that the second object has taken up into itself the entire universal, and so is now active against the first. Thus its reaction is the same as the action, a reciprocal repulsion of the impulse. Secondly, what is communicated is the objective element, it therefore remains the substantial determination of the objects along with the presupposition of their diversity, thus the universal specifies itself at the same time in them, and each object therefore does not merely give back the whole action, but has its specific share. But thirdly, reaction is a wholly negative action in so far as each object through the elasticity of its self-subsistence expels the positedness of an other in it and maintains its relation to self. The specific particularity of the communicated determinateness in the objects, what was before called a species, returns to individuality, and the object asserts its externality in face of the communicated universality. The action thereby passes. 718. Over into rest. It shows itself to be a merely superficial, transient alteration in the self-enclosed indifferent totality of the object. 3. This return constitutes the product of the mechanical process. Immediately, the object is presupposed as an individual, further, it is a particular in relation to others, and again thirdly, as something indifferent to its particularity, as a universal. The product is that presupposed totality of the notion now posited as a totality. It is the conclusion in which the communicated universal is united with individuality through the particularity of the object, but at the same time in rest the mediation is posited as a mediation that has sublated itself. In other words, it is posited that the product is indifferent to this determining of it, and that the determinateness it has received is an external one in it. Accordingly the product is the same as the object that first enters into the process. But at the same time it is through this movement that it is first determined. In general, it is only as a product that the mechanical object is an object, because it is only through the mediation of an other in it that it is what it is. Thus in being a product it is what it is supposed to be in and for itself, a compound or me.seature, a certain order and arrangement of parts, in general, something whose determinateness is not a self-determination but one that is posited. On the other hand, it is no less true that the result of the mechanical process does not already exist before that process, its end is not in its beginning as in the case of the teleological end. The product is a determinateness in the object as an externally posited one. Therefore, as regards its notion, this product is indeed the same thing as the object already is from the beginning. But in the beginning the external determinateness does not yet appear as posited. To this extent the result is something quite other than the first determinate being of the object for which it is something utterly contingent. The real mechanical process passes over into rest. That is to say the determinateness which the object obtains through the process is only an external one. Equally external to it is this rest itself, since rest is the opposite determinateness to the action of the object, but every determinateness is indifferent to the object. Rest can therefore be regarded as produced by an external cause, just as much as it was indifferent to the object to be active. 719. Now further, since the determinateness is a posited one and the notion of the object has returned to itself through mediation, the object contains the determinateness as one that is reflected into itself. Hence in the mechanical process the objects and the process itself have a more precisely determined relationship. They are not merely diverse, but are now specifically distinguished as against one another. The result of the formal process, which on the one hand is determinationless rest, is therefore, on the other hand, through the reflection into self of the determinateness, the distribution of the opposition which the object as such contains, among several objects standing in a mechanical relationship to one another. The object that on the one hand lacks all determination whatever and is neither elastic nor self-subsistent in its relationships, has on the other hand a self-subsistence that is impenetrable to other objects. Objects now also have as against one another this more specific opposition of self-subsistent individuality and a universality that lacks self-subsistence. The precise difference may be conceived as a merely quantitative one, as a difference of the magnitude of mass in the bodies, or as a difference of intensity, or in various other ways. But in general the difference is not to be adhered to in that abstraction, as objects, both are also positively self-subsistent. Now the first moment of this real process is, as before, communication. The weaker can be seized and penetrated by the stronger only in so far as it accepts the latter and constitutes one sphere with it. Just as in the material sphere the weak is secured against the disproportionately strong, so the wholly feeble spirit is safer from the strong spirit than one that stands nearer to the strong. Imagine, if you like, someone quite dull-witted and ignoble, then on such a person lofty intelligence and nobility can make no impression. The only consistent defense against reason is to have no dealings with it at all. Where the object that is not self-subsistent cannot make contact with one that is and no communication can take place between them, the latter can also offer no resistance, that is, cannot specify the communicated universal for itself. If they were not in the same sphere, their relation to one another would be an infinite judgment, and no process between them would be possible. 720. Resistance is the precise moment of the overpowering of the one object by the other, for it is the incipient moment of the distribution of the communicated universal and of the positing of the self-related negativity, of the individuality to be established. Resistance is overcome where the determinateness of the object is inadequate to the communicated universal that has been taken up by the object and is supposed to individualize itself in it. The object's relative lack of self-subsistence manifests itself in the fact that its individuality lacks the capacity for what is communicate and therefore is disrupted by it, because it cannot constitute itself as subject in this universal, or make this latter its predicate. It is only in this second aspect that the violence exercised on an object is something extraneous to it. What turns power into violence is this, that though power, an objective universality, is identical with the nature of the object, its determinateness or negativity is not its own negative reflection into itself by which it is an individual. In so far as the negativity of the object is not reflected into itself in the power, and the power is not the object's own self-relation, it is, as against the power, only abstract negativity whose manifestation is extinction. Power, as objective universality and as violence directed against the object, is what is called fate, a conception that falls within mechanism in so far as it is called blind, that is, its objective universality is not recognized by the subject in its specific peculiarity. To make a few observations on this point, the fate of the living being is in general the genus, which manifests itself through the perishableness of the living individuals, which in their actual individuality do not possess the genus as genus. As mere objects, merely animate natures, like all other things of a lower grade, have no fate, what befalls them is a contingency, but in their notion as objects they are external to themselves. Therefore the alien power of fate is nothing else but their own immediate nature, externality, and contingency itself. Only self-consciousness has a fate in the proper meaning of the word, because it is free, and therefore in the individuality of its ego possesses a being that is absolutely in and for itself and can oppose itself to its objective universality and estrange itself from it. By this very separation, however, it excites against itself the mechanical relationship of a fate. In order therefore that this fate should be able to have power over it, it must have given itself some determinateness or other conflicting. 721. With the essential universality, it must have committed a deed. By this, it has made itself into a particular, and this existence as abstract universality, is at the same time the side open to the communication of its estranged essence. It is on this side that it is drawn into the process. The nation without deeds is without blame, it is wrapped in objective moral universality and dissolved in it and lacks that individuality which, while it moves the unmoved, and gives itself a determinateness outwards and an abstract universality separated from the objective universality, yet in so doing converts the subject into something estranged from its essence, into an object, and brings it into the relationship of externality towards its nature, into that of mechanism. The product of the mechanical process, the product of formal mechanism, is the object in general, an indifferent totality in which determinateness appears as posited. The object having hereby entered the process as a determinate thing, the extinction of the process results on the one hand in rest, as the original formalism of the object, the negativity of its being determined for itself. But on the other hand the sublating of the determinedness as the positive reflection of it into itself, is the determinateness that has withdrawn into itself or the posited totality of the notion, the true individuality of the object. The object, determined at first in its indeterminate universality then as a particular, is now determined as objectively an individual, so that in it that mere semblance of individuality which is only a self-subsistence opposing itself to the substantial universality, has been sublated. This reflection into self then is, as we have seen, the objective oneness of the objects, a oneness which is an individual self-subsistence, the center. Secondly, the reflection of negativity is a universality that is not a fate confronting the determinateness, but a fate immanently determined and rational, a universality that particularizes itself from within, the difference that is at rest and is constant in the unstable particularity of objects and in their process, in other words, the law. This result is the truth, and therefore also the foundation, of the mechanical process. See absolute mechanism, the center. In the first place then the empty manifoldness of objects is gathered. 722. Into objective individuality, into the simple self-determining center. Secondly, in so far as the object as an immediate totality retains its indifference to determinateness, the latter is present in it also as unessential or as a mutual externality of many objects. The prior, the essential determinateness, on the other hand, constitutes the real middle term between the many mechanically interacting bodies, by which they are united in and for themselves, and is their objective universality. Universality exhibited itself at first in the relationship of communication as present only through positing, but as objective universality it is the pervading immanent essence of the objects. In the material world it is the central body that is the genus, but it is the individual universality of the single objects and their mechanical process. The relationship in which the unessential single bodies stand to one another is one of mutual thrust and pressure. This kind of relationship does not hold between the central body and the objects whose essence it is, for their externality no longer constitutes their basic determination. Their identity with the central body is, therefore, rather rest, namely, the being in their center. This unity is their absolute notion. It remains, however, merely an ought to be, since the externality of the objects which is still also posited does not correspond to that unity. Their consequent striving towards the center is their absolute universality, not a universality posited by communication. It constitutes the true rest that is itself concrete and not posited from outside, into which the process of the non-self-subsistent bodies must return. That is why it is an empty abstraction to assume in mechanics that a body set in motion would continue to move in a straight line to infinity if external resistance did not rob it of its motion. Friction, or whatever other form resistance takes, is only the manifestation of centrality, for it is centrality that in an absolute manner brings the body back to itself, for the thing in contact with which the moving body meets friction has the power of resistance solely through its union with the center. In the spiritual sphere the center and unity with the center assume higher forms, but the unity of the notion and its reality, which here, to begin with, is mechanical centrality, must thereto constitute the basic determination. Thus the central body has ceased to be a mere object, for in the latter the determinateness is an unessential element, for the central. 723. Body no longer possesses the objective totality only implicitly but also explicitly. It can therefore be regarded as an individual. Its determinateness is essentially different from a mere order or arrangement and external connection of parts, as determinateness in and for itself it is an immanent form, a self-determining principle in which the objects inhere and by which they are bound together into a genuine one. But this central individual is thus at first only a middle term which as yet has no true extremes, but as negative unity of the total notion it sunders itself into such. Or in other words, the previously non-self-subsistent, self-external objects are likewise by the regress of the notion determined into individuals. The identity of the central body with itself, which is still a striving, is infected with externality which, being taken up into the central body's objective individuality, has this latter determination communicate to it. Through this centrality of their own, these individuals placed outside that first center, are themselves centers for the non-self-subsistent objects. These second centers and the non-self-subsistent objects are brought into unity by the above absolute middle term. But the relative individual centers themselves also constitute the middle term of a second syllogism, a middle term that on the one hand is subsumed under a higher extreme, namely the objective universality and power of the absolute center, and on the other hand subsumes under itself the non-self-subsistent objects whose superficial or formal individualization is supported by it. Again, these non-self-subsistent objects are the middle term of a third, the formal syllogism, in that they are the link between the absolute and the relative central individuality to the extent that the latter has in them its externality, by virtue of which the relation to self is at the same time a striving towards an absolute center. The formal objects have for their essence the identical gravity of their immediate central body in which they inhere as in their subject and the extreme of individuality, through the externality which they constitute, that body is subsumed under the absolute central body. They are, therefore, the formal middle term of particularity. But the absolute individual is the objectively universal middle term which brings into unity and holds fast the being within self or inwardness of the relative individual and its externality. Similarly, too, the government, the individual citizens. 724. And the needs or external life of the individuals, are three terms, each of which is the middle of the other two. The government is the absolute center in which the extreme of the individuals is united with their external existence. Similarly, the individuals are the middle term that activate that universal individual into external concrete existence and translate their moral essence into the extreme of actuality. The third syllogism is the formal syllogism, that of an illusory show, in which the individuals purport to be linked to this universal absolute individuality by their needs and external existence, a syllogism which, as merely subjective, passes over into the others and in them has its truth. This totality, whose moments are themselves the complete relationships of the notion, the syllogisms in which each of the three different objects runs through the determination of middle term and of extremes, constitutes free mechanism. In it the different objects have for their basic determination the objective universality, the pervasive gravity that maintains its t-dentity in the particularization. The relations of pressure, thrust, attracton, and the like, as also aggregatons or mtstures, belong to the relationship of externality which forms the basis of the third of this group of syllogisms. Order, which is the merely external determinateness of objects, has passed over into the determination that is immanent and objective. This is law. Law in law, the more specific difference between the pound-deal reality of objectivity and its external reality is made prominent. The object, as immediate totality of the notion, does not yet possess externality as distinct from the notion which is not yet posited for itself. The object, being withdrawn into itself through the process, there has arisen the opposition of simple centrality against an externality which is now determined as externality, that is, is posited as that which is not in and for itself. That identical or ideal aspect of individuality is, on account of the relation to externality, and ought to be, it is that unity of the notion, absolutely determined and self-determining, to which that external reality does not correspond, and therefore gets no further than a striving towards it. But individuality is in and for itself the concrete principle of negative unity, and as such itself totality, a unity that sunders itself into the specific differences of the notion and abides within itself identical. 725. Universality, it is thus the center expanded within its pure ideality by difference. This reality which corresponds to the notion is the ideal reality that is distinct from the reality that was merely a striving, it is the difference, not as in the first instance a plurality of objects, but difference in its essential nature and taken up into pure universality. This real ideality is the soul of the previously developed objective totality, the absolutely determined identity of the system. The objective being in and for self appears therefore more specifically in its totality as the negative unity of the center, which divides itself into subjective individuality and external objectivity, maintains the former in the latter and determines it in an ideal difference. This self-determining unity that absolutely reduces external objectivity to ideality is the principle of self-movement. The determinateness of this animating principle, which is the difference of the notion itself, is law. Dead mechanism was the mechanical process considered above of objects that appeared immediately as self-subsistent but which for that very reason are, in truth, not self-subsistent and have their center outside themselves. This process, which passes over into rest, exhibits either contingency and indeterminate dissimilarity or formal uniformity. This uniformity is indeed a rule, but not a law. Only free mechanism has a law, the spontaneous determination of pure individuality or of the explicated notion. As difference, it is in its own self the imperishable source of self-kindling movement, and since in the ideality of its difference it relates itself to itself alone, it is free necessity. Transition of mechanism. This soul, however, is still submerged in its body. The notion of the objective totality, determinate now but inner, is free necessity. The law has not yet confronted its object, it is the concrete centrality as universality immediately expanded into its objectivity. This ideality, therefore, has not the objects themselves for its determinate difference, these are self-subsistent individuals of the totality, or also, if we look back to the formal stage, non-individual, external objects. Law is indeed immanent in them and constitutes their nature and power, but its difference is confined within its ideality, and the objects are not themselves differentiated into the ideal difference of the law. But it is solely in the ideal centrality and its 726 laws that the object possesses its essential self-subsistence. It is therefore powerless to resist the judgment of the notion and to maintain itself in abstract, indeterminate self-subsistence and aloofness. By virtue of the ideal difference immanent in it, its existence is a determinateness posited by the notion. Its lack of self-subsistence is in this way no longer merely a striving towards the center, as against which, just because its relation to it is only a striving, it still has the appearance of a self-subsistent external object. On the contrary, it is a striving towards the object specifically opposed to it, and similarly the center itself has in consequence fallen asunder and its negative unity passed has over into objectified opposition. Centrality is, therefore, now a relation of these reciprocally negative objectivities in a state of mutual tension. Thus free mechanism determines itself into chemism. Chapter 2. Chemism constitutes in objectivity as a whole, the moment of judgment, of the difference that has become objective, and of the process. Since it already begins with determinateness and positedness and the chemical object is at the same time an objective totality, its immediate course is simple and is completely determined by its presupposition. A. The chemical object. The chemical object is distinguished from the mechanical by the fact that the latter is a totality indifferent to determinateness, whereas in the case of the chemical object the determinateness, and consequently the relation to other and the kind and manner of this relation, belong to its nature. This determinateness is at the same time essentially a particularization. That is, it is taken up into universality, thus it is a principal universal determinateness, the determinateness not only of the one individual object but also of the other. In the chemical object, therefore, we now have the distinction between its notion as the inner totality of the two determinatenesses, and the determinateness that constitutes the nature of the individual object in its externality and concrete existence. Since in this way it is in itself or implicitly the whole notion, it has in its own self the necessity and the urge to sublate its opposed, one-sided existence and to give itself an existence as that real whole that according to its notion it is. With regard to the expression chemism for the relation of the difference of objectivity as it has presented itself, it may be further remarked that the expression must not be understood here as though this relation only exhibited itself in that form of elemental nature to which the name chemism so called is strictly applied. Even the meteorological relation must be regarded as a process whose parts have the nature more of physical than chemical elements. In the animate world, the sex relation comes under the schema and it also constitutes the formal basis for the spiritual relations of love, friendship, and the like. 728. Examined more closely, the chemical object, as a self-subsistent totality in general, is in the first instance an object that is reflected into itself and to that extent is distinct from its reflectedness outwards an indifferent base, the individual not yet specified as different, the person, too, is such a base related at first only to itself. But the immanent determinateness which constitutes its difference, is first reflected into itself in such a manner that this retraction of the relation outwards is only formal abstract universality, thus the relation outwards is the determination of its immediacy and concrete existence. From this aspect, it does not in its own self return into the individual totality, and the negative unity has the two moments of its opposition in two particular objects. Accordingly, a chemical object is not comprehensible from itself alone, and the being of one is the being of the other. But secondly, the determinateness is absolutely reflected into itself and is the concrete moment of the individual notion of the whole, which notion is the universal essence, the real genus of the particular object. The chemical object, which is thus the contradiction of its immediate positedness and its immanent individual notion, is a striving to sublate the determinateness of its existence and to give concrete existence to the objective totality of the notion. Therefore, though it also lacks self-subsistence, it spontaneously tenses itself against this deficiency and initiates the process by itself determining. b. The chemical process. It begins with the presupposition that the objects in tension, tensed as they are against themselves, are in the first instance by that very fact just as much tensed against one another, a relationship that is called their affinity. Since each through its notion stands in contradiction to the one-sidedness of its own existence and consequently strives to sublate it, there is immediately posited in this fact the striving to sublate the one-sidedness of the other object, and through this reciprocal adjustment and combination to posit a reality conformable to the notion, which contains both moments. As each of the objects is posited as self-contradictory and self-sublating in its own self, it is only by an external compulsion that they are held apart from one another and from their chemism. 729. Reciprocal integration. Now the middle term whereby these extremes are concluded into a unity is first the implicit nature of both, the whole notion that holds both within itself. Secondly, however, since in their concrete existence they stand confronting each other, their absolute unity is also a still formal element having an existence distinct from them, the element of communication in which they enter into external community with each other. Since the real difference belongs to the extremes, this middle term is only the abstract neutrality, the real possibility of those extremes. It is, as it were, the theoretical element of the concrete existence of chemical objects, of their process and its result. In the material world water fulfills the function of this medium, in the spiritual world, so far as the analogue of such a relation has a place there, the sign in general, and more precisely language, is to be regarded as fulfilling that function. The relationship of the objects, as a mere communication in this element, is on the one hand a quiescent coming together, but on the other hand it is no less a negative bearing of each to the other, for in communication the concrete notion which is their nature is posited as a reality, with the result that the real differences of the objects are reduced to its unity. Their previous self-subsistent determinateness is thus sublated in the union that conforms to the notion, which is one and the same in both, and thereby their opposition and tension are weakened, with the result that in this reciprocal integration the striving reaches its quiescent neutrality. The process is in this way extinguished, the contradiction between the notion and reality being resolved, the extremes of the syllogism have lost their opposition and have thus ceased to be extremes both against each other and against the middle term. The product is neutral, that is, a product in which the ingredients, which can no longer be called objects, have lost their tension and with it those properties which belong to them as tensed, while the capability of their former self-subsistence and tension is preserved. For the negative unity of the neutral product proceeds from a presupposed difference. The determinateness of the chemical object is identical with its objectivity, it is original. Through the process just considered this difference is as yet only immediately sublated, the determinateness is, therefore, as yet not absolutely reflected into itself, and consequently the product of the process is only a formal unity. 73 degrees 2. Now in this product, the tension of the opposition and the negative unity, as activity of the process, are indeed extinct. But since this unity is essential to the notion and has at the same time come into concrete existence, it is still present, though its place is outside the neutral object. The process does not spontaneously rekindle itself, for it had the difference only for its presupposition and did not itself posit it. This self-subsistent negativity outside the object, the existence of the abstract individuality whose being for self has its reality in the indifferent object, is now tensed within itself against its abstraction, and is an inward restless activity that turns outwards to consume. It relates itself immediately to the object whose quiescent neutrality is the real possibility of its opposition. That object is now the middle term of the previously merely formal neutrality, now inwardly concrete and determinate. The more precise immediate relation of the extreme of negative unity to the object is that the latter is determined by it and thereby disrupted. This disruption may in the first instance be regarded as the restoration of that opposition of the object's intention with which chemism began. But this determination does not constitute the other extreme of the syllogism but belongs to the immediate relation of the differentiating principle to the middle term in which this principle gives itself its immediate reality. It is the determinateness that the middle term in the disjunctive syllogism also possesses besides being the universal nature of the object, and by virtue of which the object is both objective universality and also determinate particularity. The other extreme of the syllogism stands opposed to the external self-subsistent extreme of individuality, it is therefore the equally self-subsistent extreme of universality. Hence the disruption suffered by the real neutrality of the middle term in this extreme is that it is split up into moments whose relationship is not that of difference, but of indifference. Accordingly these moments are the abstract indifferent base on the one side, and its energizing principle on the other, which latter by its separation from the base attains likewise the form of indifferent objectivity. This disjunctive syllogism is the totality of chemism in which the same objective whole is exhibited first as self-subsistent negative unity, then in the middle term as real unity, and finally as the chemical reality resolved into its abstract moments. In these latter the determinateness has not reached its reflection into self. 731. In another as in the neutral product, but has in itself returned into its abstraction, and is an originally determinate element. 3. These elementary objects are accordingly liberated from chemical tension. In them, the original basis of that presupposition with which chemism began has been posited through the real process. Now further, the inner determinateness as such of these objects is essentially the contradiction of their simple indifferent subsistence and themselves as determinateness, and is the urge outwards that sunders itself and posits tension in its object and in another object in order to have something with which it can enter into a relation of difference and in which it can neutralize itself and give to its simple determinateness an existent reality. Consequently, on the one hand chemism has returned into its beginning, in which objects in a state of reciprocal tension seek one another and then by a formal, external middle term, unite to form a neutral product. On the other hand, chemism by this return into its notion sublates itself and has passed over into a higher sphere. See transition of chemism. Even ordinary chemistry shows examples of chemical alterations in which a body, for example, imparts a higher oxidation to one part of its mass and thereby reduces another part to a lower degree of oxidation, in which lower degree alone it can enter into a neutral combination with another different body brought into contact with it, a combination for which it would not have been receptive in that first immediate degree. What happens here is that the object does not relate itself to another in accordance with an immediate, one-sided determinateness, but that in accordance with the inner totality of an original relation it posits the presupposition which it requires for a real relation and thereby gives itself a middle term through which it unites its notion with its reality. It is absolutely determined individuality, the concrete notion as principle of the disjunction into extremes whose reunion is the activity of the same negative principle, which thereby returns to its first determination, but returns objectified. Chemism itself is the first negation of indifferent objectivity and of the externality of determinateness. It is therefore still infected with the immediate self-subsistence of the object and with externality. Consequently it is not yet for itself that totality of self. 732. Determination that proceeds from it and in which rather it is sublated. The three syllogisms yielded by the foregoing exposition constitute its totality. The first has for middle term formal neutrality and for extremes the object's intention, the second has for middle term the product of the first, real neutrality, and for extremes the sundering activity and its product, the indifferent element, while the third is the self-realizing notion, which posits for itself the presupposition by which the process of its realization is conditioned, a syllogism that has the universal for its essence. On account, however, of the immediacy and externality attaching to chemical objectivity, these syllogisms still fall apart. The first process, whose product is the neutrality of the object's intention, is extinguished in its product, and it is an externally applied differentiation that rekindles it, conditioned by an immediate presupposition, it exhausts itself in it. Similarly, the separation of the different extremes out of the neutral product, as also their decomposition into their abstract elements, must proceed from conditions and stimulations of activity externally brought into play. Also, although the two essential moments of the process, on the one side neutralization, on the other separation and reduction, are combined in one and the same process, and the union of the extremes by weakening of the tension between them is also a sundering into such extremes, yet on account of the still underlying externality they constitute two different sides. The extremes that are separated in that same process are different objects or materials from those that unite in it. In so far as the former emerge again from the process as different, they must turn outwards. Their new neutralization is a different process from the neutralization that took place in the first process. But these various processes, which have proved themselves necessary, are so many stages by which externality and oneness are sublated and from which the notion emerges as a totality determined in and for itself and not conditioned by externality. In the first process, the mutual externality of the different extremes that constitute the whole reality, or the distinction between the implicitly determinate notion and its existent determinateness, is sublated. In the second, the externality of the real unity, the union as merely neutral, is sublated. More precisely, the formal activity in the first instance sublates itself in equally formal bases or in different determinatenesses, whose inner notion 733 is now the indrawn absolute activity as inwardly self-realizing, that is, the activity that posits the determinate differences within itself and through this mediation constitutes itself as real unity, a mediation which is thus the notion's own mediation, its self-determination, and in respect of its reflection thence into itself, an immanent presupposing. The third syllogism, which on the one hand is the restoration of the preceding processes, on the other hand sublates the last remaining moment of indifferent bases, the wholly abstract external immediacy, which in this way becomes the notion's own moment of self-mediation. The notion, which has thus sublated all the moments of its objective existence as external, and posited them within its simple unity, is thereby completely liberated from objective externality, to which it relates itself only as to an unessential reality. This objective free notion is end. Chapter 3. Teleology. Where purposiveness is discerned, and intelligence is assumed as its author, and for the end we therefore demand the notion's own free existence. Teleology is especially contrasted with mechanism, in which the determinateness posited in the object, being external, is essentially one in which no self-determination is manifested. The opposition between causae evidentes and causae finales, between merely efficient and final causes, relates to this distinction, and this distinction, taken in a concrete form, is also made the criterion for deciding whether the absolute essence of the world is to be conceived as blind natural mechanism or as an intelligence that determines itself in accordance with ends. The antinomy between fatalism, along with determinism and freedom, is likewise concerned with the opposition of mechanism and teleology, for the free is the notion in its existence. Earlier metaphysics has treated these concepts as it has treated others. It has for one thing presupposed a certain conception of the world and labored to show that one or the other concept fitted it, while the opposite one was defective because it failed to explain that conception, and again, while doing this, it has not examined the concept of mechanical cause and of end, to see which possesses truth in and for itself. When this has been established independently, the objective world may present us with mechanical and final causes, but their existence is not the standard of truth. On the contrary, truth is the criterion that decides which of these existences is the true one. Just as the subjective understanding also exhibits errors in itself, so the objective world also exhibits aspects and stages of truth that by themselves are still one-sided, incomplete, and only relationships in the sphere of appearance. If mechanism and purposiveness stand opposed to one another, they cannot for that very reason be taken as indifferent concepts, each of which is correct on its own account, possessing as much validity as the other, the only question being where one or the other may be applied. This equal validity of both rests merely on the fact that they are, that is to say, that we have them both. But since they are opposed, the necessary preliminary question is, which of the two is the true one, and the higher and real question is, whether their truth is not a third concept, or whether one of them is the truth of the other. But the relation of end has proved to be the truth of mechanism. What exhibited itself as chemism is included with mechanism in so far as end is the notion in free existence, and to end stands opposed in general the unfreedom of the notion, its submergence in externality. Both of them, therefore, mechanism and chemism, are included under natural necessity, for in the former the notion does not exist in the object, since the object as mechanical does not contain self-determination, while in chemism the notion either has a one-sided existence in a state of tension, or, in emerging as the L-nity that disjoins the neutral object into tensed extremes, is external to itself in so far as it sublates this disjunction. The more the teleological principle was linked with the concept of an extramundane intelligence and to that extent was favored by piety, the more it seemed to depart from the true investigation of nature, which aims at cognizing the properties of nature not as extraneous, but as immanent determinatenesses and accepts only such cognition as a valid comprehension. As end is the notion itself in its existence, it may seem strange that the cognition of objects from their notion appears rather as an unjustified trespass into a heterogeneous element, whereas mechanism, for which the determinateness of an object is a determinateness posited in it externally and by another object, is held to be a more immanent point of view than teleology. Of course mechanism, at least the ordinary unfree mechanism, and also chemism, must be regarded as an immanent principle in so far as the external determinant is itself again just such another object, externally determined and indifferent to such determining, or, in the case of chemism, the other object is one likewise chemically determined. In general, an essential moment of the totality always lies in something outside it. These principles therefore remain confined within the same natural form of finitude, yet though they do not seek to go beyond the finite and lead only to finite causes in their explanation of phenomena, which themselves demand a further progress, at the same time they expand themselves, partly into a formal totality in the concept of force, cause, and similar determinations of reflection which are supposed to denote a primariness, and partly also through the abstract universality of a sum total of forces, a whole of reciprocal. 736. Causes. Mechanism shows itself to be a striving for totality in the fact that it seeks to grasp nature by itself as a whole, that for its notion does not require any other, a totality that is not found in end and the extramundane intelligence associated with it. Now purposiveness shows itself in the first instance as a higher being in general, as an intelligence that externally determines the multiplicity of objects by a unity that exists in and for itself, so that the indifferent determinatenesses of the objects become essential through this relation. In mechanism they become so through the mere form of necessity, their content being indifferent, for they are supposed to remain external, and it is only understanding as such that is supposed to find satisfaction in cognizing its own connective principle, abstract identity. In teleology, on the contrary, the content becomes important, for teleology presupposes a notion, something absolutely determined and therefore self-determining, and so has made a distinction between the relation of the differences and their reciprocal determinedness, that is the form, and the unity that is reflected into itself, a unity that is determined in and for itself and therefore a content. But when the content is otherwise a finite and insignificant one, it contradicts what it is supposed to be, for and, according to its form, is a totality infinite within itself, especially when the activity that operates in accordance with ends is assumed to be an absolute will and intelligence. The reason why teleology has incurred so much the reproach of triviality is that the ends that it exhibited are more important or more trivial, as the case may be, and it was inevitable that the end relation of objects should so often appear trifling, since it appears to be so external and therefore contingent. Mechanism, on the contrary, leaves to the determinatenesses of objects, as regards their import, their contingent status, to which the object is indifferent, and these determinatenesses are not supposed to have, either for the objects or for the subjective intelligence, any higher validity. This principle, therefore, in its context of external necessity gives the consciousness of infinite freedom as compared with teleology, which sets up for something absolute what is trivial and even contemptible in its content, in which the more universal thought can only find itself infinitely cramped and even feel disgusted. The formal disadvantage from which this teleology immediately suffers is that it only goes as far as external purposiveness. The 737. Notion being thus posited as something formal, then for such teleology the content is also something that for the notion is given externally in the manifoldness of the objective world in those very determinatenesses which are also the content of mechanism, but appearing there as something external and contingent. On account of this community of content, it is solely the form of purposiveness by itself that constitutes what is essential in this teleology. In this respect, without as yet attending to the difference of outer and inner purposiveness, the end relation in general has proved itself to be in and for itself the truth of mechanism. Teleology possesses in general the higher principle, the notion in its existence, which is in and for itself the infinite and absolute a principle of freedom that in the utter certainty of its self-determination is absolutely liberated from the external determining of mechanism. One of Kant's great services to philosophy consists in the distinction he has made between relative or external, and internal purposiveness. In the latter he has opened up the notion of life, the idea, and by so doing has done positively for philosophy what the Critique of Reason did but imperfectly, equivocally, and only negatively, namely, raised it above the determinations of reflection and the relative world of metaphysics. It has been remarked that the opposition of teleology and mechanism is in the first instance the more general opposition of freedom and necessity. Kant has exhibited the opposition in this form among the antinomies of reason, namely, as the third conflict of the transcendental ideas. His exposition, which was referred to earlier, I cite quite briefly, as the gist of it is so simple as to require no detailed analysis, and the peculiar features of the Kantian antinomies have been elucidated in more detail elsewhere. The thesis of the antinomy here to be considered runs thus. Causality according to natural laws is not the sole causality from which the phenomena of the world can one and all be derived. For their explanation, a causality through freedom must be assumed as well. The antithesis is, there is no freedom, but everything in the world happens solely according to natural laws. As in the case of the other antinomies, the proof first sets to work apagogically, the opposite of each thesis being assumed, secondly and conversely, in order to show the contradictory nature of this a. 738. Assumption, its opposite, which is accordingly the proposition to be proved, is assumed and presupposed as valid. The whole roundabout method of proof could therefore be spared. The proof consists in nothing but the assertorical affirmation of the two opposed propositions. Thus, in order to prove the thesis, we have first to assume that there is no other causality than that according to natural laws, that is, according to the necessity of mechanism in general, including chemism. This proposition we find to be self-contradictory, because we take natural law to consist just in this, that nothing happens without a cause sufficiently determined a priori, which cause therefore must contain an absolute spontaneity within itself. That is, the assumption opposed to the thesis is contradictory because it contradicts the thesis. In order to prove the antithesis, we are to postulate that there exists a freedom, as a particular kind of causality, that absolutely initiates a state of things and therefore also a series of consequences of that state. But now, since such a beginning presupposes a state that has no causal connection whatever with its predecessor, it contradicts the law of causality which alone makes unity of experience, and experience at all, possible. In other words, the assumption of freedom, which is opposed to the antithesis, cannot be made because it contradicts the antithesis. What is essentially the same antinomy recurs in the critique of teleological judgment as the opposition between the assertion that all production of material things takes place according to mere subsist only in the individuality, in so far as they are external and can be apprehended in this externality, they are separable, but when separated, they revert to the mechanical and chemical relationships of common objectivity. Their externality is opposed to the negative unity of the living individuality. The latter is therefore the urge to posit the abstract moment of the notion's determinateness as a real difference. Since this difference is immediate, it is the urge of each single, specific moment to produce itself, and equally to raise its particularity to universality, sublate the other moments external to it and life 767 produce itself at their expense, but no less to sublate itself and make itself a means for the others. 2. This process of the living individuality is restricted to that individuality itself and still falls entirely within it. Above, in the syllogism of external purposiveness, we considered its first premise, namely that the end relates itself immediately to objectivity and makes it a means, and we found that in this premise the end does indeed remain similar to itself and has withdrawn into itself in the objectivity, but that the objectivity has not yet in its own self sublated itself, and therefore the end is to that extent not yet in and for itself in this premise, and only becomes so in the conclusion. The process of the living being with itself is the same premise, but in so far as the latter is also conclusion, and in so far as the immediate relation of the subject to objectivity, which objectivity thereby becomes a means and instrument, is at the same time the negative unity of the notion in its own self, the end realizes itself in this its externality by being the subjective power over that externality and the process in which the externality displays its self-dissolution and its return into this the negative unity of the end. The restlessness and mutability of the external side of the living being is the manifestation in it of the notion, which as in its own self-negativity only has an objectivity in so far as the latter's indifferent subsistence reveals itself as self-sublating. The notion therefore produces itself by its urge in such a manner that the product, the notion being its essence, is itself the producing agent, that is to say the product is product only as the externality that equally posits itself as negative, or is product only in being the process of production. 3. Now the idea just considered is the notion of the living subject and its process. The determinations, which are in relationship with each other, are the self-related negative unity of the notion and objectivity, which is the notion's means, but in which it has returned into itself. But since these are moments of the idea of life within its notion, they are not the specific notion moments of the living individual in its reality. The objectivity or corporeality of this individual is a concrete totality. The above moments are the sides out of which life constitutes itself. They are therefore not the moments of this life that is already constituted by the idea. But the living objectivity as such of the individual, since it is ensouled by the notion and has the notion for its substance, also possesses. 768. For its essential difference the determinations of the notion, universality, particularity, and individuality, accordingly the shape, in which they are externally distinguished, is divided or incised on the basis of that difference. Thus it is in the first place universality, the purely internal vibration of vitality, or sensibility. The notion of universality, as we have found it above, is simple immediacy, which however is this only by being within itself absolute negativity. This notion of absolute difference with its negativity dissolved in simplicity and self-similar, is brought to view in sensibility. It is inwardness, not as abstract simplicity but as an infinitely determinable receptivity, which in its diminuteness does not become something manifold and external, but is simply reflected into itself. Determinateness is present in this universality as simple principle. The individual external determinateness, a so-called impression, returns from its external and manifold determination into the simplicity of self-feeling. Sensibility may therefore be regarded as the determinate being of the inwardly existent soul, since it receives all externality into itself, while reducing it to the perfect simplicity of self-similar universality. The second determination of the notion is particularity, the moment of the posited difference, the opening up of the negativity that is locked up in simple self-feeling, or is an ideal, not yet a real, determinateness in it, that is, irritability. On account of the abstraction of its negativity, feeling is an urge, it determines itself. The self-determination of the living being is its judgment or its self-limitation, whereby it relates itself to the external as to a presupposed objectivity and is in reciprocal activity with it. Now as a particular living being it is on one side a species alongside other species of living beings. The formal reflection of this indifferent diversity into itself is the formal genus and its systematization, but the individual reflection is this, that the particularity, the negativity of its determinateness, as a direction outwards, is the self-related negativity of the notion. According to this third determination the living being is an individual. The precise determination of this reflection into self is such that in irritability, the living being is its own externality to itself, to the objectivity which it possesses immediately as its means and instrument, and which is externally determinable. The reflection into self sublates this immediacy on the one side. Life 769. As a theoretical reflection, that is, in so far as the negativity is present as the simple moment of sensibility that was considered in the latter and which constitutes/yielding on the other side as real reflection, in that the unity of the notion posits itself in its external objectivity as negative unity, this is reproduction. The first two moments, sensibility and irritability, are abstract determinations. In reproduction life is concrete and is vitality. In it, as in its truth, life for the first time has also feeling and the power of resistance. Reproduction is the negativity as simple moment of sensibility, and irritability is only a living power of resistance, so that the relationship to the external is reproduction and individual identity with self. Each of the individual moments is essentially the totality of all. Their difference constitutes the ideal form determinateness, which is posited in reproduction as concrete totality of the whole. This whole is, therefore, on the one hand opposed as a third, namely as a real totality, to the former determinate totalities, while on the other hand it is their implicit essential nature, and at the same time that in which they are embraced as moments, and in which they have their subject and their subsistence. With reproduction as the moment of individuality, the living being posits itself as an actual individuality, a self-related being for self, but at the same time it is a real relation outwards, the reflection of particularity or irritability towards an other, towards the objective world. The process of life, which is enclosed within the individual, passes over into a relation to the presupposed objectivity as such, in consequence of the fact that when the individual posits itself as a subjective totality, the moment of its determinateness as a relation to externality becomes a totality as well. b. The life process. The living individual, in shaping itself inwardly, tenses itself against its original act of presupposition, and opposes itself as an absolute subject to the presupposed objective world. The subject is its own end, the notion, which has its means and subjective reality in the objectivity that is subjugated to it. As such, it is constituted as the idea in and for itself and as a being that is essentially self-subsistent, in face of which the presupposed external world has the value only of something negative and lacking. bb. 770. Self-subsistence. In its self-feeling the living being has the certainty of the intrinsic nullity of the otherness confronting it. Its urge is the need to sublate this otherness and to give itself the truth of this certainty. The individual is, as subject, in the first instance no more than the notion of the idea of life, its subjective inward process in which it draws on its own resources, and the immediate objectivity which it posits conformably to its notion as a natural means is mediated by the process that relates itself to the completely posited externality, to the objective totality standing indifferently alongside it. This process begins with need, that is, with a moment that is twofold. First, the living being determines itself, in so doing posits itself as denied, and thereby relates itself to an other to it, to the indifferent objectivity, but secondly, it is equally not lost in this loss of itself but maintains itself therein and remains the identity of the self-similar notion, thus it is the urge to posit this other world as its own, as similar to itself, to sublate it and to objectify itself. By doing this, its self-determination has the form of objective externality, and as it is at the same time identical with itself it is absolute contradiction. The immediate shape is the idea in its simple notion, objectivity that is conformable to the notion, as such, it is good by nature. But since its negative moment realizes itself as an objective particularity, that is, since each of the essential moments of its unity is realized as a separate totality, the notion is sundered into an absolute disparity with itself, and since, all the same, it is absolute identity in this disharmony, the living being is for itself this disharmony and has the feeling of this contradiction, which is pain. Pain is therefore the prerogative of living natures, because they are the existent notion, they are an actuality of infinite power such that they are within themselves the negativity of themselves, that this their negativity is for them, and that they maintain themselves in their otherness. It is said that contradiction is unthinkable, but the fact is that in the pain of a living being it is even an actual existence. This diremption of the living being within itself is feeling, the diremption being taken up into the simple universality of the notion, into sensibility. From pain begin the need and the urge that constitute the transition by which the individual, which is explicitly the negation of itself, becomes also explicitly its own identity, an identity that exists only as the negation of the former. Negation. The identity that is in the urge as such is the subjective certainty of itself, in accordance with which it relates itself to its external, indifferently existing world as to an appearance, to an intrinsically notionless and unessential actuality. This actuality has to await the subject, which is the immanent end, before it receives the notion into itself. The indifference of the objective world to the determinateness, and consequently to the end, constitutes its external capability of being conformable to the subject, whatever other specifications it may possess, its mechanical determinability, the absence of the freedom of the immanent notion, constitutes its impotence to maintain itself against the living being. In so far as the object confronts the living being in the first instance as an indifferent externality, it can act upon it mechanically, but in doing so it is not acting as on a living being, where it enters into relationship with a living being, it does not act on it as a cause, but excites it. Because the living being is an urge, externality cannot approach or enter it except in so far as it is in its own very nature already in the living being. Therefore the action on the subject consists merely in the latter finding the externality presented to it conformable. This externality may not be conformable to the subject's totality, but at least it must correspond to a particular side of it, and this possibility resides simply in the fact that the subject in its external relationship is a particular. Now the subject, as specifically related in its need to the externality, and so itself an externality or instrument, uses violence on the object. Its particular character, its finitude in general, falls into the more specific manifestation of this relationship. The external element in this is the process of objectivity in general, mechanism and chemism. But this process is immediately broken off and the externality transformed into internality. The external purposiveness that is produced at first by the activity of the subject in the indifferent object is sublated by reason of the fact that the object, relatively to the notion, is not a substance, and that therefore the notion cannot become merely the object's external form, but must posit itself as its essence and immanent pervading determination, in conformity with the notion's original identity. With the seizure of the object, therefore, the mechanical process passes over into the inner process by which the individual appropriates the object in such a manner as to deprive it of its peculiar nature, convert it into a means for itself, and give 772. Its own subjectivity to it for substance. This assimilation accordingly coincides with the individual's process of reproduction considered above. In this process the individual in the first instance draws upon itself in making its own objectivity its object. The mechanical and chemical conflict of its members with external things is an objective moment of itself. The mechanical and chemical side of the process is a beginning of the dissolution of the living being. Since life is the truth of these processes, and therefore as a living being is the concrete existence of this truth and the power dominating these processes, it takes them within its embrace, pervades them as their universality, and their product is completely determined by it. This conversion of them into the living individuality constitutes the return of this latter into itself, so that production, which as such would be transition into an other, becomes reproduction, in which the living being posits itself as self-identical for itself. The immediate idea is also the immediate, not the explicit, identity of the notion and reality. Through the objective process the living being gives itself its feeling of self, for in that process it posits itself as what it is in and for itself, namely, as a self-identity and the negative unity of the negative in ijs otherness, which is posited as indifferent to it. In this coming together of the individual and its objectivity, that at first was presupposed as indifferent to it, the individual, which on one side has constituted itself an actual unity, has none the less sublated its particularity and raised itself to universality. Its particularity consisted in the diremption by which life posited as its species the individual life and the objectivity external to it. Through the external life process it has thus posited itself as real universal life, that is, as genus. See, the genus. The living individual, at first disengaged from the universal notion of life, is a presupposition that is not as yet authenticated by the living individual itself. Through its process with the simultaneously presupposed world, it has posited itself on its own account as the negative unity of its otherness, as the foundation of itself, as such it is the actuality of the idea, in such a manner that now the individual brings itself forth out of actuality, whereas before it proceeded only from the notion, and that. Life 773. Its genesis, which was an act of presupposing, now becomes its production. But the further determination that it has attained by the sublation of the opposition is that of being the genus as identity of itself with its previously indifferent otherness. This idea of the individual, since it is this essential identity, is essentially the particularization of itself. This its diremption, in accordance with the totality from which it proceeds, is the duplication of the individual a presupposing of an objectivity that is identical with it, and a relationship of the living being to itself as to another living being. This universal is the third stage, the truth of life insofar as this is still confined within its sphere. This sphere is the self-related process of the individual, where externality is its immanent moment. Secondly, this externality is itself, as a living totality, an objectivity that for the individual is its own self, an objectivity in which, not as sublated but as persisting, the individual has the certainty of itself. Now because the relationship of the genus is the identity of individual self-feeling in what is at the same time another self-subsistent individual, it is contradiction, thus the living being is again an urge. Now the genus is indeed the consummation of the idea of life, but at first it is still within the sphere of immediacy. This universality is therefore actual in an individual shape, the notion, whose reality has the form of immediate objectivity. Consequently, though the individual is indeed in it se that thinks, nothing further is represented than a transcendental subject of thoughts equals X, which is cognized only through the thoughts which are its predicates, and of which, taken in its isolation, we can never have the least conception. In this context, the I has the inconvenience, to use Kant's own expression, that we must already make use of it whenever we want to make any judgment about it, for it is not so much a single representation by which a particular object is distinguished, but rather a form of representation in general insofar as this is to be called cognition. Now the paralogism committed by rational psychology, says Kant, consists in this, that modes qf self-consciousness in thinking are converted into notions of the understanding as applied to an object, that the I think is taken as a thinking being, a thing in itself, and that in this way, from the fact that I always occur in consciousness as a subject, and that too as a singular subject, identical in all the multiplicity of representation, and distinguishing myself from the latter as from something external to me, the unjustified inference is drawn that the I is a substance, and further a qualitatively simple being. 777. And a one, and something that has a real existence independently of the things of time and space. I have drawn out this exposition in some detail, because it shows clearly the nature of the previous metaphysics of the soul and especially, too, the nature of the criticism by which it was made obsolete. The former aimed at determining the abstract essence of the soul. In doing so, it started originally from observation and converted the empirical universality of observation and the wholly external reflective determination attaching to the individuality of the actual, into the form of the above-mentioned determinations of essence. Kant in his criticism had generally in mind only the state of the metaphysics of his time, which in the main adhered to these abstract, one-sided determinations wholly devoid of dialectic. The genuinely speculative ideas of older philosophers on the notion of spirit he neither heeded nor examined. In his criticism then of those determinations, he followed quite simply Hume's style of scepticism, that is to say, he holds fast to the I as it appears in self-consciousness, from which, however, since it is its essence the thing in itself that we are to cognize, everything empirical must be omitted. Nothing then is left but this phenomenon of the I think that accompanies every representation of which think we have not the slightest conception. Certainly, it must be conceded that we have not the least conception of the I, or of anything whatever, not even of the notion itself, so long as we do not really think, but stop short at the simple, fixed general idea and the name. It is an odd thought if it can be called a thought at all that I must already make use of the I in order to judge of the I that makes use of self-consciousness as a means in order to judge. This is indeed an X of which, as well as of the relationship of such making use, we cannot have the slightest conception. But surely it is ridiculous to call this nature of self-consciousness, namely, that the I thinks itself, that the I cannot be thought without its being the I that thinks, an inconvenience and, as though there was a fallacy in it, a circle. It is this relationship through which, in immediate self-consciousness, the absolute, eternal nature of self-consciousness and the notion itself manifests itself, and manifests itself for this reason, that self-consciousness is just the existent pure notion, and therefore empirically perceptible, the absolute relation to self that, as a separating judgment, makes itself its own object and is solely this bb*. 778. Process whereby it makes itself a circle. A stone does not have this inconvenience. When it is to be thought or judged, it does not stand in its own way. It is relieved from the burden of making use of itself for this task. It is something else outside it that must give itself this trouble. These conceptions, which must be called barbarous, place the defect in the fact that in thinking of the I as subject cannot be omitted, but the same defect then also appears the other way round, namely in this way, that I occurs only as subject of self-consciousness, or I can use myself only as subject of a judgment, and the intuition is lacking by which the I might be given as an object, but the notion of a thing that can exist only as subject does not so far involve any objective reality at all. If external intuition, determined in space and time, is required for objectivity, and it is this that is missing here, then it is quite clear that by objectivity is meant merely sensuous reality, and to have risen above that is a condition of thinking and of truth. But of course, if I is taken not in its notion but as a mere, simple, general idea, in the way we pronounce I in everyday consciousness, then it is the abstract determination and not the self-relation that has itself for object. In that case, it is only one of the extremes, a one-sided subject without its objectivity, or else it would be merely an object without subjectivity, were it not for the inconvenience alluded to, that the thinking subject cannot be eliminated from the I as object. But in fact the same inconvenience occurs with the former determination, with the I as subject, the I thinks something, itself or something else. This inseparability of the two forms in which it opposes itself to itself belongs to the innermost nature of its notion and of the notion itself. It is precisely what Kant wants to stave off in order to retain the mere general idea, which does not inwardly differentiate itself and therefore, of course, lacks the notion. Now a notionless conception of this kind may indeed oppose itself to the abstract reflective determinations or categories of the previous metaphysics, for in one-sidedness it stands on a level with them, though these are indeed on a higher level of thought, but on the other hand it appears all the more meager and empty when compared with the profounder ideas of ancient philosophy on the conception of the soul or of thinking, as for example the genuinely speculative ideas of Aristotle. If the Kantian philosophy investigated the reflective categories in question, it was even more 779. Bound to investigate the firmly held abstraction of the empty I, the presumed idea of the thing in itself, which, precisely on account of its abstraction, proves on the contrary to be something completely untrue. The experience of the inconvenience complained of is itself the empirical fact in which the untruth of that abstraction expresses itself. Mendelssohn's proof of the persistence of the soul is the only one mentioned in the Kantian critique of rational psychology, and I cite here the Kantian refutation of it on account of the remarkable nature of the argument employed to disprove it. The proof in question is based on the simplicity of the soul, by virtue of which it is incapable of alteration, of transition into another, in time. Qualitative simplicity is in general the form of abstraction considered above. As qualitats i.e. determinateness it was investigated in the sphere of being, and it was proved that the qualitative, as such abstractly self-related determinateness, is on the contrary for that very reason dialectical, and is merely transition into an other. But in treating of the notion it was shown that when it is considered in relation to persistence, indestructibility, imperishableness, it is the absolutely true being and the eternal, just because it is not abstract, but concrete simplicity, is determined not as abstractly self-related, but as the unity of itself and its other. It cannot therefore pass into that other as though it altered itself in it for the very reason that the other to which it is determined is the notion itself, so that in this transition it only comes to itself. Now the Kantian criticism opposes to the said qualitative determination of the unity of the notion, the quantitative. Although the soul is not a manifold of juxtaposed parts and contains no extensive magnitude, yet we are told consciousness has a degree, and the soul like every concrete existent has an intensive magnitude, but this postulates the possibility of transition into nothing by a gradual passing away. Now what is this refutation but the application to spirit of a category of being, of intensive magnitude, a determination that has no truth in itself but on the contrary is sublated in the notion. Metaphysics, even the metaphysics that restricted itself to fixed concepts of the understanding and did not rise to speculative thinking, to the nature of the notion and of the idea, had for its aim the cognition of truth, and investigated its objects to ascertain whether they were true things or not, substances or phenomena. 780. The victory of the Kantian criticism over this metaphysics consists, on the contrary, in doing away with the investigation that has truth for its aim, and this aim itself, it omits altogether to raise the one question of interest, whether a particular subject, here the abstract I of ordinary thinking, possesses truth in and for itself. But to cling to phenomena and the mere conceptions given in everyday consciousness is to renounce the notion and philosophy. Anything rising above this is stigmatized in the Kantian criticism as something high-flown to which reason is in no way entitled. As a matter of fact, the notion does reach beyond the notionless, and the immediate justification for going beyond it is first, the notion itself, and secondly, from the negative side, the untruth of phenomena and of ordinary thinking, as well as of abstractions like things in themselves and the above I, that is supposed not to be an object to itself. In the content of this logical exposition it is from the idea of life that the idea of spirit has issued, or what is the same thing, that the idea of spirit has proved itself to be the truth of the idea of life. As this result, the idea possesses its truth in and for itself, with which one may then also compare the empirical side or the manifestation of spirit to see how far the latter accords with the former. We have seen that life is the idea, but at the same time it has shown itself not to be as yet the true presentation or mode of the idea's existence. For in life, the reality of the idea exists as individuality, universality or genus is the inwardness, the truth of life as absolute negative unity is therefore to sublate the abstract, or what is the same, the immediate, individuality, and as identical, to be self-identical, as genus, to be self-similar. Now this idea is spirit. In this context we may once more remark that spirit is here considered in the form that belongs to this idea as logical. For it has other shapes as well that may be mentioned here in passing. In these it falls to be considered in the concrete sciences of spirit, namely as soul, consciousness, and spirit as such. The name soul was formerly employed for the individual finite spirit generally, and rational or empirical psychology was intended to be synonymous with doctrine of spirit. The expression soul evokes a mental picture of it as a thing like other things. One inquires as to its seat, the specific position in space from which its forces operate, still more, as to how this thing can be imperishable, how it can be subject to temporal conditions and yet be exempt. 781. From alteration therein. The system of monads exalts matter to the psychical. In this conception the soul is an atom like the atoms of matter in general. The atom that rises as steam from the coffee cup is capable in favorable circumstances of developing into a soul. It is only the greater obscurity of its ideation that distinguishes it from a thing of the kind that manifests as soul. The notion that is for itself is necessarily also in immediate existence, in this substantial identity with life, as submerged in its externality. It is the subject matter of anthropology. But even anthropology must regard as alien to it the metaphysics that makes this form of immediacy into a psychical thing, into an atom, like the atoms of matter. To anthropology must be left only that obscure region where spirit is subjected to what were once called sidereal and terrestrial influences, where it lives as a natural spirit in sympathy with nature and becomes aware of nature's changes in dreams and presentiments, and indwells the brain, the heart, the ganglia, the liver, and so forth. According to Plato, God, mindful that even the irrational part of the soul should partake of his bounty and share in higher things, gave to the liver the gift of prophecy above which self-conscious man is exalted. To this irrational side belong further the conditions of ordinary thinking and higher spiritual activity in so far as this activity is subjected in the individual subject to the play of a wholly contingent physical constitution, of external influences and particular circumstances. This lowest of the concrete shapes in which spirit is sunk in the material, has its immediate superior in consciousness. In this form the free notion, as ego that is for itself, is withdrawn from objectivity, but relates itself to it as its other, as an object confronting it. Here spirit is no longer present as soul, on the contrary, in the certainty of itself, the immediacy of being has the significance of a negative for it, consequently, its identity with itself in the objectivity is at the same time still only an illusory show, since the objectivity, too, still has the form of an implicit being. This stage is the subject matter of the phenomenology of spirit, a science which stands midway between the science of the natural spirit and spirit as such. The phenomenology of spirit considers spirit that is for itself, but at the same time in its relation to its other, an other which, as we have recalled, is determined by that relation as 782. Both implicitly an object and also as negated. Thus it considers spirit in its manifestation, as exhibiting itself in its counterpart. But the higher truth of this form is spirit that is for itself, for spirit in this form, the object that for consciousness has an implicit being has the form of spirit's own determination, of ordinary thinking as such. This spirit, acting on the determinations as on its own, on feelings, representations, thoughts, is thus infinite within itself and in its form. The consideration of this stage belongs to the doctrine of spirit proper, which would embrace what is the subject matter of ordinary empirical psychology, but which, to be the science of spirit, must not go empirically to work, but be scientifically conceived. Spirit is at this stage finite spirit, in so far as the content of its determinateness is an immediate, given content. The science of finite spirit has to display the process in which it liberates itself from this its determinateness and goes on to grasp the truth of itself, which is infinite spirit. On the other hand, the idea of spirit as the subject matter of logic already stands within the pure science. It has not therefore to watch spirit progressing through its entanglement with nature, with immediate determinateness and material things, or with pictorial thinking. This is dealt with in the three sciences mentioned above. The idea of spirit already has this progress behind it, or what is the same thing, still before it, the former when logic is taken as the last science, the latter when logic is taken as the first science, out of which the idea first passes over into nature. In the logical idea of spirit, therefore, the I is immediately the free notion, as it revealed itself to be too. Issuing from the notion of nature as nature's truth, the free notion that in its judgment is itself the object, the notion as its idea. But even in this shape the idea is still not consummated. While the idea is indeed the free notion that has itself for object, yet it is immediate, and just because it is immediate it is still the idea in its subjectivity, and therefore in its finitude in general. It is the end that has to realize itself, or it is the absolute idea itself still in its manifested aspect. What it seeks is the true, this identity of the notion itself and reality, but as yet it is only seeking it, for it is here in its first stage still subjective. Consequently, though the object that is for the notion is here also a given object, it does not enter into the subject as an object operating on it, or as an object having a constitution of its own, or as a picture thought, on the 783. Contrary, the subject converts it into a determination of the notion. It is the notion that is active in the object, relates itself to itself therein, and by giving itself its reality in the object finds truth. The idea is therefore in the first instance one of the extremes of a syllogism, as the notion that as end has initially its own self for subjective reality. The other extreme is the limitation of subjectivity, the objective world. The two extremes are identical in that they are the idea. First, their unity is that of the notion, which in one is only for itself, in the other only in itself. Secondly, in one the reality is abstract, in the other it is present in its concrete actuality. This unity is now posited by cognition, and since this is the subjective idea that, as end, proceeds from itself, the unity appears, at first, only as a middle term. The cognizing subject, through the determinateness of its notion, namely abstract being for self, relates itself, it is true, to an outer world, but it does so in the absolute self-certainty of itself, in order to raise its own implicit reality, this formal truth, into real truth. It possesses in its notion the entire essentiality of the objective world. Its process consists in positing for I.self the concrete content of that world as identical with the notion, and conversely, in positing the latter as identical with objectivity. Immediately, the idea as manifested idea is the theoretical idea, cognition as such. For immediately the objective world has the form of immediacy or of being for the notion that exists for itself, just as the latter, at first, is to itself only the abstract notion of itself, confined within itself. It is therefore merely a form. Its reality that it has within it is no more than its simple determinations of universality and particularity, while the individuality or specific determinateness, the content, is received by this form from outside. A. The of the true. The subjective idea is in the first instance an urge. For it is the contradiction of the notion to have itself for object and to be its own reality, yet without the object being an other, that is, self-subsistent over against it, or without the difference of the notion from itself possessing at the same time the essential determination of diversity and indifferent existence. The specific nature of this urge is therefore to sublate its own subjectivity, to make its first, abstract reality into a concrete one and to fill it with the content. 784. Of the world presupposed by its subjectivity. From the other side, this urge is determined in the following manner: the notion is, it is true, the absolute certainty of itself, but its being for self is confronted by its presupposition of a world having the form of implicit being, but a world whose indifferent otherness has for the self-certainty of the notion the value merely of an unessentiality. It is thus the urge to sublate this otherness and to intuit in the object its identity with itself. This reflection into self is the sublated opposition, and the individuality which initially appears as the presupposed implicit being of a world is now posited as individuality and made actual for the subject. Accordingly, the reflection into self is the self-identity of the form restored out of the opposition, an identity that is therefore determined as indifferent to the form in its distinctiveness and is content. This urge is therefore the urge to truth in so far as truth is in cognition, accordingly to truth in its proper sense as theoretical idea. Objective truth is no doubt the idea itself as the reality that corresponds to the notion, and to this extent an object may or may not possess truth, but, on the other hand, the more precise meaning of truth is that it is truth for or in the subjective notion, in knowing. It is the relation of the notion judgment which showed itself to be the formal judgment of truth. In it, namely, the predicate is not merely the objectivity of the notion, but the relating comparison of the notion of the subject matter with its actuality. This realization of the notion is theoretical in so far as the notion, as form, has still the determination of subjectivity, or has still the determination for the subject of being its own determination. Because cognition is the idea as end, or as subjective, the negation of the world presupposed as an implicit being is the first negation. Therefore also the conclusion in which the objective is posited in the subjective, has at first only this meaning, that the implicit being is only posited in the form of subjectivity, or in the notion determination, and for this reason is not, in that form, in and for itself. Thus the conclusion only attains to a neutral unity or a synthesis, that is, to a unity of things that are originally separate and only are externally so conjoined. Since therefore in this cognition the notion posits the object as its own, the idea in the first instance only gives itself a content whose basis is given, and in which only the form of externality has been sublated. Accordingly, this cognition still retains its finitude in its 785. Realized end. In its realized end it has at the same time not attained its end, and in its truth has not yet arrived at truth. For in so far as in the result the content still has the character of a datum, the presupposed implicit being confronting the notion is not sublated. Equally therefore the unity of notion and reality, truth, is also not contained in it. Oddly enough, it is the side of finitude that latterly has been clung to, and accepted as the absolute relation of cognition, as though the finite as such was supposed to be the absolute. At this standpoint, the object is credited with being an unknown thing in itself behind cognition, and this character of the object, and with it truth too, is regarded as an absolute beyond for cognition. In this view of cognition, thought determinations in general, the categories, reflective determinations, as well as the formal notion and its moments, are assigned the position of being finite determinations not in and for themselves, but finite in the sense that they are subjective in relation to this empty thing in itself. The fallacy of taking this untrue relation of cognition as the true relation has become the universal opinion of modern times. From this determination of finite cognition, it is immediately evident that it is a contradiction that sublates itself the contradiction of a truth that at the same time is supposed not to be truth of a cognition of what is, which at the same time does not cognize the thing in itself. In the collapse of this contradiction, its content, subjective cognition, and the thing in itself, collapses, that is, proves itself an untruth. But cognition must, in the course of its own movement, resolve its finitude and with it its contradiction. This examination of it made by us is an external reflection, but cognition is itself the notion that is its own end and therefore through its realization fulfills itself, and in this very fulfillment sublates its subjectivity and the presupposed implicit being. We have therefore to consider cognition in its own self in its positive activity. Since this idea is, as we have seen, the urge of the notion to realize itself for itself, its activity consists in determining the object, and by this determining to relate itself in the object identically to itself. The object is in general something simply determinable, and in the idea it has this essential side of not being in and for itself opposed to the notion. Because cognition is still finite, not speculative, cognition, the presupposed objectivity has not as yet for it the shape of something that is in 786. Its own self simply and solely the notion, and that contains nothing with a particularity of its own as against the latter. But the fact that it counts as an implicit beyond, necessarily implies that its determinability by the notion is a determination it possesses essentially, for the idea is the notion that exists for itself, is that which is absolutely infinite within itself, in which the object is implicitly sublated and the end is now solely to sublate it explicitly. Hence, though the object is presupposed by the idea of cognition as possessing an implicit being, yet it is essentially in a relationship where the idea, certain of itself and of the nullity of this opposition, comes to the realization of its notion in the object. In the syllogism whereby the subjective idea now unites itself with objectivity, the first premise is the same form of immediate seizure and relation of the notion to the object that we saw in the relation of end. The determining activity of the notion upon the object is an immediate communication of itself to the object and unresisted pervasion of the latter by the notion. In this process the notion remains in pure identity with itself, but this its immediate reflection into self has equally the determination of objective immediacy. That which for the notion is its own determination, is equally a being, for it is the first negation of the presupposition. Therefore the posited determination ranks just as much as a presupposition that has been merely found, as an apprehension of a datum. In fact, the activity of the notion here consists merely in being negative towards itself, restraining itself, and making itself passive towards what confronts it, in order that the latter may be able to show itself, not as determined by the subject, but as it is in its own self. Accordingly, in this premise this cognition does not appear even as an application of logical determinations, but as an acceptance and apprehension of them just as given, and its activity appears to be restricted merely to the removal of a subjective obstacle, an external husk, from the subject matter. This cognition is analytic cognition. Analytic cognition, we sometimes find the difference between analytic and synthetic cognition stated in the form that one proceeds from the known to the unknown, the other from the unknown to the known. But if this distinction is closely examined, it will be difficult to discover. 787. In it a definite thought, much less a notion. It may be said that cognition begins in general with ignorance, for one does not learn to know something with which one is already acquainted. Conversely, it also begins with the known. This is a tautological proposition, that with which it begins, which therefore it actually cognizes, is ipso facto something known. What is not as yet known and is to be known only later is still an unknown. So far, then, it must be said that cognition, once it has begun, always proceeds from the known to the unknown. The distinguishing feature of analytic cognition is already defined in the fact that as the first premise of the whole syllogism, analytic cognition does not as yet contain mediation, it is the immediate communication of the notion and does not as yet contain otherness, and in it the activity empties itself of its negativity. However, this immediacy of the relation is for that reason itself a mediation, for it is the negative relation of the notion to the object, but a relation that annuls itself, thereby making itself simple and identical. This reflection into self is only subjective, because in its mediation the difference is present still only in the form of the presupposed implicit difference, as difference of the object within itself. The determination, therefore, brought about by this relation, is the form of simple identity, of abstract universality. Accordingly, analytic cognition has in general this identity for its principle, and transition into another, the connection of different terms, is excluded from itself and from its activity. If we look now more closely at analytic cognition, we see that it starts from a presupposed, and therefore individual, concrete subject matter. This may be an object already complete in itself for ordinary thought, or it may be a problem, that is to say, given only in its circumstances and conditions, but not yet disengaged from them and presented on its own account in simple self-subsistence. Now the analysis of this subject matter cannot consist in its being merely resolved into the particular picture thoughts which it may contain. Such a resolution and the apprehension of such picture thoughts is a business that would not belong to cognition, but would merely be a matter of a closer acquaintance, a determination within the sphere of picture thinking. Since analysis is based on the notion, its products are essentially notion determinations, and that too as determinations immediately contained in the subject. 788. Matter. We have seen from the nature of the idea of cognition, that the activity of the subjective notion must be regarded from one side merely as the explication of what is already in the object, because the object itself is nothing but the totality of the notion. It is just as one-sided to represent analysis as though there were nothing in the subject matter that was not imported into it, as it is one-sided to suppose that the resulting determinations are merely extracted from it. The former view, as everyone knows, is enunciated by subjective idealism, which takes the activity of cognition in analysis to be merely a one-sided positing, beyond which the thing in itself remains concealed. The other view belongs to so-called realism, which apprehends the subjective notion as an empty identity that receives the thought determinations into itself from outside. Analytic cognition, the transformation of the given material into logical determinations, has shown itself to be two things in one, a positing that no less immediately determines itself as a presupposing. Consequently, by virtue of the latter, the logical element may appear as something already complete in the object, just as by virtue of the former it may appear as the product of a merely subjective activity. But the two moments are not to be separated. The logical element in its abstract form into which analysis raises it, is of course only to be found in cognition, while conversely it is something not merely posited, but possessing being in itself. Now since analytic cognition is the transformation indicated above, it does not pass through any further middle term. The determination is in so far immediate and has just this meaning, to be peculiar to the object and in itself to belong to it, and therefore to be apprehended from it without any subjective mediation. But further, cognition is supposed also to be a progress, an explication of differences. But because, in accordance with the determination it has here, it is notionless and undialectical, it possesses only a given difference, and its progress takes place solely in the determinations of the material. It seems to have an imminent progress only in so far as the derived thought determinations can be analyzed afresh, in so far as they are a concrete. The highest and ultimate point of this process of analysis is the abstract highest essence, or abstract subjective identity, and over against it, diversity. This progress is, however, nothing but the mere repetition of the one original act of analysis, namely, the fresh. 789. Determination as a concrete, of what has already been taken up into the abstract form of the notion. This is followed by the analysis of it, then by the determination afresh as a concrete of the abstract that emerges from it, and so forth. But the thought determinations seem also to contain a transition within themselves. If the object is determined as a whole, then of course one advances from this to the other determination of part, from cause to the other determination of effect, and so on. But here this is no advance, since whole and part, cause and effect, are relationships, and moreover, for this formal cognition, relationships complete in themselves such that in them one determination is already found essentially linked to the other. The subject matter that has been determined as cause or as part is ipso facto determined by the whole relationship, that is, determined already by both sides of it. Although the relationship is in itself something synthetic, yet for analytic cognition this connection is as much a mere datum as any other connection of its material, and therefore is not relevant to its own peculiar business. Whether a connection of this kind be otherwise determined as a priori or a posteriori is here a matter of indifference, for it is apprehended as something found already there, or, as it has also been described, as a fact of consciousness that with the determination whole is linked the determination part, and so forth. While Kant has made the profound observation that there are synthetic a priori principles and has recognized their root in the unity of self-consciousness and therefore in the identity of the notion with itself, yet he adopts the specific connection, the concepts of relation and the synthetic principles themselves from formal logic as given. Their justification should have been the exposition of the transition of that simple unity of self-consciousness into these its determinations and distinctions, but Kant spared himself the trouble of demonstrating this genuinely synthetic progress, the self-producing notion. It is a familiar fact that arithmetic and the more general sciences of discrete magnitude especially, are called analytical science and analysis. As a matter of fact, their method of cognition is immanently analytical in the highest degree, and we shall briefly consider the basis of this fact. All other analytic cognition starts from a concrete material that in itself possesses a contingent manifoldness. On this material depends all distinction of content and progress to a further content. The material of arithmetic and 79 degrees algebra, on the other hand, is something that has already been made wholly abstract and indeterminate and purged of all peculiarity of relationship, and to which, therefore, every determination and connection is something external. Such a material is the principle of discrete magnitude, the one. This relationless atom can be increased to a plurality, and externally determined and unified into a sum. This process of increasing and delimiting is an empty progression and determining that never gets beyond the same principle of the abstract one. How numbers are further combined and separated depends solely on the positing activity of the cognizing subject. Magnitude is in general the category within which these determinations are made. It is the determinateness that has become an indifferent determinateness, so that the subject matter has no determinateness that might be immanent in it and therefore a datum for cognition. Cognition having first provided itself with a contingent variety of numbers, these now constitute the material for further elaboration and manifold relationships. Such relationships, their discovery and elaboration, do not seem, it is true, to be anything immanent in analytic cognition, but something contingent and given, and these relationships and the operations connected with them, too, are usually presented successively as different without any observation of an inner connection. Yet it is easy to discover a guiding principle, and that is the immanent principle of analytic identity, which appears in the diverse as equality. Progress consists in the reduction of the unequal to an ever greater equality. To give an example, in the first elements, addition is the combining of quite contingently unequal numbers. Multiplication, on the contrary, the combination of equal numbers. These again are followed by the relationship of the equality of amount and unity, and the relationship of powers makes its appearance. Now because the determinateness of the subject matter and of the relationships is a posited one, the further operation with them is also wholly analytic, and the science of analysis possesses not so much theorems as problems. The analytical theorem contains the problem as already solved for it, and the altogether external difference attaching to the two sides equated by the theorem is so unessential that a theorem of this kind would appear as a trivial identity. Kant, it is true, has declared the proposition 5 plus 7 12 to be a synthetic proposition, because the same thing is presented. 79.1. On one side in the form of a plurality, 5 and 7, and on the other side in the form of a unity, 12. But if the analytic proposition is not to mean the completely abstract identity and tautology 12 equals 12 and is to contain any advance at all, it must present a difference of some kind, though a difference not based on any quality, on any determinateness of reflection, and still less of the notion. 5 plus 7 and 12 are out and out the same content. The first side also expresses the demand that 5 and 7 shall be combined in one expression, that is to say, that just as 5 is the result of a counting up in which the counting was quite arbitrarily broken off and could just as well have been continued, so now, in the same way, the counting is to be continued with the condition that the ones to be added shall be 7. The I2 is therefore a result of 5 and 7 and of an operation which is already posited and in its nature is an act completely external and devoid of any thought, so that it can be performed even by a machine. Here there is not the slightest trace of a transition to another, it is a mere continuation, that is, repetition, of the same operation that produced 5 and 7. The proof of a theorem of this kind, and it would require a proof if it were a synthetic proposition, would consist merely in the operation of counting on from 5 for a further 7 ones and in discerning the agreement of the result of this counting with what is otherwise called 12, and which again is nothing else but just that process of counting up to a defined limit. Instead, therefore, of the form of theorem, the form of problem is directly chosen, the demand for the operation, that is to say, the expression of only one side of the equation that would constitute the theorem and whose other side is now to be found. The problem contains the content and states the specific operation that is to be undertaken with it. The operation is not restricted by any unyielding material endowed with specific relationships, but is an external subjective act, whose determinations are accepted with indifference by the material in which they are posited. The entire difference between the conditions laid down in the problem and the result in the solution, is merely that the specific mode of union or separation indicated in the former is actual in the latter. It is, therefore, an utterly superfluous bit of scaffolding to apply to these cases the form of geometrical method, which is relevant to synthetic propositions, and to add to the solution of the problem a proof as well. The proof can express nothing but the tautology. 79.2. That the solution is correct because the operation set in the problem has been performed. If the problem is to add several numbers, then the solution is to add them. The proof shows that the solution is correct because the problem was to add, and addition has been carried out. If the problem contains more complex expressions and operations, say for instance, to multiply decimal numbers, and the solution indicates merely the mechanical procedure, a proof does indeed become necessary, but this proof can be nothing else but the analysis of those expressions and of the operation from which the solution proceeds of itself. By this separation of the solution as a mechanical procedure, and of the proof as a reference back to the nature of the subject matter to be treated, we lose what is precisely the advantage of the analytical problem, namely that the construction can be immediately deduced from the problem and can therefore be exhibited as intelligible in and for itself. Put the other way, the construction is expressly given a defect peculiar to the synthetic method. In the higher analysis, where with the relationship of powers, we are dealing especially with relationships of discrete magnitude that are qualitative and dependent on notion determinatenesses, the problems and theorems do of course contain synthetic expressions. Their other expressions and relationships must be taken as intermediate terms besides those immediately specified by the problem or theorem. And, we may add, even these auxiliary terms must be of a kind to be grounded in the consideration and development of some side of the problem or theorem, the synthetic appearance comes solely from the fact that the problem or theorem does not itself already name this side. The problem, for example, of finding the sum of the powers of the roots of an equation is solved by the examination and subsequent connection of the functions which the coefficients of the equation are of the roots. The determination employed in the solution, namely, the functions of the coefficients and their connection, is not already expressed in the problem. For the rest, the development itself is wholly analytical. The same is true of the solution of the equation x1 equals O with the help of the sign, and also of the immanent algebraic solution, discovered, as is well known, by Gauss, which takes into consideration the residuum of x1 1 divided by m, and the so-called primitive roots, one of the most important extensions of analysis in modern times. These solutions are synthetic because the terms employed to help, the sign or 793. The consideration of the residua, are not terms of the problem itself. The nature of the analysis that considers the so-called infinitesimal differences of variable magnitudes, the analysis of the differential and integral calculus, has been treated in greater detail in the first part of this logic. It was there shown that there is here an underlying qualitative determination of magnitude which can be grasped only by means of the notion. The transition to it from magnitude as such is no longer analytic, and therefore mathematics to this day has never succeeded in justifying by its own means, that is, mathematically, the operations that rest on that transition, because the transition is not of a mathematical nature. Leibniz, who is given the credit of having reduced calculation with infinitesimal differences to a calculus, has, as was mentioned in the same place, made the transition in the most inadequate manner possible, a manner that is as completely unphilosophical as it is unmathematical. But once the transition is presupposed, and in the present state of the science it is no more than a presupposition, the further course is certainly only a series of ordinary operations. It has been remarked that analysis becomes synthetic when it comes to deal with determinations that are no longer posited by the problems themselves. But the general transition from analytic to synthetic cognition lies in the necessary transition from the form of immediacy to mediation, from abstract identity to difference. Analytic cognition in its activity does not in general go beyond determinations that are self-related, but by virtue of their determinateness they are also essentially of such a nature that they relate themselves to an other. It has been already remarked that even when analytic cognition goes on to deal with relationships that are not an externally given material but thought determinations, it still remains analytic, since for it even these relationships are given ones. But because abstract identity, which alone analytic cognition knows as its own, is essentially the identity of distinct terms, identity in this form too must belong to cognition and become for the subjective notion also the connection that is posited by it and identical with it. Synthetic cognition. Analytic cognition is the first premise of the whole syllogism. The 794. Immediate relation of the notion to the object, identity, therefore, is the determination which it recognizes as its own, and analytic cognition is merely the apprehension of what is. Synthetic cognition aims at the comprehension of what is, that is, at grasping the multiplicity of determinations in their unity. It is therefore the second premise of the syllogism in which the diverse as such is related. Hence its aim is in general necessity. The different terms which are connected, are on the one hand connected in a relation. In this relation they are related and at the same time mutually indifferent and self-subsistent, but on the other hand, they are linked together in the notion which is their simple yet determinate untie. Now synthetic cognition passes over, in the first instance, from abstract identity to relation, or from being to reflection, and so far it is not the absolute reflection of the notion that the notion cognizes in its subject matter. The reality it gives itself is the next stage, namely, the stated identity of the different terms as such, an identity therefore that is at the same time still inner and only necessity, not the subjective identity that is for itself, hence not yet the notion as such. Synthetic cognition, therefore, has indeed the notion determinations for its content, and the object is posited in them, but they only stand in relation to one another, or are in immediate unity, and just for that reason, not in the unity by which the notion exists as subject. This constitutes the finitude of this cognition, because this real side of the idea in it still possesses identity as an inner identity. Its determinations are to themselves still external, because the identity is not in the form of subjectivity. The notion's own pervasion of the object still lacks individuality. What corresponds to the notion in the object is indeed no longer the abstract but the determinate form and therefore the particularity of the notion, but the individual element in the object is still a given content. Consequently, although this cognition transforms the objective world into notions, it gives it notion determinations only in respect of form, and must find the object in respect of its individuality, its specific determinateness. Such cognition is not yet self-determining. Similarly, it finds propositions and laws, and proves their necessity, but not as a necessity of the subject matter in and for itself, that is, not from the notion, but as a necessity of the cognition that works on given determinations, on the differences of the phenomenal aspect of the subject matter, and cognizes for itself the 795. Proposition as a unity and relationship, or cognizes the ground of phenomena from the phenomena themselves. We have now to consider the detailed moments of synthetic cognition. I definition. First, the still given objectivity is transformed into the simple and first form, hence into the form of the notion. Accordingly, the moments of this apprehension are none other than the moments of the notion, universality, particularity, and individuality. The individual is the object itself as an immediate representation, that which is to be defined. The universality of the object of definition we have found in the determination of the objective judgment or judgment of necessity to be the genus, and indeed the proximate genus, that is to say, the universal with this determinateness that is at the same time a principle for the differentiation of the particular. This difference the object possesses in the specific difference, which makes it the determinate species it is and is the basis of its disjunction from the remaining species. Definition, in thus reducing the subject matter to its notion, strips it of its externalities which are requisite for its concrete existence. It abstracts from what accrues to the notion in its realization, whereby it emerges first into idea, and secondly into external existence. Discretion is for representation, and takes in this further content that belongs to reality. But definition reduces this wealth of the manifold determinations of intuited existence to the simplest moments, the form of these simple elements, and how they are determined relatively to one another, is contained in the notion. The subject matter is thus, as we have stated, grasped as a universal that is at the same time essentially determinate. The subject matter itself is the third factor, the individual, in which the genus and the particularization are posited in one. It is an immediate that is posited outside the notion, since the latter is not yet self-determining. In the said moments, which are the form difference of definition, the notion finds itself and has in them the reality correspondent to it. But the reflection of the notion moments into themselves, which is individuality, is not yet contained in this reality, and therefore the object, in so far as it is in cognition, is not yet determined as subjective. Whereas, cognition on the contrary is subjective. 796. And has an external starting point, or it is subjective by reason of its external starting point in the individual. The content of the notion is therefore a datum and contingent. Consequently, the concrete notion itself is contingent in a twofold aspect. First, it is contingent in respect of its content as such. Secondly, it is contingent which determinations of the content from among the manifold qualities that the object possesses in external existence are to be selected for the notion and are to constitute its moments. The latter point requires closer consideration. For since individuality, which is determined in and for itself, lies outside the notion determination peculiar to synthetic cognition, there is no principle available for determining which sides of the subject matter are to be regarded as belonging to its notion determination and which merely to the external reality. This constitutes a difficulty in the case of definitions, a difficulty that for synthetic cognition cannot be overcome. Yet here a distinction must be made. In the first place, the definition of products of self-conscious purposiveness is easily discovered, for the end that they are to serve is a determination created out of the subjective resolve and constituting the essential particularization, the form of the concrete existent thing, which is here the sole concern. Apart from this, the nature of its material and its other external properties, in so far as they correspond to the end, are contained in its determination, the rest are unessential for it. Secondly, geometrical objects are abstract determinations of space. The underlying abstraction, so-called absolute space, has lost all further concrete determinations and now too possesses only such shapes and configurations as are posited in it. These objects therefore are only what they are meant to be, their notion determination in general, and more precisely the specific difference, possesses in them its simple unhindered reality. To this extent, they resemble the products of external purposiveness, and they also agree with the subject matter of arithmetic in which likewise the underlying determination is only that which has been posited in it. True, space has still further determinations, its three-dimensionality, its continuity and divisibility, which are not first posited in it by external determination. But these belong to the accepted material and are immediate presuppositions. It is only the combination and entanglement of the former subjective determinations with this peculiar nature of the domain into which 797 they have been imported that produces synthetic relationships and laws. In the case of numerical determinations, since they are based on the simple principle of the one, their combination and any further determination is simply and solely a positedness. On the other hand, determinations in space, which is explicitly a continuous mutual externality, run a further course of their own and possess a reality distinct from their notion, but this no longer belongs to the immediate definition. But, thirdly, in the case of definitions of concrete objects of nature as well as of spirit, the position is quite different. In general, such objects are, for representation, things of many properties. Here, what we have to do in the first instance is to apprehend what is their proximate genus, and then, what is their specific difference. We have therefore to determine which of the many properties belong to the object as genus, and which as species, and further which among these properties is the essential one. This last point involves the necessity of ascertaining their interrelationship, whether one is already posited with the other. But for this purpose there is so far no other criterion to hand than existence itself. The essentiality of the property for the purpose of the definition, in which it is to be posited as a simple, undeveloped determinateness, is its universality. But in existence universality is merely empirical. It may be universality in time whether the property in question is lasting, while the others show themselves transitory in the subsistence of the whole, or it may be a universality resulting from comparison with other concrete wholes, and in that case it goes no further than community. Now if comparison indicates as the common basis the total habitus as empirically presented, reflection has to bring this together into a simple thought determination and to grasp the simple character of such a totality. But the only possible attestation that a thought determination, or a single one of the immediate properties, constitutes the simple and specific essence of the object, is the derivation of such a determination from the concrete properties of the subject matter. But this would demand an analysis transforming the immediate properties into thoughts and reducing what is concrete to something simple. Such an analysis, however, would be higher than the one already considered, for it could not be abstractive, but would have to preserve in the universal what is specific in the concrete, unify it and show it to be dependent on the simple thought determination. 798. The relations of the manifold determinations of immediate existence to the simple notion would however be theorems requiring proof. But definition is the first, still undeveloped notion, therefore, when it has to apprehend the simple determinateness of the subject matter, which apprehension has to be something immediate, it can only employ for the purpose one of its immediate so-called properties, a determination of sensuous existence or representation. The isolation, then, of this property by abstraction constitutes simplicity, and for universality and essentiality the notion has to fall back onto empirical universality, the persistence in altered circumstances, and the reflection that seeks the notion determination in external existence and in picture thinking, that is, seeks it where it is not to be found. Definition, therefore, automatically renounces the notion determinations proper, which would be essentially principles of the subject matter, and contents itself with MLZRKS, that is, determinations in which essentiality for the object itself is a matter of indifference, and which are intended merely to be distinguishing marks for an external reflection. A single, external determinateness of this kind is too inadequate to the concrete totality and to the nature of its notion, to justify its selection for its own sake, nor could it be taken for the true expression and determination of a concrete whole. According to Blumenbach's one observation, for example, the lobe of the ear is absent in all other animals, and therefore in the usual phraseology of common and distinguishing marks it could quite properly be used as the distinctive characteristic in the definition of physical man. But how inadequate such a completely external determination at once appears when compared with the conception of the total habitus of physical man, and with the demand that the notion determination shall be something essential. It is quite contingent whether the marks adopted in the definition are pure makeshifts like this, or on the other hand approximate more to the nature of a principle. It is also to be observed that, on account of their externality, they have not been the starting point in the cognition of the notion of the object. On the contrary, an obscure feeling, an indefinite but deeper sense, an inkling of what is essential, has preceded the discovery of the genera in nature and in spirit, and only afterwards has a specific externality been sought to satisfy the understanding. In existence the notion has entered into externality and is accordingly explicated into its differences and cannot be attached simply to a single one of such properties. The properties, as the externality of the thing, are external to themselves. That is why, as we pointed out in the sphere of appearance when dealing with the thing of many properties, properties essentially become even self-subsistent matters. Spirit, regarded from the same standpoint of appearance, becomes an aggregate of a number of self-subsistent forces. Through this standpoint, the single property or force, even where it is posited as indifferent to the others, ceases to be a characterizing principle, with the result that the determinateness, as determinateness of the notion, vanishes altogether. Into concrete things, along with the diversity of the properties among themselves, there enters also the difference between the notion and its actualization. The notion in nature and in spirit has an external presentation in which its determinateness shows itself as dependence on the external, as transitoriness and inadequacy. Therefore, although any actual thing no doubt shows in itself what it ought to be, yet in accordance with the negative judgment of the notion it may equally show that its actuality only imperfectly corresponds to this notion, that it is bad. Now the definition is supposed to indicate the determinateness of the notion in an immediate property, yet there is no property against which an instance cannot be brought in which the total habitus, though it enables one to discern the concrete thing to be defined, yet the property taken as its characteristic shows itself immature or stunted. In a bad plant, a poor specimen of an animal, a contemptible human being, a bad state, aspects of its concrete existence are defective or entirely obliterated that otherwise might have been adopted for the definition as the distinguishing mark and essential determinateness in the existence of such a concrete. But for all that, a bad plant or a bad animal, etc., still remains a plant or an animal. If, therefore, bad specimens too are to be covered by the definition, then all the properties that we wanted to regard as essential elude us through instances of malformations in which those properties are lacking. Thus for example the essentiality of the brain for physical man is contradicted by the instance of acephalous individuals, the essentiality of the protection of life and property for the state, by the instance of despotic states. 800. And tyrannous governments. If the notion is asserted against such an instance and the instance, being measured by the notion, is declared to be a bad specimen, then the notion is no longer attested by phenomena. But the self-subsistence of the notion is contrary to the meaning of definition, for definition is supposed to be the immediate notion, and therefore can only draw on the immediacy of existence for its determinations for objects, and can justify itself only in what it finds already to hand. Whether its content is in and for itself truth or a contingency, this lies outside its sphere, but formal truth, the agreement between the notion subjectively posited in the definition and an actual object outside it, cannot be established because the individual object may also be a bad specimen. The content of definition is in general taken from immediate existence, and being an immediate content has no justification. The question of its necessity is precluded by its origin. In enunciating the notion as a mere immediate, the definition refrains from comprehending the notion itself. Hence it represents nothing but the form determination of the notion in a given content, without the reflection of the notion into itself, that is, without the notion's being yourself. But immediacy in general proceeds only from mediation, and must therefore pass over into mediation. Or, in other words, the determinateness of the content contained in the definition, because it is determinateness, is not merely an immediate, but is mediated by its opposite. Consequently, definition can apprehend its subject matter only through the opposite determination and must therefore pass over into division. To division, the universal must particularize itself. So far, the necessity for division lies in the universal. But since definition itself already begins with the particular, its necessity for passing over into division lies in the particular, that by itself points to another particular. Conversely, it is precisely in the act of holding fast to the determinateness in the need to distinguish it from its other, that the particular separates itself off from the universal. Consequently, the universal is presupposed for division. The procedure is, therefore, that the individual content of cognition ascends through particularity to the extreme of universality, but now the 801 latter must be regarded as the objective basis, and with this as the starting point, division presents itself as disjunction of the universal as the prius. This has introduced a transition which, since it takes place from the universal to the particular, is determined by the form of the notion. Definition by itself is something individual. A plurality of definitions goes with the plurality of objects. The progress, proper to the notion, from universal to particular, is the basis and the possibility of a synthetic science, of a system and of systematic cognition. The first requisite for this is, as we have shown, that the beginning be made with the subject matter in the form of a universal. In the sphere of actuality, whether of nature or spirit, it is the concrete individuality that is given to subjective, natural cognition as the prius, but in cognition that is a comprehension, at least to the extent that it has the form of the notion for basis. The prius must be on the contrary something simple, something abstracted from the concrete, because in this form alone has the subject matter the form of the self-related universal or of an immediate based on the notion. It might perhaps be objected to this procedure in the scientific sphere that, because intuition is easier than cognition, the object of intuition, that is, concrete actuality, should be made the beginning of science, and that this procedure is more natural than that which begins from the subject matter in its abstraction and from that proceeds in the opposite direction to its particularization and concrete individualization. But the fact that the aim is to cognize, implies that the question of a comparison with intuition is already settled and done with. There can only be a question of what is to be the first and what is to be the nature of the sequel within the process of cognition. It is no longer a natural method, but a method appropriate to cognition that is demanded. If it is merely a question of easiness, then it is self-evident besides, that it is easier for cognition to grasp the abstract simple thought determination than the concrete subject matter, which is a manifold connection of such thought determinations and their relationships, and it is in this manner that we have now to apprehend the concrete, and not as it is in intuition. The universal is in and for itself the first moment of the notion because it is the simple moment, and the particular is only subsequent to it because it is the mediated moment, and cc. 802. Conversely, the simple is the more universal, and the concrete, as in itself differentiated and so mediated, is that which already presupposes the transition from a first. This remark applies not only to the order of procedure in the specific forms of definitions, divisions, and propositions, but also to the order of cognition as a whole and simply with respect to the difference of abstract and concrete in general. Hence in learning to read, for example, the rational way is not to begin with the reading of whole words or even syllables, but with the elements of the words and syllables, and the signs of abstract sounds, in written characters. The analysis of the concrete word into its abstract sounds and their signs is already accomplished. For this very reason, the process of learning to read is a primary occupation with abstract objects. In geometry, a beginning has to be made not with a concrete spatial figure but with the point and line, and then plane figures, and among the latter not with polygons, but with the triangle, and among curves, with the circle. In physics, the individual natural properties or matters have to be freed from their manifold complications in which they are found in concrete actuality, and presented with their simple necessary conditions. They too, like spatial figures, are objects of intuition, but first the way for their intuition must be prepared so that they appear and are maintained free from all modifications by circumstances extraneous to their own specific character. Magnetism, electricity, the various gases, and so forth, are objects the specific character of which is ascertained by cognition only by apprehending them in isolation from the concrete conditions in which they appear in the actual world. Experiment, it is true, presents them to intuition in a concrete case, but for one thing experiment must, in order to be scientific, take only the conditions necessary for the purpose, and for another, it must multiply itself in order to show that the inseparable concretion of these conditions is unessential, and this it does by exhibiting the things in another concrete shape and again in another, so that for cognition nothing remains but their abstract form. To me one more example, it might seem natural and intelligent to consider color first, in the concrete manifestation of the animal's subjective sense, next, as a spectral phenomenon suspended outside the subject, and finally as fixed in objects in the actual external world. But for cognition, the universal and therefore truly primary form is the middle one of the above named, 80-3. In which color hovers between subjectivity and objectivity as the familiar spectrum, completely unentangled as yet with subjective and objective circumstances. The latter above all merely disturb the pure consideration of the nature of this subject matter because they behave as active causes and therefore make it uncertain whether the specific alterations, transitions, and relationships of color are founded in its own specific nature, or are rather to be attributed to the pathological specific constitution of those circumstances, to the healthy and the morbid particular affections and effects of the organs of the subject, or to the chemical, vegetable, and animal forces of the objects. Numerous other examples might be adduced from the cognition of organic nature and of the world of spirit. Everywhere the abstract must constitute the starting point and the element in which and from which spread the particularities and rich formations of the concrete. Now although the difference of the particular from the universal makes its appearance, strictly speaking, with division or the particular, this universal is itself already determinate and consequently only a member of a division. Hence there is for it a higher universal, and for this again a higher, and so on, in the first instance, to infinity. For the cognition here considered there is no immanent limit, since it starts from the given, and the form of abstract universality is characteristic of its prius. Therefore any subject matter whatever that seems to possess an elementary universality is made the subject matter of a specific science, and is an absolute beginning to the extent that ordinary thought is presupposed to be acquainted with it and it is taken on its own account as requiring no derivation. Definition takes it as immediate. The next step forward from this starting point is division. For this progress, only an immanent principle would be required, that is, a beginning from the universal and the notion, but the cognition here considered lacks such a principle, for it only pursues the form determination of the notion without its reflection into self, and therefore takes the determinateness of the content from what is given. For the particular that makes its appearance in division, there is no ground of its own available, either in regard to what is to constitute the basis of the division, or in regard to the specific relationship that the members of the disjunction are to have to one another. Consequently in this 804 Respect the business of cognition can only consist, partly, in setting in order the particular elements discovered in the empirical material, and partly, in finding the universal determinations of that particularity by comparison. These determinations are then accepted as grounds of division, and there may be a multiplicity of such grounds, as also a similar multiplicity of divisions based on them. The relationship between the members, the species, of a division, has only this general determination, that they are determined relatively to one another in accordance with the assumed ground of division. If their difference rested on a different consideration, they would not be coordinated on the same level with one another. Because a principle of self-determination is lacking, the laws for this business of division can only consist of formal, empty rules that lead to nothing. Thus we see it laid down as a rule that division shall exhaust the notion, but as a matter of fact each individual member of the division must exhaust the notion. It is, however, really the determinateness of the notion that one means should be exhausted, but with the empirical multiplicity of species devoid of any immanent determination, it contributes nothing to the exhaustion of the notion whether more or fewer are found to exist, whether, for example, in addition to the 67 species of parrots another dozen are found is for the exhaustion of the genus a matter of indifference. The demand for exhaustion can only mean the tautological proposition that all the species shall be presented in their completeness. Now with the extension of empirical knowledge it may very well happen that species are found which do not fit in with the adopted definition of the genus, for frequently the definition is adopted more on the basis of a vague conception of the entire habitus, rather than in accordance with a more or less individual mark that is expressly meant to serve for its definition. In such a case the genus would have to be modified and a justification would have to be found for regarding some other number of species as species of a new genus. In other words, the genus would be defined by what we group together in accordance with some principle or other that we choose to adopt as unity, and in this case the principle itself would be the basis of division. Conversely, if we hold to the determinateness originally adopted as characteristic of the genus, that material which we wish to group, as species, in a unity with the earlier species would be 805. Excluded. This unsystematic procedure, which sometimes adopts a determinateness as essential moment of the genus and then either subordinates the particulars to it or excludes them from it, and sometimes starts with the particular and in grouping it lets itself again be guided by some other determinateness, gives the appearance of the play of a caprice to which it is left to decide which part or which side of the concrete it will fix on and use as its principle of arrangement. Physical nature presents of itself such a contingency in the principles of division. By reason of its dependent external actuality it stands in a complex connectedness that for it likewise is given. Accordingly there exists a crowd of principles to which it has to conform, and therefore in one series of its forms follows one principle, and in other series other principles, as well as producing hybrids that belong at the same time to different sides of the division. Thus it happens that in one series of natural objects marks stand out as very characteristic and essential that in others become inconspicuous and purposeless, so that it becomes impossible to adhere to a principle of division of this kind. The general determinateness of empirical species can only consist in their being simply different from one another without being opposed. The disjunction of the notion has been exhibited at an earlier stage in its determinateness, when particularity is assumed as immediate and given and without the negative unity of the notion, the difference remains only at the stage of diversity as such, a form of reflection that we considered earlier. The externality in which the notion chiefly exists in nature brings with it the complete indifference of the difference, consequently, a frequent determination for division is taken from number. Such is the contingency here of the particular in face of the universal and therefore of division generally, that it may be attributed to an instinct of reason when we find in this cognition grounds of division and divisions that, so far as sensuous properties permit, show themselves to be more adequate to the notion. For example, in the case of animals, the instruments of eating, the teeth and claws, are employed in systems of classification as a broad radical ground of division. They are taken, in the first instance, merely as aspects in which the distinguishing marks for the subjective purposes of cognition can be more easily indicated. but as a matter of fact these organs do not merely imply a diner. 806. Initiation belonging to external reflection, but they are the vital point of animal individuality where it posits itself as a self-related individuality distinct from its other, from the nature that is external to it, and as an individuality that withdraws itself from continuity with the other. In the case of the plant, the fertilizing organs constitute the highest point of vegetable life, by which the plant points to the transition into sex difference, and thereby into individuality. The system of botany has therefore rightly turned to this point for a principle of division that, if not adequate, is far-reaching, and has thereby taken as its basis a determinateness that is not merely a determinateness for external reflection for purposes of comparison, but is in and for itself the highest of which the plant is capable. 3. The Theorem 1. The stage of this cognition that advances on the basis of the notion determinations is the transition of particularity into individuality. This constitutes the content of the theorem. What we have to consider here, then, is the self-related determinateness, the immanent difference of the object and the relation of the differentiate determinatenesses to one another. Definition contains only one determinateness, division contains determinateness in relation to others. In individualization the object has gone asunder within itself. Whereas definition stops short at the general concept, in theorems, on the contrary, the object is cognized in its reality, in the conditions and forms of its real existence. Hence, in conjunction with definition, it represents the idea, which is the unity of the notion and reality. But the cognition here under consideration, which is still occupied in seeking, does not attain to this presentation in so far as the reality it deals with does not proceed from the notion, and therefore the dependence of reality on the notion and consequently the unity itself is not cognized. Now the theorem, according to the stated definition, is the genuinely synthetic aspect of an object in so far as the relationships of its determinatenesses are necessary, that is, are founded in the inner identity of the notion. The synthetic element in definition and division is an externally adopted connection. What is found given is brought into the form of the notion, but, as given, the entire content is merely presented, whereas the theorem has to be demonstrated. As this cognition does not deduce the content. 807. Of its definitions and the principles of its divisions, it seems as if it might spare itself the trouble of proving the relationships expressed by theorems and content itself in this respect, too, with observation. But what distinguishes cognition from mere observation and representation is the form of the notion as such that cognition imparts to the content. This is achieved in definition and division, but as the content of the theorem comes from the notion's moment of individuality, it consists in determinations of reality that no longer have for their relationship the simple and immediate determinations of the notion. In individuality the notion has passed over into otherness, into the reality whereby it becomes idea. Thus the synthesis contained in the theorem no longer has the form of the notion for its justification, it is a connection of diverse terms. Consequently the unity not yet posited with it has still to be demonstrated, and therefore proof becomes necessary even to this cognition. Now here we are confronted first of all by the difficulty of clearly distinguishing which of the determinations of the subject matter may be admitted into the definitions and which are to be relegated to the theorems. On this point there cannot be any principle ready to hand. Such a principle seems, perhaps, to be implied in the fact that what immediately belongs to an object appertains to the definition, whereas the rest, since it is mediated, must wait for its mediation to be demonstrated. But the content of definition is in general a determinate one, and therefore is itself essentially a mediated content. It has only a subjective immediacy, that is, the subject makes an arbitrary beginning and accepts a subject matter as presupposition. Now since this subject matter is in general concrete within itself and must also be divided, the result is a number of determinations that are by their nature mediated, and are accepted not on the basis of any principle, but merely subjectively as immediate and unproved. Even in Euclid, who has always been justly recognized as the master in this synthetic kind of cognition, we find under the name of axiom a presupposition about parallel lines which has been thought to stand in need of proof, and various attempts to supply this want have been made. In several other theorems, people have thought that they had discovered presuppositions which should not have been immediately assumed but ought to have been proved. As regards the axiom concerning parallel lines, it may be remarked that it is 808. Precisely there that we may discern the sound sense of Euclid, who had appreciated exactly the element as well as the nature of his science. The proof of the said axiom would have had to be derived from the notion of parallel lines, but a proof of that kind is no more part of his science than is the deduction of his definitions, axioms, and in general his subject matter, space itself and its immediate determinations, the three dimensions. Such a deduction can only be drawn from the notion, and this lies outside the peculiar domain of Euclid's science. These are therefore necessarily presuppositions for it, relative firsts. Axioms, to take this opportunity of mentioning them, belong to the same class. They are commonly but incorrectly taken as absolute firsts, as though in and for themselves they required no proof. Were this in fact the case, they would be mere tautologies, as it is only in abstract identity that no difference is present, and therefore no mediation required. If, however, axioms are more than tautologies, they are propositions from some other science, since for the science they serve as axioms they are meant to be presuppositions. Hence they are, strictly speaking, theorems, and theorems taken mostly from logic. The axioms of geometry are lemata of this kind, logical propositions, which moreover approximate to tautologies because they are only concerned with magnitude and therefore qualitative differences are extinguished in them. The chief axiom, the purely quantitative syllogism, has been discussed above. Axioms, therefore, considered in and for themselves, require proof as much as definitions and divisions, and the only reason they are not made into theorems is that, as relatively first for a certain standpoint, they are assumed as presuppositions. As regards the content of theorems, we must now make a more precise distinction. As the content consists in a relation between determinatenesses of the notion's reality, these relations may be more or less incomplete and single relationships of the subject matter, or else may be a relationship embracing the entire content of the reality and expressing the determinate relation of that content. But the unity of the complete determinatenesses of the content is equivalent to the notion, consequently a proposition that contains them is itself again a definition, but a definition that expresses not merely the immediately assumed notion, but the notion developed into its determinate real differences, or the complete. 809. Existence of the notion. The two together, therefore, present the idea. If we compare closely the theorems of a synthetic science, especially of geometry, we shall find this difference, that some of its theorems involve only single relationships of the subject matter, while others involve relationships in which the complete determinateness of the subject matter is expressed. It is a very superficial view that assigns equal importance to all the propositions on the ground that in general each contains a truth and is equally essential in the formal progress, in the context, of the proof. The difference in respect of the content of theorems is most intimately connected with this progress itself. Some further remarks on the latter will serve to elucidate in more detail this difference as well as the nature of synthetic cognition. To begin with, Euclidean geometry, which as representative of the synthetic method, of which it furnishes the most perfect specimen, shall serve us as example, has always been extolled for the ordered arrangement in the sequence of the theorems, by which for each theorem the propositions requisite for its construction and proof are always found already proved. This circumstance concerns formal consecutiveness, yet, important as it is still rather a matter of an external arrangement for the purpose of the matter in hand, and has on its own account no relation to the essential difference of notion and idea, in which lies a higher principle of the necessity of the progress. That is to say, the definitions with which we begin, apprehend the sensuous object as immediately given and determine it according to its proximate genus and specific difference. These are likewise the simple, immediate determinatenesses of the notion, universality and particularity, whose relationship is no further developed. Now the initial theorems themselves can only make use of immediate determinations such as are contained in the definitions. Similarly their reciprocal dependence, in the first instance, can only relate to this general point, that one is simply determined by the other. Thus Euclid's first propositions about triangles deal only with congruence, that is, how many parts in a triangle must be determined, in order that the remaining parts of one and the same triangle, or the whole of it, shall be together determined. The comparison of two triangles with one another, and the basing of congruence on coincidence is a detour necessary to a method that is forced to employ sensuous coincidence instead of the CC*. 810. Thought, namely, the determinateness of the triangles. Considered by themselves apart from this method, these theorems themselves contain two parts, one of which may be regarded as the notion, and the other as the reality, as the element that completes the former into reality. That is to say, whatever completely determines a triangle, for example two sides and the included angle, is already the whole triangle for the understanding. Nothing further is required for its complete determinateness. The remaining two angles and the third side are the superfluity of reality over the determinateness of the notion. Accordingly what these theorems really do is to reduce the sensuous triangle, which of course requires three sides and three angles, to its simplest conditions. The definition had mentioned only the three lines in general that enclose the plane figure and make it a triangle. It is a theorem that first expresses the fact that the angle is determined by the determination of the sides, just as the remaining theorems contain dependence of three other parts on three others. But the complete immanent determinateness of the magnitude of a triangle in terms of its sides is contained in the theorem of Pythagoras. Here we have first the equation of the sides of the triangle, for in the preceding propositions the sides are in general only brought into a reciprocal determinateness of the parts of the triangle, not into an equation. This proposition is therefore the perfect, real definition of the triangle, that is, of the right-angled triangle in the first instance, the triangle that is simplest in its differences and therefore the most regular. Euclid closes the first book with this proposition, for in it a perfect determinateness is achieved. So, too, in the second book, after reducing to the uniform type those triangles which are not right angles and are affected with greater inequality, he concludes with the reduction of the rectangle to the square with an equation between the self-equal, or the square, and that which is in its own self unequal, or the rectangle. Similarly in the theorem of Pythagoras, the hypotenuse, which corresponds to the right angle, to the self-equal, constitutes one side of the equation, while the other is constituted by the self-unequal, the two remaining sides. The above equation between the square and the rectangle is the basis of the second definition of the circle, which again is the theorem of Pythagoras, except that here the two sides forming the right angle are taken as variable magnitudes. The first equation of the circle is in precisely that relation. 811. Ship of sensuous determinateness to equation that holds between the two different definitions of conic sections in general. This genuine synthetic advance is a transition from universality to individuality, that is, to that which is determined in and for itself, or to the unity of the subject matter within itself, where the subject matter has been sundered and differentiated into its essential real determinatenesses. But in the other sciences, the usual and quite imperfect advance is commonly on the following lines: the beginning is, indeed, made with a universal, but its pound and d-6 dualization and concretion is merely an application of the universal to a material introduced from elsewhere. In this way, the really individual element of the idea is an empirical addition. Now, however complete or incomplete the content of the theorem may be, it must be proved. It is a relationship of real determinations that do not have the relationship of notion determinations. If they do have this relation, and it can be shown that they do in the propositions that we have called the second or real definitions, then first, such propositions are for that very reason definitions, but secondly, because their content at the same time consists not merely in the relationship of a universal and the simple determinateness, but also in relationships of real determinations. In comparison with such first definition, they do require and permit of proof. As real determinatenesses they have the form of indifferent subsistence and diversity, hence they are not immediately one and therefore their mediation must be demonstrated. The immediate unity in the first definition is that unity in accordance with which the particular is in the universal. 2. Now the mediation, which we have next to consider in detail, may be simple or may pass through several mediations. The mediating members are connected with those to be mediated, but in this cognition, since mediation and theorem are not derived from the notion, to which transition into an opposite is altogether alien, the mediating determinations, in the absence of any concept of connection, must be imported from somewhere or other as a preliminary material for the framework of the proof. This preparatory procedure is the construction. Among the relations of the content of the theorem, which relations may be very varied, only those now must be adduced and demonstrated which serve the proof. This provision of material only comes to have meaning in the proof, in itself it appears blind. 812. And unmeaning. Subsequently, we see of course that it served the purpose of the proof to draw, for example, such further lines in the geometrical figure as the construction specifies, but during the construction itself we must blindly obey, on its own account. Therefore, this operation is unintelligent, since the end that directs it is not yet expressed. It is a matter of indifference whether the construction is carried out for the purpose of a theorem proper or a problem, such as it appears in the first instance before the proof. It is something not derived from the determination given in the theorem or problem, and is therefore a meaningless act for anyone who does not know the end it serves, and in any case an act directed by an external end. This meaning of the construction, which at first is still concealed, comes to light in the proof. As stated, the proof contains the mediation of what the theorem enunciates as connected. Through this mediation this connection first appears as necessary. Just as the construction by itself lacks the subjectivity of the notion, so the proof is a subjective act lacking objectivity. That is to say, because the content determinations of the theorem are not at the same time posited as notion determinations but as given in different parts standing in various external relationships to one another, it is only the formal, external notion in which the necessity manifests itself. The proof is not a genesis of the relationship that constitutes the content of the theorem, the necessity exists only for intelligence, and the whole proof is in the subjective interests of cognition. It is therefore an altogether external reflection that proceeds from without inwards, that is, infers from external circumstances the inner constitution of the relationship. The circumstances that the construction has presented, are a consequence of the nature of the subject matter. Here, conversely, they are made the ground and the mediating relationships. Consequently the middle term, the third, in which the terms united in the theorem present themselves in their unity and which furnishes the nerve of the proof, is only something in which this connection appears and is external. Because the sequence that this process of proof pursues is really the reverse of the nature of the fact, what is regarded as ground in it is a subjective ground, the nature of the fact emerging from it only for cognition. The foregoing considerations make clear the necessary limit of this cognition, which has very often been misunderstood. The 813 shining example of the synthetic method is the science of geometry, but it has been inaptly applied to other sciences as well, even to philosophy. Geometry is a science of magnitude, and therefore formal reasoning is most appropriate to it. It treats of the merely quantitative determination and abstracts from the qualitative, and can therefore confine itself to formal identity, to the unity that lacks the notion, which is equality and which belongs to the external abstractive reflection. Its subject matter, the determinations of space, are already such abstract subject matter, prepared for the purpose of having a completely finite external determinateness. This science, on account of its abstract subject matter, on the one hand, has this element of the sublime about it, that in these empty silent spaces color is blotted out and the other sensuous properties have vanished, and further, that in it every other interest that appeals more intimately to the living individuality is silenced. On the other hand, the abstract subject matter is still space, a non-sensuous sensuous, intuition is raised into its abstraction, space is a form of intuition, but is still intuition, and so sensuous, the asunderness of sensuousness itself, its pure absence of notion. We have heard enough talk lately about the excellence of geometry from this aspect. The fact that it is based on sensuous intuition has been declared its supreme excellence, and people have even imagined that this is the ground of its highly scientific character, and that its proofs rest on intuition. This shallow view must be countered by the plain reminder that no science is brought about by intuition, but only by thinking. The intuitive character of geometry that derives from its still sensuous material only gives it that evidential side that the sensuous as such possesses for unthinking spirit. It is therefore lamentable that the sensuousness of its material has been accounted an advantage, whereas it really indicates the inferiority of its standpoint. It is solely to the abstraction of its sensuous subject matter that it owes its capability of attaining a higher scientific character, and it is to this abstraction that it owes its great superiority over those collections of information that people are also pleased to call sciences, which have for their content the concrete perceptible material of sense, and only indicate by the order which they seek to introduce into it a remote inkling and hint of the requirements of the notion. It is only because the space of geometry is the abstraction and 814 void of asunderness that it is possible for the figure residential to be inscribed in the indeterminateness of that space in such a manner that their determinations remain in fixed repose outside another and possess no imminent transition into an opposite. The science of these determinations is, accordingly, a simple science of the finite that is compared in respect of magnitude and whose unity is the external unity of equality. But at the same time the delineation of these figures starts from various aspects and principles, and the various figures arise independently. Accordingly, the comparison of them makes apparent also their qualitative unlikeness and incommensurability. This development impels geometry beyond the finitude in which it was advancing so methodically and surely to infinity, to the positing of things as equal that are qualitatively different. Here it loses the evidential side that it possessed in its other aspect, where it is based on a stable finitude and is untouched by the notion and its manifestation, the transition just mentioned. At this point the finite science has reached its limit, for the necessity and mediation of the synthetic method is no longer grounded merely in positive but in negative identity. If then geometry, like algebra, with its abstract, non-dialectical subject matter soon encounters its limit, it is evident from the very outset that the synthetic method is still more inadequate for other sciences, and most inadequate of all in the domain of philosophy. In regard to definition and division we have already ascertained the relevant facts, and here only theorem and proof should remain to be discussed. But besides the presupposition of definition and division which already demands and presupposes proof, the inadequacy of this method consists further in the general position of definition and division in relation to theorems. This position is especially noteworthy in the case of the empirical sciences such as physics, for example, when they want to give themselves the form of synthetic sciences. The method is then as follows. The reflective determinations of particular forces or other inner and essence-like forms which result from the method of analyzing experience and can be justified only as results, must be placed in the forefront in order that they may provide a general foundation that is subsequently applied to the individual and demonstrated in it. These general foundations having no support of their own, we are supposed for the time being to take them for granted, only when we come to the derived 815 consequences do we notice that the latter constitute the real ground of those foundations. The so-called explanation and the proof of the concrete brought into theorems turns out to be partly a tautology, partly a derangement of the true relationship, and further, too, a derangement that served to conceal the deception practiced here by cognition, which has taken up empirical data one-sidedly, and only by doing so has been able to obtain its simple definitions and principles, and it obviates any empirical refutation by taking up and accepting as valid the data of experience, not in their concrete totality but in a particular instance, and that, too, in the direction helpful to its hypotheses and theory. In this subordination of concrete experience to presupposed determinations, the foundation of the theory is obscured and is exhibited only from the side that is conformable to the theory, and in general the unprejudiced examination of concrete observations on their own is made more difficult. Only by turning the entire process upside down does the whole thing get its right relationship, in which the connection of ground and consequent, and the correctness of the transformation of perception into thought can be surveyed. Hence one of the chief difficulties in the study of such sciences is to effect an entrance into them, and this can only be done if the presuppositions are blindly taken for granted, and straightway, without being able to form any notion of them, in fact with barely a definite representation but at most a confused picture in the imagination, to impress upon one's memory for the time being the determinations of the assumed forces and matters, and their hypothetical formations, directions and rotations. If, in order to accept these presuppositions as valid, we demand their necessity and their notion, we cannot get beyond the starting point. We had occasion above to speak of the inappropriateness of applying the synthetic method to strictly analytic science. This application has been extended by Wolff to every possible kind of information, which he dragged into philosophy and mathematics, information partly of a wholly analytical nature, and partly too of a contingent and merely professional and occupational kind. The contrast between a material of this kind, easily grasped and by its nature incapable of any rigorous and scientific treatment, and the stiff circumlocutory language of science in which it is clothed, has of itself demonstrated the clumsiness of such application, and 816 Hegel's Science of Logic discredited it. 1. Nevertheless, this misuse could not detract from the belief in the aptness and essentiality of this method for attaining scientific rigor in philosophy. Spinoza's example in the exposition of his philosophy has long been accepted as a model. But as a matter of fact, the whole style of previous metaphysics, its method included, has been exploded by Kant and Jacobi. Kant in his own manner has shown that the content of that metaphysics leads by strict demonstration to antinomies, whose nature in other respects has been elucidated in the relevant places, but he has not reflected on the nature of this demonstration itself that is linked to a finite content, yet the two must stand or fall together. In his first Principles of Natural Science, he has himself given an example of treating as a science of reflection, and in the method of such, a science that he thought by that method to claim for philosophy. If Kant attacked previous metaphysics rather in respect of its matter, Jacobi has attacked it chiefly on the side of its method of demonstration, and has signalized most clearly and most profoundly the essential point, namely, that a method of demonstration such as this is fast bound within the circle of the rigid necessity of the finite, and that freedom, that is the notion, and with it everything that is true, lies beyond it and is unattainable by it. According to the Kantian result, it is the peculiar matter of metaphysics that leads it into contradictions, and the inadequacy of cognition consists in its subjectivity. According to Jacobi's result, the fault lies with the method and the entire nature of cognition itself, which only apprehends a connection of conditionedness and dependence and therefore proves itself inadequate to what is in and for itself, to what is absolutely true. In point of fact, as the principle of philosophy is the infinite free notion, and all its content rests on that alone, the method proper to notionless finitude is inappropriate to it. The synthesis and mediation of this method, the process of proof, gets no further than a necessity that is the opposite of freedom, that is, to an identity of the dependent that is merely implicit, whether it be conceived as internal or as external, and in this identity, that which constitutes the reality in it, the differentiated element that has emerged into concrete existence, remains simply an independent diversity and therefore something finite. Consequently, this identity does not achieve concrete existence here and remains merely internal, or, from another point of view, merely external, since its determinate content is given to it. From either point of view it is an abstract identity and does not possess within it the side of reality, and is not posited as identity that is determinate in and for itself. Consequently the notion, with which alone we are concerned, and which is the infinite in and for itself, is excluded from this cognition. In synthetic cognition, therefore, the idea attains its end only to the extent that the notion becomes for the notion according to its moments of identity and real determinations, or of universality and particular differences, further also as an identity that is the connection and dependence of the diverse elements. But this subject matter of the notion is not adequate to it, for the notion does not come to be the unity of itself with itself in its subject matter or its reality. In necessity its identity is for it, but in this identity the necessity is not itself the determinateness, but appears as a matter external to the identity, that is, as a matter not determined by the notion, a matter, therefore, in which the notion does not cognize itself. Thus in general the notion is not for itself, is not at the same time determined in and for itself according to its unity. Hence in this cognition the idea still falls short of truth on account of the inadequacy of the subject matter to the subjective notion. But the sphere of necessity is the apex of being and reflection. Through its own essential nature it passes over into the freedom of the notion, inner identity passes over into its manifestation, which is the notion as notion. How this transition from the sphere of necessity into the notion is effected in principle has been shown in treating of necessity. The same transition also presented itself as the genesis of the notion. 818. At the beginning of this book. Here necessity has the position of being the reahty or subject matter of the notion, just as the notion into which it passes now appears as the notion's subject matter. But the transition itself is the same. Here too it is only at first implicit and lies as yet outside cognition in our reflection, that is, it is still the inner necessity of the cognition itself. It is only the result that is for it. The idea, in so far as the notion is now explicitly determined in and for itself, is the practical idea, or action. b. The of the good. The notion, which is its own subject matter, being determined in and for itself, the subject is determined for itself as an individual. As subjective it again presupposes an implicit otherness, it is the urge to realize itself, the end that wills by means of itself to give itself objectivity and to realize itself in the objective world. In the theoretical idea the subjective notion, as the universal that lacks any determination of its own, stands opposed to the objective world from which it takes to itself a determinate content and filling. But in the practical idea it is as actual that it confronts the actual, but the certainty of itself which the subject possesses in being determined in and for itself is a certainty of its own actuality and of the non-actuality of the world. It is not only the world's otherness as an abstract universality that is a nullity for the subject, but the world's individuality and the determinations of its individuality. The subject has here vindicated objectivity for itself, its immanent determinateness is the objective, for it is the universality that is just as much absolutely determined. The formerly objective world, on the contrary, is now only something posited, something immediately determined in various ways, but because it is only immediately determined, the unity of the notion is lacking in it and it is, by itself, a nullity. This determinateness contained in the notion and in the likeness of the notion, and including within it the demand for an individual external actuality, is the good. It comes upon the scene with the worth of being absolute, because it is within itself the totality of the notion, the objective that is at the same time in the form of free unity and subjectivity. This idea is superior to the idea of cognition already considered, for it possesses not only the worth 819 of the universal but also of the out-and-out actual. It is an urge in so far as this actuality is still subjective, positing its own self, and not having at the same time the form of immediate presupposition. Its urge to realize itself is, strictly speaking, not to give itself objectivity this it possesses within itself but merely this empty form of immediacy. Hence the activity of the end is not directed against itself in order to adopt and appropriate a given determination, on the contrary, it is in order to posit its own determination and by sublating the determinations of the external world to give itself reality in the form of external actuality. The idea of the will as explicitly self-determining possesses the content within itself. Now it is true that this is a determinate content and to that extent something finite and limited. Self-determination is essentially particularization, since the reflection of the will into itself as a negative unity in general is also individuality in the sense of the exclusion and presupposition of an other. Nevertheless, the particularity of the content is in the first instance infinite through the form of the notion, whose own determinateness it is, and in this content the notion possesses its negative self-identity, and therefore not merely a particular, but its own infinite individuality. Consequently, the above-mentioned finitude of the content in the practical idea is tantamount to the latter being in the first instance the not yet realized idea. The notion is, for the content, something that is in and for itself. It is here the idea in the form of objectivity that is for itself. On the one hand, the subjective is for this reason no longer something merely posited, arbitrary or contingent, but an absolute. But on the other hand, this form of concrete existence, being for self, has not as yet the form of the in itself as well. What thus appears in respect of form as such, as opposition, appears in the form of the notion reflected into simple identity, that is, appears in the content as its simple determinateness. Thus the good, although valid in and for itself, is some particular end, but an end that has not to wait to receive its truth through its realization, but is already on its own account the true. The syllogism of immediate realization itself requires no detailed exposition here. It is altogether the same as the syllogism of external purposiveness considered above. It is only the content that constitutes the difference. In external as in formal purposiveness, it was an indeterminate finite content in general. Here, though it is finite too, it is as such at the same time an absolutely 820 valid content. But in regard to the conclusion, to the realized end, a further difference comes in. The finite end in its realization, all the same, gets no further than a means, since in its beginning it is not an end already determined in and for itself. It remains even when realized an end that is not in and for itself. If the good again is also fixed as something finite, if it is essentially such, then notwithstanding its inner infinitude it cannot escape the destiny of finitude, a destiny that manifests itself in a number of forms. The realized good is good by virtue of what it already is in the subjective end. In its idea, realization gives it an external existence, but since this existence is determined merely as an intrinsically worthless externality, in it the good has only attained a contingent, destructible existence, not a realization corresponding to its idea. Further, since in respect of its content the good is restricted, there are several kinds of good. Good in its concrete existence is not only subject to destruction by external contingency and by evil, but by the collision and conflict of the good itself. From the side of the objective world presupposed for it, in the presupposition of which the subjectivity and finitude of the good consists, and which as a different world goes its own way, the very realization of the good is exposed to obstacles, obstacles which may indeed even be insurmountable. In this way, the good remains and ought to be, it is in and for itself, but being, as the ultimate abstract immediacy, remains also confronting it in the form of a not being. The idea of the realized good is, it is true, an absolute postulate, but it is no more than a postulate, that is, the absolute afflicted with the determinateness of subjectivity. There are still two worlds in opposition, one a realm of subjectivity in the pure regions of transparent thought, the other a realm of objectivity in the element of an externally manifold actuality that is an undisclosed realm of darkness. The complete elaboration of the unresolved contradiction between that absolute end and the limitation of this actuality that insuperably opposes it, has been considered in detail in the phenomenology of spirit. One as the idea contains within itself the moment of complete determinateness, the other notion with which the notion enters into relation in the idea, possesses in its subjectivity also the moment of an object. Consequently the idea enters here into the shape of self-consciousness and in this one aspect coincides with the exposition of the same. But what is still lacking in the practical idea is the moment of consciousness proper itself, namely, that the moment of actuality in the notion should have attained on its own account the determination of external being. Another way of regarding this defect is that the practical idea still lacks the moment of the theoretical idea. That is to say, in the latter there stands on the side of the subjective notion the notion that is in process of being intuited within itself by the notion only the determination of universality. Cognition knows itself only as apprehension, as the identity on its own account indeterminate of the notion with itself, the filling, that is, the objectivity that is determined in and for itself, is for it a datum, and what truly is the actuality there before it independently of subjective positing. For the practical idea, on the contrary, this actuality, which at the same time confronts it as an insuperable limitation, ranks as something intrinsically worthless that must first receive its true determination and sole worth through the ends of the good. Hence it is only the will itself that stands in the way of the attainment of its goal, for it separates itself from cognition, and external reality, for the will does not receive the form of a true being. The idea of the good can therefore find its integration only in the idea of the true. But it makes this transition through itself. In the syllogism of action, one premise is the immediate relation of the good end to actuality which it seizes on, and in the second premise directs it as an external means against external actuality. For the subjective notion the good is the objective, actuality in its existence confronts it as an insuperable limitation only in so far as it still has the character of immediate existence, not of something objective in the sense of a being that is in and for itself. On the contrary, it is either the evil or the indifferent, the merely determinable, whose worth does not reside within it. This abstract being that confronts the good in the second premise has, however, already been sublated by the practical idea itself. The first premise of the latter's action is the immediate objectivity of the notion, according to which the end communicates itself to actuality without meeting any resistance and is in simple identical relation with it. Thus all that remains to be done is to bring together the thoughts of its two premises. To what has been already immediately accomplished by the objective notion in the first premise, the only addition made in the second premise is that it is posited through mediation, and 822. Hence posited for the objective notion. Now just as in the end relation in general, the realized end is also again merely a means, while conversely the means is also the realized end, so similarly in the syllogism of the good, the second premise is immediately already present implicitly in the first, but this immediacy is not sufficient, and the second premise is already postulated for the first. The realization of the good in the face of another actuality confronting it is the mediation which is essentially necessary for the immediate relation and the accomplished actualization of the good. For it is only the first negation or the otherness of the notion, an objectivity that would be a submergence of the notion in the externality. The second negation is the sublating of this otherness, whereby the immediate realization of the end first becomes the actuality of the good as of the notion that is for itself, since in this actuality the notion is posited as identical with itself, not with an other, and thus alone is posited as the free notion. Now if it is supposed that the end of the good is after all not realized through this mediation, this signifies a relapse of the notion to the standpoint occupied by it before its activity, the standpoint of an actuality determined as worthless and yet presupposed as real. This relapse, which becomes the progress to the spurious infinity, has its sole ground in the fact that in the sublating of that abstract reality the sublating is no less immediately forgotten, or it is forgotten that this reality is in fact already presupposed as an actuality that is intrinsically worthless and not objective. This repetition of the presupposition of the unrealized end after the actual realization of the end consequently assumes this character, that the subjective bearing of the objective notion is reproduced and made perpetual, with the result that the finitude of the good in respect of its content as well as its form appears as the abiding truth, and its actualization appears always as a merely individual act, and not as a universal one. As a matter of fact, this determinateness has sublated itself in the actualization of the good. What still limits the objective notion is its own view of itself, which vanishes by reflection on what its actualization is in itself. Through this view it is only standing in its own way, and thus what it has to do is to tum, not against an outer actuality, but against itself. In other words, the activity in the second premise produces only a one-sided being for self, and its product therefore appears as something subjective and individual, and consequently the first. 823. Presupposition is repeated in it. But this activity is in truth no just the positing of the implicit identity of the objective notion and the immediate actuality. This latter is determined by the presupposition as having a phenomenal reality only, as being intrinsically worthless and simply and solely determinable by the objective notion. When external actuality is altered by the activity of the objective notion and its determination therewith sublated, by that very fact the merely phenomenal reality, the external determinability and worthlessness, are removed from that actuality and it is posited as being in and for itself. In this process the general presupposition is sublated, namely the determination of the good as a merely subjective end limited in respect of content, the necessity of realizing it by subjective activity, and this activity itself. In the result the mediation sublates itself. The result is an immediacy that is not the restoration of the presupposition, but rather its accomplished sublation. With this, the idea of the notion that is determined in and for itself is posited as being no longer merely in the active subject but as equally an immediate actuality, and conversely, this actuality is posited, as it is in cognition, as an objectivity possessing a true being. The individuality of the subject with which the subject was burdened by its presupposition, has vanished along with the presupposition, hence the subject now exists as free, universal self-identity, for which the objectivity of the notion is a given objectivity immediately to hand, no less truly than the subject knows itself as the notion that is determined in and for itself. Accordingly in this result cognition is restored and united with the practical idea. The actuality found as given is at the same time determined as the realized absolute end, but whereas in questing cognition this actuality appeared merely as an objective world without the subjectivity of the notion, here it appears as an objective world whose inner ground and actual subsistence is the notion. This is the absolute idea. Chapter 3. The absolute idea has shown itself to be the identity of the theoretical and the practical idea. Each of these by itself is still one-sided, possessing the idea itself only as a sought-for beyond and an unattained goal. Each, therefore, is a synthesis of endeavor, and has, but equally has not, the idea in it. Each passes from one thought to the other without bringing the two together, and so remains fixed in their contradiction. The absolute idea, as the rational notion that in its reality meets only with itself, is by virtue of this immediacy of its objective identity, on the one hand the return to life, but it has no less sublated this form of its immediacy, and contains within itself the highest degree of opposition. The notion is not merely soul, but free subjective notion that is for itself and therefore possesses personality, the practical, objective notion determined in and for itself which, as person, is impenetrable atomic subjectivity but which, nonetheless, is not exclusive individuality, but explicitly universality and conscience, and in its other has its own objectivity for its object. All else is error, confusion, opinion, endeavor, caprice, and transitoriness. The absolute idea alone is being, imperishable life, self-knowing truth, and is all truth. It is the sole subject matter and content of philosophy. Since it contains all determinateness within it, and its essential nature is to return to itself through its self-determination or particularization, it has various shapes, and the business of philosophy is to cognize it in these. Nature and spirit are in general different modes of presenting its existence, art and religion its different modes of apprehending itself and giving itself an adequate existence. Philosophy has the same content and the same end as art and religion, but it is the highest mode of apprehending the absolute idea, because its mode is the highest mode, the notion. Hence it embraces those shapes of real and ideal finitude as well as of infinitude and holiness, and comprehends them and itself. The derivation and cognition of THSA particular modes is now the further business of the particular philosophical sciences. The 825. Logical aspect of the absolute idea may also be called a mode of it, but whereas mode signifies a particular kind, a determinateness of form, the logical aspect, on the contrary, is the universal mode in which all particular modes are sublated and enfolded. The logical idea is the idea itself in its pure essence, the idea enclosed in simple identity within its notion prior to its immediate reflection in a form determinateness. Hence logic exhibits the self-movement of the absolute idea GNLY as the original word, which is an outwardizing or utterance, but an utterance THT in being has immediately vanished again as something outer. The idea is, therefore, only in this self-determination of apprehending itself. It is in pure thought, in which difference is not yet otherness, but is and remains perfectly transparent to itself. Thus the logical idea has itself as the infinite form for its content, form which constitutes the opposite to content to this extent that the content is the form determination withdrawn into itself and sublated in the identity in such a manner that this concrete identity stands opposed to the identity explicated as form. The content has the shape of an other and a datum as against the form which as such stands simply in relation, and its determinateness is at the same time posited as an illure or a being. More exactly, the absolute idea itself has for its content merely this, that the form determination is its own completed totality, the pure notion. Now the determinateness of the idea and the entire course followed by this determinateness has constituted the subject matter of the science of logic, from which course the absolute idea itself has issued into an existence of its own, but the nature of this its existence has shown itself to be this, that determinateness does not have the shape of a content, but exists wholly as form, and that accordingly the idea is the absolutely universal idea. Therefore what remains to be considered here is not a content as such, but the universal aspect of its form, that is, the method. Method may appear at first as the mere manner peculiar to the process of cognition, and as a matter of fact it has the nature of such. But the peculiar manner, as method, is not merely a modality of being determined in and for itself, it is a modality of cognition, and as such is posited as determined by the notion and as form, in so far as the form is the soul of all objectivity and all otherwise determined content has its truth in the form alone. If the content again is assumed as given to the method and of a peculiar nature, 826, of its own, then in such a determination method, as with the logical element in general, is a merely external form. Against this however we can appeal not only to the fundamental notion of the science of logic, its entire course, in which all possible shapes of a given content and of objects came up for consideration, has demonstrate their transition and untruth, also that not merely was it impossible for a given object to be the foundation to which the absolute form stood in a merely external and contingent relationship, but that, on the contrary, the absolute form has proved itself to be the absolute foundation and ultimate truth. From this course the method has emerged as the self-knowing notion that has itself, as the absolute, both subjective and objective, for its subject matter, consequently as the pure correspondence of the notion and its reality, as a concrete existence that is the notion itself. Accordingly, what is to be considered here as method is only the movement of the notion itself, the nature of which movement has already been cognized, but first, there is now the added significance that the notion is everything, and its movement is the universal absolute activity, the self-determining and self-realizing movement. The method is therefore to be recognized as the unrestrictedly universal, internal and external mode, and as the absolutely infinite force, to which no object, presenting itself as something external, remote from and independent of reason, could offer resistance or be of a particular nature in opposition to it, or could not be penetrated by it. It is therefore soul and substance, and anything whatever is comprehended and known in its truth only when it is completely subjugated to the method. It is the method proper to every subject matter because its activity is the notion. This is also the truer meaning if its universality, according to the universality of reflection it is regarded merely as the method for everything, but according to the universality of the idea, it is both the manner peculiar to cognition, to the subjectively self-knowing notion, and also the objective manner, or rather the substantiality, of things that is of notions, in so far as they appear primarily to representation and reflection as others. It is therefore not only the highest force, or rather the sole and absolute force of reason, but also its supreme and sole urge to find and cognize itself by means of itself in everything. Here, secondly, is indicated the difference of the method from the notion as such, the particular aspect of the method. The notion, when it was considered by 827 itself, appeared in its immediacy, the reflection, or the notion that considered it, fell within our knowing. The method is this knowing itself, for which the notion is not merely the subject matter, but knowing's own subjective act, the instrument and means of the cognizing activity, distinguished from that activity, but only as the activity's own essentiality. In the cognition of inquiry, the method likewise occupies the position of an instrument, of a means standing on the subjective side by which the side relates itself to the object. In this syllogism the subject is one extreme and the object the other, and the former by means of its method unites with the latter, but in doing so it does not unite with itself. The extremes remain diverse because subject, method, and object are not posited as the one identical notion. The syllogism is therefore still the formal syllogism, the premise in which the subject posits the form on its side as its method is an immediate determination, and therefore contains the determinations of form, as we have seen, of definition, division, and so forth, as facts found existing in the subject. In true cognition, on the contrary, the method is not merely an aggregate of certain determinations, but the notion that is determined in and for itself, and the notion is the middle term only because it has equally the significance of the objective, and consequently in the conclusion the objective does not merely attain an external determinateness by means of the method, but is posited in its identity with the subjective notion. 1. Thus what constitute the method are the determinations of the notion itself and their relations, which we have now to consider in their significance as determinations of the method. In doing so we must first begin with the beginning. Of the beginning we have already spoken at the beginning of the logic itself, and also above, when dealing with subjective cognition, and we have shown that, if it is not made arbitrarily and with a categorical unconsciousness, it may indeed seem to involve a number of difficulties but nevertheless is of an extremely simple nature. Because it is the beginning, its content is an immediate, but an immediate that has the significance and form of abstract universality. Be it otherwise a content of being, or of essence, or of the notion, it is as an immediate something assumed, found already in existence, a certifical. But first of all it is not an immediate of sensuous intuition or of representation, but of thinking, which on account of its immediacy may also be called a supersensuous. 828. Inner intuition. The immediate of sensuous intuition is a manifold and an individual. But cognition is thinking by means of notions, and therefore its beginning also is only in the element of thought. It is a simple and a universal. This form has already been discussed under definition. At the beginning of finite cognition universality is likewise recognized as an essential determination, but it is taken as a determination of thought and of notion only in opposition to being. In point of fact this first universality is an immediate one, and for that reason has equally the significance of being, for being is precisely this abstract relation to self. Being requires no further derivation, as though it belonged to the abstract product of definition only because it is taken from sensuous intuition or elsewhere, and in so far as it is pointed out to us. This pointing out and derivation is a matter of mediation, which is more than a mere beginning, and is a mediation of a kind that does not belong to a comprehension by means of thinking, but is the elevation of ordinary thinking, of the empirical and ratiocinative consciousness, to the standpoint of thought. According to the current opposition of thought or concept and being, it is regarded as an important truth that no being belongs as yet to the former, taken on its own, and that the latter has a ground of its own that is independent of thought. But the simple determination of being is in itself so meager that, if only for that reason, there is no need to make much fuss about it. The universal is immediately itself this immediate, since as abstract it also is merely the abstract relation to self, which is being. As a matter of fact, the demand that being should be exhibited for us to see has a further, inner meaning involving more than this abstract determination. What is meant by it is in general the demand for the realization of the notion, which realization does not lie in the beginning itself, but is rather the goal and the task of the entire further development of cognition. Further, since the content of the beginning is supposed to be justified and authenticated as something true or correct by its being pointed out in inner or outer perception, it is no longer the form of universality as such that is meant, but its determinateness, of which we shall need to speak presently. The authentication of the determinate content with which the beginning is made seems to lie behind it, but in fact it is to be considered as an advance, that is, if it belongs to philosophical cognition. Hence the beginning has for the method no other determinate. 829. Ness than that of being simple and universal, this is itself the determinateness by reason of which it is deficient. Universality is the pure simple notion, and the method, as consciousness of the notion, knows that universality is only a moment and that in it the notion is not yet determined in and for itself. But with this consciousness that would carry the beginning further only for the sake of the method would be a formal affair, something posited in external reflection. Since however it is the objective immanent form, the immediate of the beginning must be in its own self deficient and endowed with the urge to carry itself further. But in the absolute method the universal has the value not of a mere abstraction but of the objective universal, that is, the universal that is in itself the concrete totality, though that totality is not yet posited, is not yet for itself. Even the abstract universal as such, considered in its notion, that is in its truth, is not merely the simple, but as abstract is already posited as infected with a negation. For this reason too there is nothing, whether in actuality or in thought, that is as simple and as abstract as is commonly imagined. A simple thing of this kind is a mere presumption that has its ground solely in the unconsciousness of what is actually present. Above, that with which the beginning is made was determined as the immediate. The immediacy of the universal is the same thing that is here expressed as the in itself that is without a being for self. Hence it may indeed be said that every beginning must be made with the absolute, just as all advance is merely the exposition of it, in so far as its in itself is the notion. But because the absolute is at first only in itself, it equally is not the absolute nor the posited notion, and also not the idea, for what characterizes these is precisely the fact that in them the impound self is only an abstract, one-sided moment. Hence the advance is not a kind of superfluity, this it would be if that with which the beginning is made were in truth already the absolute. The advance consists rather in the universal determining itself and being for itself the universal, that is, equally an individual and a subject. Only in its consummation is it the absolute. It is to be recalled that the beginning, which is in itself a concrete totality, may as beginning also be free and its immediacy have the determination of an external existence. The germ of the living being and the subjective end in general have proved themselves to be such beginnings and therefore both are themselves urges. The 830. Non-spiritual and inanimate, on the contrary, are the notion only as real possibility. Cause is the highest stage in which the concrete notion, as a beginning in the sphere of necessity, has an immediate existence, but it is not yet a subject that maintains itself as such even in its actual realization. The sun, for example, and in general all inanimate things, are determinate concrete existences in which real possibility remains an inner totality and the moments of the totality are not posited in subjective form in them and, in so far as they realize themselves, attain an existence by means of other corporeal individuals. 2. The concrete totality which makes the beginning contains as such within itself the beginning of the advance and development. As concrete, it is differentiated within itself, but by reason of its first immediacy the first differentiated determinations are in the first instance merely a diversity. The immediate, however, as self-related universality, as subject, is also the unity of these diverse determinations. This reflection is the first stage of the movement onwards, the emergence of real difference, judgment, the process of determining in general. The essential point is that the absolute method finds and cognizes the determination of the universal within the latter itself. The procedure of the finite cognition of the understanding here is to take up again, equally externally, what it has left out in its creation of the universal by a process of abstraction. The absolute method, on the contrary, does not behave like external reflection but takes the determinate element from its own subject matter, since it is itself that subject matter's immanent principle and soul. This is what Plato demanded of cognition, that it should consider things in and for themselves, that is, should consider them partly in their universality, but also that it should not stray away from them catching at circumstances, examples, and comparisons, but should keep before it solely the things themselves and bring before consciousness what is immanent in them. The method of absolute cognition is to this extent analytic, that it finds the further determination of its initial universal simply and solely in that universal, is the absolute objectivity of the notion, of which objectivity the method is the certainty. But the method is no less synthetic, since its subject matter, determined immediately as a simple universal, by virtue of the determinateness which it possesses in its very immediacy and universality, exhibits itself as an other. This relation of differentiated elements which the 831 subject ma, finitude in space or time, presence in this place, absolute negation of space, but further, that with equal necessity the opposite determination also belongs to the subject matter, for example infinity in space and time, non-presence in this place, relation to space and so spatiality. The older Eleatic school directed its dialectic chiefly against motion, Plato frequently against the general ideas and notions of his time, especially those of the sophists, but also against the pure categories and the determinations of reflection. The more cultivated scepticism of a later period extended it not only to the immediate so-called facts of consciousness and maxims of common life, but also to all the notions of 832 science. Now the conclusion drawn from dialectic of this kind is in general the contradiction and nullity of the assertions made. But this conclusion can be drawn in either of two senses, either in the objective sense, that the subject matter which in such a manner contradicts itself cancels itself out and is null and void. This was, for example, the conclusion of the Eleatics, according to which truth was denied, for example, to the world, to motion, to the point, or in the subjective sense, that cognition is defective. One way of understanding the latter sense of the conclusion is that it is only this dialectic that imposes on us the trick of an illusion. This is the common view of so-called sound common sense, which takes its stand on the evidence of the senses and on customary conceptions and judgments. Sometimes it takes this dialectic lightly, as when Diogenes the Cynic exposes the hollowness of the dialectic of motion by silently walking up and down, but often it flies into a passion, seeing it in perhaps a piece of sheer foolery, or, when morally important objects are concerned, an outrage that tries to unsettle what is essentially established and teaches how to supply wickedness with grounds. This is the view expressed in the Socratic dialectic against that of the Sophists, and this is the indignation which, turned in the opposite direction, cost even Socrates his life. The vulgar refutation that opposes to thinking, as did Diogenes, sensuous consciousness, and imagines that in the latter it possesses the truth, must be left to itself, but in so far as dialectic abrogates moral determinations, we must have confidence in reason that it will know how to restore them again, but restore them in their truth and in the consciousness of their right, though also of their limitations. Or again, the conclusion of subjective nullity may mean that it does not affect dialectic itself, but rather the cognition against which it is directed, and in the view of scepticism and likewise of the Kantian philosophy, cognition in general. The fundamental prejudice in this matter is that dialectic has only a negati lje result, a point which will presently be more precisely defined. First of all, as regards the above-mentioned form in which dialectic is usually presented, it is to be observed that according to that form the dialectic and its result affect the subject matter under consideration or else subjective cognition, and declare either the latter or the subject matter to be null and void, while on the other hand the determinations exhibited in the subject 833 matter as in a third thing receive no attention and are presupposed as valid on their own account. It is an infinite merit of the Kantian philosophy to have drawn attention to this uncritical procedure and by so doing to have given the impetus to the restoration of logic and dialectic in the sense of the examination of the determinations of thought in and for themselves. The subject matter, kept apart from thinking and the notion, is an image or even a name. It is in the determinations of thought and the notion that it is what it is. Therefore these determinations are in fact the sole thing that matters. They are the true subject matter and content of reason, and anything else that one understands by subject matter and content in distinction from them has value only through them and in them. It must not therefore be considered the fault of a subject matter or of cognition that these determinations, through their constitution and an external connection, show themselves dialectical. On that assumption, the subject matter or the cognition is represented as a subject into which the determinations in the form of predicates, properties, self-subsistent universals, are introduced in such a manner that, fixed and correct as they are by themselves, they are brought into dialectical relationships and contradiction only by extraneous and contingent connection in and by a third thing. This kind of external and fixed subject of imagination and understanding and these abstract determinations, far from meriting the status of ultimates, of secure and permanent substrates, are rather to be regarded as themselves immediate, as just that kind of presupposed and initial immediate that, as was shown above, must in its own essential nature submit to dialectic, because it is to be taken as in itself the notion. Thus all the oppositions that are assumed as fixed, as for example finite and infinite, individual and universal, are not in contradiction through, say, an external connection. On the contrary, as an examination of their nature has shown, they are in and for themselves a transition. The synthesis and the subject in which they appear is the product of their notion's own reflection. If a consideration that ignores the notion stops short at their external relationship, isolates them and leaves them as fixed presuppositions, it is the notion, on the contrary, that keeps them steadily in view, moves them as their soul and brings out their dialectic. Now this is the very standpoint indicated above from which a universal first, considered in and for itself, shows itself to be the dd. 834. Other of itself. Taken quite generally, this determination can be taken to mean that what is at first immediate now appears as mediated, related to an other, or that the universal appears as a particular. Hence the second term that has thereby come into being is the negative of the first, and if we anticipate the subsequent progress, the first negative. The immediate, from this negative side, has been extinguished in the other, but the other is essentially not the empty negative, the nothing, that is taken to be the usual result of dialectic, rather is it the other of the first, the negative of the immediate. It is therefore determined as the mediated contains in general the determination of the first within itself. Consequently the first is essentially preserved and retained even in the other. To hold fast to the positive in its negative, in the content of the presupposition, in the result, this is the most important feature in rational cognition. At the same time only the simplest reflection is needed to convince one of the absolute truth and necessity of this requirement, and so far as examples of the proof of this are concerned, the whole of logic consists of such. Accordingly, what we now have before us is the mediated, which to begin with, or, if it is likewise taken immediately, is also a simple determination, for as the first has been extinguished in it, only the second is present. Now since the first also is contained in the second, and the latter is the truth of the former, this unity can be expressed as a proposition in which the immediate is put as subject, and the mediated as its predicate. For example, the finite is infinite, one is many, the individual is the universal. However, the inadequate form of such propositions is at once obvious. In treating of the judgment it has been shown that its form in general, and most of all the immediate form of the positive judgment, is incapable of holding within its grasp speculative determinations and truth. The direct supplement to it, the negative judgment, would at least have to be added as well. In the judgment the first, as subject, has the illusory show of a self-dependent subsistence, whereas it is sublated in its predicate as in its other. This negation is indeed contained in the content of the above propositions, but their positive form contradicts the content, consequently what is contained in them is not posited, which would be precisely the purpose of employing a proposition. The second determination, the negative or mediated, is at the same time also the mediating determination. It may be taken in 835. The first instance as a simple determination, but in its truth it is a relation or relationship, for it is the negative, but the negative of the positive, and includes the positive within itself. It is therefore the other, but not the other of something to which it is indifferent. In that case it would not be an other, nor a relation or relationship, rather it is the other in its own self, the other of an other, therefore it includes its own other within it and is consequently as contradiction, the posited dialectic of itself. Because the first or the immediate is implicitly the notion, and consequently is also only implicitly the negative, the dialectical moment with it consists in positing in it the difference that it implicitly contains. The second, on the contrary, is itself the determinate moment, the difference or relationship, therefore with it the dialectical moment consists in positing the unity that is contained in it. If then the negative, the determinate, relationship, judgment, and all the determinations falling under this second moment do not at once appear on their own account as contradiction and as dialectical, this is solely the fault of a thinking that does not bring its thoughts together. For the material, the opposed determinations in one relation, is already posited and at hand for thought. But formal thinking makes identity its law, and allows the contradictory content before it to sink into the sphere of ordinary conception, into space and time, in which the contradictories are held asunder in juxtaposition and temporal succession, and so come before consciousness without reciprocal contact. On this point, formal thinking lays down for its principle that contradiction is unthinkable, but as a matter of fact the thinking of contradiction is the essential moment of the notion. Formal thinking does in fact think contradiction, only it at once looks away from it, and in saying that it is unthinkable it merely passes over from it into abstract negation. Now the negativity just considered constitutes the turning point of the movement of the notion. It is the simple point of the negative relation to self, the innermost source of all activity, of all animate and spiritual self-movement, the dialectical soul that everything true possesses and through which alone it is true, for on this subjectivity alone rests the sublating of the opposition between notion and reality, and the unity that is truth. The second negative, the negative of the negative, at which we have arrived, is this sublating of the contradiction, but just as little as the contradiction is it an act of external reflection, but rather the innermost, most. 836. Objective moment of life and SPMT, through which a subject, a person, a free being, exists. The relatpoundon of the negative to itself is to be regarded as the second premise of the whole syllogism. If the terms analytic and synthetic are employed as opposites, the first premise may be regarded as the analytic moment, for in it the immediate stands in immediate relationship to its other and therefore passes over, or rather has passed over, into it, although this relation, as already remarked, is also synthetic, precisely because that into which it passes over is its other. The second premise here under consideration may be defined as synthetic, since it is the relation of the differentiated term as such to the term from which it is differentiated. Just as the first premise is the moment of universality and communication, so the second is determined by individuality, which in its relation to its other is primarily exclusive, for itself, and different. The negative appears as the mediating element, since it includes within it itself and the immediate whose negation it is. So far as these two determinations are taken in some relationship or other as externally related, the negative is only the formal mediating element, but as absolute negativity the negative moment of absolute mediation is the unity which is subjectivity and soul. In this turning point of the method, the course of cognition at the same time returns into itself. As self-sublating contradiction, this negativity is the restoration of the first immediacy, of simple universality, for the other of the other, the negative of the negative, is immediately the positive, the identical, the universal. If one insists on counting, this second immediate is, in the course of the method as a whole, the third term to the first immediate and the mediated. It is also, however, the third term to the first or formal negative and to absolute negativity or the second negative. Now as the first negative is already the second term, the term reckoned as third can also be reckoned as fourth, and instead of a triplicity, the abstract form may be taken as a quadruplicity. In this way, the negative or the difference is counted as a duality. The third or fourth is in general the unity of the first and second moments, of the immediate and the mediated. That it is this unity, as also that the whole form of the method is a triplicity, is, it is true, merely the superficial external side of the mode of cognition, but to have demonstrated even this, and that too in a more specific application, for it is well known that the abstract number form itself was 837. Advanced at quite an early period, but, in the absence of the notion, without result must also be regarded as an infinite merit of the Kantian philosophy. The syllogism, which is also threefold, has always been recognized as the universal form of reason, but for one thing it counted generally for a quite external form that did not determine the nature of the content, and for another thing, since it progresses in the formal sense merely in the understanding's determination of identity, it lacks the essential dialectical moment of negativity, yet this moment enters into the triplicity of determinations because the third is the unity of the first two, and these, since they are different, can be in the unity only as sublated determinations. Formalism has, it is true, also taken possession of triplicity and adhered to its empty schema, the shallow ineptitude and barrenness of modern philosophic construction so-called, that consists in nothing but fastening the schema onto everything without notion and immanent determination and employing it for an external arrangement, has made the said form tedious and given it a bad name. Yet the triteness of this use of it cannot detract from its inner worth, and we must always value highly the discovery of the shape of the rational, even though it was at first uncomprehended. Now more precisely, the third is the immediate, but the immediate resulting from sublation of mediation, the simple resulting from sublation of difference, the positive resulting from sublation of the negative, the notion that has realized itself by means of its otherness and by the sublation of this reality has become united with itself, and has restored its absolute reality, its simple relation to itself. This result is therefore the truth. It is equally immediacy and mediation, but such forms of judgment as, the third is immediacy and mediation, or, it is the unity of them, are not capable of grasping it, for it is not a quiescent third, but, precisely as this unity, is self-mediating movement and activity. As that with which we began was the universal, so the result is the individual, the concrete, the subject. What the former is in itself, the latter is now equally for itself, the universal is posited in the subject. The first two moments of the triplicity are abstract, untrue moments which for that very reason are dialectical, and through this their negativity make themselves into the subject. The notion itself is for us, in the first instance, alike the universal that is in itself, and the negative that is for itself, and also the third, that which is both. 838. In and for itself, the universal that runs through all the moments of the syllogism, but the third is the conclusion, in which the notion through its negativity is mediated with itself and thereby posited for itself as the universal and the identity of its moments. Now this result, as the whole that has withdrawn into and is identical with itself, has given itself again the form of immediacy. Hence it is now itself the same thing as the starting point had determined itself to be. As simple self-relation it is a universal, and in this universality, the negativity that constituted its dialectic and mediation has also collapsed into simple determinateness, which can again be a beginning. It may seem at first sight that this cognition of the result is an analysis of it and therefore must again dissect these determinations and the process by which it has come into being and been examined. But if the treatment of the subject matter is actually carried out in this analytic manner, it belongs to that stage of the idea considered above, to the cognition of inquiry, which merely states of its subject matter what is, but not the necessity of its concrete identity and the notion of it. But though the method of truth which comprehends the subject matter is, as we have shown, itself analytic, for it remains entirely within the notion, yet it is equally synthetic, for through the notion the subject matter is determined dialectically and as an other. On the new foundation constituted by the result as the fresh subject matter, the method remains the same as with the previous subject matter. The difference is concerned solely with the relationship of the foundation as such. True, it is now likewise a foundation, but its immediacy is only a form, since it was a result as well, hence its determinateness as content is no longer something merely picked up, but something deduced and proved. It is here that the content of cognition as such first enters into the circle of consideration, since, as deduced, it now belongs to the method. The method itself by means of this moment expands itself into a system. At first the beginning had to be, for the method, wholly indeterminate in respect of content. To this extent it appears as the merely formal soul, for and by which the beginning was determined simply and solely in regard to its form, namely, as the immediate and the universal. Through the movement we have indicated, the subject matter has obtained for itself a determinateness that is a content, because the negativity that has withdrawn into simplicity is the sublated form, and as simple determinateness stands over against its development, and first of all over against its very opposition to universality. Now as this determinateness is the proximate truth of the indeterminate beginning, it condemns the latter as something imperfect, as well as the method itself that, in starting from that beginning, was merely formal. This can be expressed as the now specific demand that the beginning, since it is itself a determinate relatively to the determinateness of the result, shall be taken not as an immediate but as something mediated and deduced. This may appear as the demand for an infinite retrogression in proof and deduction, just as from the fresh beginning that has been obtained, a result likewise emerges from the method in its course, so that the advance equally rolls onwards to infinity. It has been shown a number of times that the infinite progress as such belongs to reflection that is without the notion. The absolute method, which has the notion for its soul and content, cannot lead into that. At first sight, even such beginnings as being, essence, universality, seem to be of such a kind as to possess the complete universality and absence of content demanded for a wholly formal beginning, as it is supposed to be, and therefore, as absolutely first beginnings, demand and admit of no further regress. As they are pure relations to self, immediate and indeterminate, they do not of course possess within themselves the difference which in any other kind of beginning, is directly posited between the universality of its form and its content. But it is the very indeterminateness which the above logical beginnings have for their sole content that constitutes their determinateness. This consists, namely, in their negativity as sublated mediation. The particularity of this gives even their indeterminateness a particularity by which being, essence, and universality are distinguished from one another. The determinateness then which belongs to them if they are taken by themselves is their immediate determinateness, just as much as the determinateness of any other kind of content, and therefore requires a deduction. For the method it is a matter of indifference whether the determinateness be taken as determinateness of form or of content. That a content has been determined by the first of its results is not in fact for the method, the beginning of a new mode. The method remains neither more nor less formal than before. For since it is the absolute form, the notion that knows itself and everything as notion, there is no 840 content that could stand over against it and determine it to be a one-sided external form. Consequently, just as the absence of content in the above beginnings does not make them absolute beginnings, so too it is not the content as such that could lead the method into the infinite progress forwards or backwards. From one aspect, the determinateness which the method creates for itself in its result is the moment by means of which the method is self-mediation and converts the immediate beginning into something mediated. But conversely, it is through the determinateness that this mediation of the method runs its course. It returns through a content as through an apparent other of itself to its beginning in such a manner that not only does it restore that beginning as a determinate beginning however, but the result is no less the sublated determinateness, and so too the restoration of the first immediacy in which it began. This it accomplishes as a system of totality. We have still to consider it in this determination. We have shown that the determinateness which was a result is itself, by virtue of the form of simplicity into which it has withdrawn, a fresh beginning, as this beginning is distinguished from its predecessor precisely by that determinateness. Cognition rolls onwards from content to content. First of all, this advance is determined as beginning from simple determinatenesses, the succeeding ones becoming ever richer and more concrete. For the result contains its beginning and its course has enriched it by a fresh determinateness. The universal constitutes the foundation, the advance is therefore not to be taken as a flowing from one other to the next other. In the absolute method the notion maintains itself in its otherness, the universal in its particularization, in judgment and reality. At each stage of its further determination it raises the entire mass of its preceding content, and by its dialectical advance it not only does not lose anything or leave anything behind, but carries along with it all it has gained, and inwardly enriches and consolidates itself. This expansion may be regarded as the moment of content, and in the whole as the first premise. The universal is communicated to the wealth of content, immediately maintained in it. But the relationship has also its second, negative, or dialectical side. The enrichment proceeds in the necessity of the notion, it is healthy by it, and each determination is a reflection into self. Each new stage of forthgoing, that is, of further determination, is also a withdrawal. 841. Inwards, and the greater extension is equally a higher intensity. The richest is therefore the most concrete and most subjective, and that which withdraws itself into the simplest depth is the mightiest and most all-embracing. The highest, most concentrated point is the pure personality which, solely through the absolute dialectic which is its nature, no less embraces and holds everything within itself, because it makes itself the supremely free, the simplicity which is the first immediacy and universality. It is in this manner that each step of the advance in the process of further determination, while getting further away from the indeterminate beginning, is also getting back nearer to it, and that therefore, what at first sight may appear to be different, the retrogressive grounding of the beginning, and the progressive further determining of it, coincide and are the same. The method, which thus winds itself into a circle, cannot anticipate in time that the beginning is, as such, already something derived. It is sufficient for the beginning in its immediacy that it is simple universality. In being that, it has its complete condition, and there is no need to deprecate the fact that it may only be accepted provisionally and hypothetically. Whatever objections to it might be raised, say, the limitations of human knowledge, the need to examine critically the instrument of cognition before starting to deal with the subject matter, are themselves presuppositions, which as concrete determinations involve the demand for their mediation and proof. Since therefore they possess no formal advantage over the beginning with the subject matter against which they protest, but on the contrary themselves require deduction on account of their more concrete content, their claim to prior consideration must be treated as an empty presumption. They have an untrue content, for they convert what we know to be finite and untrue into something incontestable and absolute, namely, a limited cognition determined as form and instrument relative, to its content. This untrue cognition is itself also the form, the process of seeking grounds, that is retrogressive. The method of truth, too, knows the beginning to be incomplete, because it is a beginning, but at the same time it knows this incompleteness to be a necessity, because truth only comes to be itself through the negativity of immediacy. The impatience that insists merely on getting beyond the determinate, whether called beginning, object, the finite, or in whatever other form it be taken, and finding itself immediately. 842. In the absolute, has before it as cognition nothing but the empty negative, the abstract infinite, in other words, a presumed absolute, that is presumed because it is not posited, not grasped. Grasped it can only be through the mediation of cognition, of which the universal and immediate is a moment, but the truth itself resides only in the extended course of the process and in the conclusion. To meet the subjective needs of unfamiliarity and its impatience, a survey of the whole may of course be given in advance by a division for reflection which, after the manner of finite cognition, specifies the particular of the universal as something already there and to be awaited in the course of the science. Yet this affords us nothing more than a picture for ordinary thinking, for the genuine transition from the universal to the particular and to the whole that is determined in and for itself, in which whole that first universal itself according to its true determination is again a moment, is alien to the above manner of division, and is alone the mediation of the science itself. By virtue of the nature of the method just indicated, the science exhibits itself as a circle returning upon itself, the end being wound back into the beginning, the simple ground. By the mediation, this circle is moreover a circle of circles, for each individual member as ensouled by the method is reflected into itself, so that in returning into the beginning it is at the same time the beginning of a new member. Links of this chain are the individual sciences, each of which has an antecedent and a successor, or, expressed more accurately, has only the antecedent and indicates its successor in its conclusion. Thus then logic, too, in the absolute idea, has withdrawn into that same simple unity which its beginning is, the pure immediacy of being, in which at first every determination appears to be extinguished or removed by abstraction, is the idea that has reached through mediation, that is, through the sublation of mediation, a likeness correspondent to itself. The method is the pure notion that relates itself only to itself, it is therefore the simple self-relation that is being. But now it is also fulfilled being, the notion that comprehends itself, being as the concrete and also absolutely intensive totality. In conclusion, there remains only this to be said about this idea, that in it, first, the science of logic has grasped its own notion. In the sphere of being, the beginning of its content, its notion appears as a knowing in a subjective reflection. External to that content. But in the idea of absolute cognition the notion has become the idea's own content. The idea is itself the pure notion that has itself for subject matter and which, in running itself as subject matter through the totality of its determinations, develops itself into the whole of its reality, into the system of the science, and concludes by apprehending this process of comprehending itself, thereby superseding its standing as content and subject matter and cognizing the notion of the science. Secondly, this idea is still logical, it is enclosed within pure thought, and is the science only of the divine notion. True, the systematic exposition is itself a realization of the idea but confined within the same sphere. Because the pure idea of cognition is so far confined within subjectivity, it is the urge to sublate this, and pure truth as the last result becomes also the beginning of another sphere instance. It only remains here to indicate this transition. The idea, namely, in positing itself as absolute unity of the pure notion and its reality and thus contracting itself into the immediacy of being, is the totality in this form nature. But this determination has not issued from a process of becoming, nor is it a transition, as when above, the subjective notion in its totality becomes objectivity, and the subjective end becomes life. On the contrary, the pure idea in which the determinateness or reality of the notion is itself raised into notion, is an absolute liberation for which there is no longer any immediate determination that is not equally posited and itself notion. In this freedom, therefore, no transition takes place, the simple being to which the IDELL determines itself remains perfectly transparent to it and is the notion that, in its determination, abides with itself. The passage is therefore to be understood here rather in this manner, that the idea freely releases itself in its absolute self-assurance and inner poise. By reason of this freedom, the form of its determinateness is also utterly free, the externality of space and time existing absolutely on its own account without the moment of subjectivity. In so far as this externality presents itself only in the abstract immediacy of being and is apprehended from the standpoint of consciousness, it exists as mere objectivity and external life, but in the idea it remains essentially and actually the totality of the notion, and science in the relationship to nature of divine cognition. But in this next resolve of the pure idea to determine itself as external idea, it thereby only posits for itself the mediation, out of which the notion ascends as a free existence that has withdrawn into itself from externality, that completes its self-iberation in the science of spirit, and that finds the supreme notion of itself in the science of logic as the self-comprehending pure notion.